Chapter 577. Quick, think of something. Gu Fei was anxious. What had just happened was too strange. The power of a terrifying figure that had died countless years ago hadn't dissipated. It had formed an unfathomable force field that distorted space and interfered with the void, trapping them in an area no more than a few hundred meters wide. This caused Gu Fei's hair to stand on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. I'll try to see if I can break the force pier. Even if I can't, I can disturb the force pier, said the old tortoise after carefully observing the huge skull pattern beneath his feet. The old tortoise still had the ability to disturb the force of a part of the world. This kind of a force, formed after the death of an almighty, wasn't unbreakable. Although the people trapped inside weren't in danger for the time being, they were trapped inside and couldn't get out no matter how hard they tried. If they could never get out, then they would be trapped for the rest of their lives. This kind of situation was the most terrifying. Demigods and immortals, to a certain extent, could be said to have immortal bodies. But to be imprisoned alive in a place was probably the most terrifying punishment in the world. The reason for the formation of this force wasn't deliberate. Instead, it was formed naturally after the death of an almighty. It was almost equivalent to changing the natural laws of this world, turning this area into a place where one could only enter and not leave. They had just entered the 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl layout, but they had already encountered such a predicament. Both Gu Fei and the old tortoise were shocked. This 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl layout was truly a peerless killing layout. It was hard to imagine just how dangerous the place where the 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl was. Even the god race, with their incomparably deep foundation, couldn't do anything about this peerless danger zone. At this time, the old tortoise and Gu Fei didn't want to continue exploring. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. They knew that if they went too deep into this danger zone, even with the protection of the sacred items, their lives would still be in danger. They would never set foot in this place again until they gathered the 4 ancient treasures of the human, god, demon, and Buddha realms. Old Turtle began to carve ancient demonic patterns on the ground. Purple demonic patterns were imprinted on the ground. Each demonic pattern had Tao rhymes circulating, displaying Tao rhymes and condensing power. The great Tao was the same as the divine marks of the immortal Tao. They were both a form of manifestation of the Tao, a manifestation of the great Tao. The great Tao was formless, but it could be manifested through divine marks and demonic marks. It could communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the power of the great Tao. Soon, an array diagram intertwined with ancient demonic markings appeared on the ground. When the old tortoise carved the last ancient demonic markings, the entire array diagram suddenly emitted a bright divine light. There was a flow of Tao power, and the ancient demonic markings seemed to be alive, swimming on the ground. Gu Fei sensed that the surroundings had begun to change. Old Tortoise's array diagram emitted a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation directly affected the nearby aura, causing the nearby spiritual energy to become chaotic. Old Tortoise's array had finally triggered an anomaly. The earth trembled slightly, as if something had been startled and was about to rush out of the ground. The array was gathering spiritual chi from all directions, affecting the momentum of heaven and earth nearby. Rumble. The huge skull pattern on the ground emitted a black-red evil light. Like dirty blood, it swept back from all directions to the center. The pungent smell of blood was nauseating. This kind of filth could make spiritual treasures lose their spiritual energy and turn divine weapons into scrap metal. It could pollute everything. If one were to be pounced on by this bloody light, one's spiritual soul and physical body would probably be devoured. Gu Fei and the old tortoise's bodies bloomed with divine light, blocking all the evil blood-red light that surged over from all directions. Dark blood began to seep out from the ground. The evil and terrifying skull pattern on the ground seemed to come to life and began to emit waves of faintly discernible soul fluctuations. How is this possible? That terrible existence that has fallen for countless years has not completely perished. The old tortoise was shocked, and then grabbed Gu Fei with one hand and quickly retreated. Boom! There was a loud noise, and blood shot into the sky. A part of the ground instantly collapsed. If the old tortoise had not reacted in time, the two would have fallen into the blood-red cave below. The momentum of heaven and earth was broken by the old tortoise's array. Endless blood rushed out of the ground, and the array that the old tortoise had carved was tainted by the bloody light. The ancient demon patterns were forcibly erased and disappeared into the void. The old tortoise's array broke the momentum of heaven and earth, but at the same time, it was also tainted by the blood and collapsed. The ancient demon patterns with the Tao flow dissipated into the void. Go! The old tortoise shouted and directly rushed out with Gu Fei. Then, the two rushed out of the 9 dragons competing for pearls without looking back. At this time, behind them had become a sea of blood. Bloody mist steamed and waves of blood surged. It was hard to imagine that in just an instant, the world had become a bloody purgatory. The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei and the old tortoise sent down strands of primordial chaos chi to protect the two of them, protecting them from the evil bloodlight. Gu Fei was still shaken. He sat on the ground in shock, gasping for breath. As for the old tortoise, his expression had also become very unsightly. It had been a bad start. 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Is this deadly trap really unbreakable? The old tortoise muttered to himself, his expression changing several times. They had just entered the 9 dragons competing for pearls area, but they had almost been trapped to death. Let's go back first, said the old tortoise. He called out to Gu Fei and left the mountain range. He didn't want to stay here for long. This danger zone made him feel a great deal of pressure. They had just entered the 9 dragons competing for pearls area, but they had already encountered danger. This made Gu Fei and the old tortoise realize just how terrifying this danger zone was. By the time Gu Fei and the old tortoise returned to the god race's sacred mountain, the land of sealed devils had long since descended into chaos. The stone peak that was like an incomparably large divine blade stabbed into the ground was violently shaking. To be more accurate, the entire land of sealed devils was shaking. Dust billowed, demonic chi surged, and countless devils howled. The entire land of sealed devils was like a horde of devils dancing. The stone blade that was tens of thousands of meters tall was constantly cracking apart. Large chunks of stone fell off, revealing an incomparably resplendent light. A peaceful aura filled the world, making the land of sealed devils seem a bit more peaceful and tranquil. These were 2 diametrically opposed auras. The violent demonic nature and the peaceful Buddhist nature were clashing. The true blade was revealed. The sharp and peerless Buddhist weapon was like a green divine jade. Rays of green Buddhist light flowed on it. This was its true appearance. The green jade ring blade that was tens of thousands of meters tall finally shattered the earth and the void. It soared into the sky, turned into a long rainbow, shattered the void, and disappeared from the land of sealed devils. After the green jade ring blade disappeared from the land of sealed devils, the land of sealed devils seemed to have lost its suppression. The weak demonic nature began to gradually strengthen. On this day, the remnant devil souls wandering in the world of sealed devils converged toward the land of sealed devils. Many of the undead creatures felt that a major change was about to take place in the hell realm. In the void hundreds of miles away from the land of sealed devils, there was an inner world that was shrouded in Buddhist light, just like the Western paradise. This inner world was shrouded in Buddhist light, and it was full of vitality. The Buddhist land and immortal flowers were competing with each other in beauty. They were bright purple and red, sparkling and translucent, flowing with all kinds of brilliance. The fragrance of the jade grass was lush and green. In the central region of the inner world, a little monk in a white monk robe was sitting cross-legged in the air, holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. At the moment when the green jade ring blade disappeared, the little monk opened his eyes and stretched out his right hand, shattering the void. He directly grabbed a green divine light from the shattered void. The green jade ring blade condensed in the little monk Fan Shio's right hand. The Buddha knife that was tens of thousands of meters long became the size of an ordinary sword. The green jade ring blade flowed on the surface of the little monk Fan Shio's blade, and a holy and pure Buddhist nature was emitted from the blade. It vibrated in the little monk's hand, as if it wanted to fly out of his hand. However, no matter how it vibrated, even if thousands of Buddha lights burst out from the blade, it could not hurt the little monk Fan Shio's little hand. It was firmly held by the little monk's pink hand. The green jade ring blade that was guarding the land of sealed devils was taken back by the little monk Fan Shio. Finally, he grabbed the green jade ring blade fiercely, and thousands of Buddha lights rushed into the blade. The green jade ring blade no longer struggled, and slowly calmed down. Congratulations, Venerable Fan Shio, for obtaining the Buddha Lord's sacred weapon. A skinny old monk respectfully put his palms together and bowed to the little monk Fan Shio. Although the little monk Fan Shio was young, his wisdom was definitely at the level of an old monster. He nodded silently, and then gently flicked the green jade ring blade. The blade immediately emitted a crisp and sweet sound, like the roar of a dragon from the 9 heavens, reverberating in this Buddhist land. Then, the green jade ring blade turned into a divine light, and sank into his body. At the same time, the little monk Fan Shio's eyes became incomparably deep. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into the sky, and he was like a supreme Buddha looking down on the world. "It's time," the little monk Fan Shio said calmly. "Is it the last moment?" asked the old monk. The old monk's face, which was as calm as an ancient well, also showed a hint of excitement. The little monk Fan Shio nodded, and then directly opened up his inner world, and walked out with the old monk. 3 days later, the little monk Fan Shio and the old monk arrived in front of an inconspicuous ancient temple in the depths of the Hell Realm. When the little monk Fan Shio and the old monk chanted Buddhist incantations, faint chanting sounds came from the ancient temple, echoing with them. In the ancient temple, there seemed to be a senior monk chanting. A wave of divine Buddhist power rippled gently between heaven and earth, dispersing the dark clouds and fog in this area. In this dim world of death, the divine Buddhist power was very obvious and special. This Buddhist power seemed to be guided by the little monk Fan Shio and the old monk. Many of the undead creatures in the vicinity were immediately affected by this Buddhist power, and the evil souls were immediately purified and dispersed. In the end, the dilapidated ancient temple emitted a brilliant golden light, and the whole body of the Buddhist light flowed, becoming bright, as if daytime had descended into hell. This ancient temple had existed for countless years, and some places had decayed. However, as the chanting continued, the ancient temple began to become extraordinary. The walls, tiles, and even the ground were all flowing with the brilliant Buddhist light like the morning glow, causing the ancient temple to be enveloped in a layer of golden divine splendor. Endless Buddhist power was rippling out from the ancient temple. The little monk Fan Shio was like a Buddha that had descended, and his little face was filled with peace and serenity. Surrounded by the Buddhist light, his small body was incomparably divine, making it inviolable. He continued chanting Buddhist incantations, and it was as if there was a heavenly voice of the great Tao reverberating between heaven and earth. The little monk seemed to have become the incarnation of Buddha, and he slowly walked forward, walking into the ancient temple. The old monk put his palms together, and followed behind the little monk Fan Shio, walking into the ancient temple. When the little monk Fan Shio and the old monk entered the ancient temple, the chanting from the ancient temple instantly became louder. The entire ancient temple began to have swastikas appearing, and a vast Buddhist power spread between heaven and earth. The golden Buddhist light illuminated the dim world, and the undead creatures that were illuminated by the golden Buddhist light were all disintegrated. The Buddhist light was originally the nemesis of the undead creatures. The ancient temple was empty, and there were no furnishings at all. Maybe there were some in the past, but now, there was nothing left, and everything had decayed. The floor of the ancient temple was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there was a Buddha statue that was 10 feet tall at the entrance. This was the only Buddha statue left in the entire ancient temple. However, at this moment, this Buddha statue was emitting boundless Buddhist light, and the chanting of 100,000 Buddhas was coming from the Buddha statue. Everything was destroyed in the passage of time, leaving nothing behind. In the entire ancient temple, there was only a Buddha statue left. This Buddha statue emitted a powerful Buddha nature, like a Buddha Lord descending to the world, preaching the Tao and preaching the scriptures. The reason why this ancient temple didn't collapse was probably because of the existence of this Buddha statue. Even though everything inside had decayed, the Buddha statue and the ancient temple were still standing tall in the world of death. Fan Shio and the old monk came to the front of the Buddha statue, and sat down cross-legged. They chanted Buddhist incantations, resonating with the Buddha statue in front of them. Pali. In the end, when the Buddha's divine Buddha nature that surged out from the Buddha statue reached its peak, the Buddha statue actually cracked. With a bang, the cracked Buddha statue instantly turned into a cloud of dust. From the dust, 3 balls of golden sun-like brilliance rushed out. 2 of them entered the little monk Fan Xiu's body, and the last one entered the old monk's body. Immediately, a vast Buddhist power surged from the bodies of Fan Xiu and the old monk. An illusory figure appeared from their bodies, holding a flower and smiling, and flowing with endless Buddhist nature. The illusory image that appeared from the bodies of Fan Xiu and the old monk was actually a Buddha. Could it be that the relics that Fan Xiu and the old monk obtained were actually the relics left behind by the Buddha? Chapter 578. In the Buddha statue of the ancient temple, there were 3 divine Buddha relics left behind by the fallen Buddhist Almighty. After obtaining the divine Buddha relics, the entire ancient temple lost the power that it relied on to exist. The Buddhist light instantly dimmed and turned into dust. Amidst the flying dust, 2 masses of Buddha light flickered like golden suns. Auspicious Buddha nature rippled between heaven and earth. The dead land actually showed signs of rejuvenation. Endless Buddha power surged from the bodies of little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk. It was as if Buddhas had descended to the mortal world, blocking the dust that was drifting in the sky. Roar! At this moment, a demonic roar came from afar. The rolling demonic sound dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. A demonic shadow brought with it a monstrous demonic aura and rushed over from afar. In an instant, it came close and a terrifying demonic aura spread between heaven and earth. The demonic nature and the Buddha nature were colliding. Then, a pitch-black demonic hand that was as big as a mountain stretched out from the demonic clouds and directly grabbed little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk. Rumble! It was as if an ancient demonic mountain was descending. That huge demonic hand emitted endless terrifying demonic power. The void was collapsing and heaven and earth were being torn apart. The little monk Fan Xiu stood up from the ground. His body shone with the light of Buddha and a golden Buddha shadow appeared on his body. With a smile on his face, he dispelled the overwhelming demonic aura. Then, he pressed his palm upwards. The Buddha phantom that appeared on little monk Fan Xiu's body followed little monk Fan Xiu's action and also waved his palm. Boom! The entire heaven and earth shook violently. Endless golden Buddha light surged out from little monk Fan Xiu's palm. In an instant, it condensed into a huge golden hand that emitted endless Buddha power and went up to the demonic hand that was bombarding down. It was a golden Buddha hand. In the middle of the Buddha palm, there was a golden swastika spinning, emitting endless auspicious and holy aura. Rumble! The golden Buddha palm collided with the black demonic hand. It was as if 2 ancient divine mountains were violently colliding. The vast and mighty power shook the entire world. The golden Buddha's light illuminated the dark earth. Many undead creatures were instantly killed by the Buddha's light. The power of Buddhism had always been the nemesis of evil. Once the Buddhist light appeared, all evil would bow down to it. This was a head-on confrontation between demonic power and Buddhist power. The 2 extremely powerful forces seemed to be equally matched, and neither could suppress the other. The golden Buddha palm and the black demonic hand dissipated in the sky at the same time. Heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed, as if a hole had been punched out. The mighty aftershock caused the earth to undulate violently like waves. Several hills nearby collapsed, and the bones buried under the ground were also overturned. The world of death was the graveyard of all living beings. Dried bones could be seen everywhere. Who knew how many bones were buried under the ground? Even the true bones of immortals and the great devil bone physique could be seen sometimes. Swoosh! The little monk Fan Xiu held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of Buddha's light broke through the layers of demonic aura and rushed into the depths of the demonic clouds. At this time, the old monk also stood up from the ground. There was also a Buddha's shadow looming on his body. However, compared to the Buddha's shadow on the little monk Fan Xiu's body, the shadow on the old monk's body was much dimmer. He raised his head and looked up. His face was calm and serene. It seemed that he didn't intend to attack the demonic shadow but was just watching. The demonic soul has been reunited so quickly? The old monk looked up at the sky, at the demonic shadow that was fighting endlessly with the little monk Fan Xiao, and muttered to himself. After taking away the green jade ring blade that was suppressing the true devil's bone, there is indeed a possibility for the true devil to be resurrected. The old monk said. He seemed to have recognized the origin of the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow that was fighting with the little monk Fan Xiao in the sky seemed to be a powerful demonic soul that came from the land of sealed demons. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk entered the land of sealed demons and took away the green jade ring blade, allowing a part of the demonic soul to be reunited. The prophecy of the god race seemed to be coming true. However, the demonic soul hadn't recovered to its peak state. It was just an incomplete demonic soul. There was still the remnant soul of the true devil wandering in this world of death. However, it didn't seem to be far from reassembling the demonic soul. The little monk Fan Xiao wanted to kill the demonic soul while it was still weak. Otherwise, if the remnant soul of the true devil was successfully reassembled, the ancient true devil would once again descend on this land. This was something that no one wanted to see happen. Swoosh! A dark green saber light flashed in the sky. In an instant, the dark world was split into two. The void was split in an instant, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The saber light that contained auspicious Buddha's power also split the demonic soul in half at the same time. The little monk Fan Xiao used the green jade ring blade. It was a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the Buddha Lord. It was incomparably powerful. If he could unleash its full power, it would be comparable to the descent of the ancient Buddha Lord and could destroy 3,000 worlds. With just one slash, the demonic soul was severely injured. The demonic soul that was split in half by the green jade ring blade turned into a cloud of black gas and dissipated in the void. However, it was difficult to kill such a demonic soul in one go. The little monk Fan Xiao didn't think that he could kill the demonic soul with just one slash. He held the purple gold alms bowl in his left hand and the green jade ring blade in his right. His divine eyes pierced through the void and swept in all directions. Sure enough, a faint black shadow reappeared 10 miles away. Although the demonic soul had reassembled, it was dim and lifeless. It was as if it could dissipate at any time. The demonic soul that came out from the land of sealed demons felt the threat of the green jade ring blade. It roared and rode the monstrous demonic aura, turned around and fled into the distance. The green jade ring blade was stabbed by the Buddha Lord into the corpse of the true demon. It sealed the bones of the true demon, causing the immortal demonic soul to wander in this world of death. The power of heaven and earth wore down the power of the demonic soul day and night. He wanted to use this to destroy the immortal demonic soul. This little monk Fan Xiao was a Buddhist venerable who walked out of the tomb of the Buddha Lord. He actually knew the way to break the seal set by the Buddha Lord and took away the green jade ring blade that was used to seal the bones of the true demon. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk had expected such an outcome. However, they didn't expect that the remnant soul of the true demon, which had wandered in the world of death for countless years, would reassemble a part of it so quickly. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the ancient true demon returned to this world. With the green jade ring blade in hand, the little monk Fan Xiao turned into a golden rainbow light and chased after the demonic soul. Upon seeing this, the old monk also rushed into the sky and chased after the little monk Fan Xiao. They had no choice but to stop the reassembly of the devil's soul. After all, the green jade ring blade that had sealed the true devil's skeleton for countless years was a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It was obvious that the true devil from ancient times had been killed and sealed in the world of death by the Buddhist Lord. If the true demon was reborn, the first people that the true demon would look for were the Buddhist venerables like the little monk Fan Xiao. The demonic soul had begun to reassemble. The prophecy that humans, deities, demons, Buddhas, and demons would appear together in the continent of death was gradually becoming a reality. In the sacred mountain of the divine clan, Gu Fei and the old turtle had been living in St. Li's palace ever since they returned from the 9 dragons competing for pearls. They didn't want to act rashly for the time being to avoid arousing the suspicion of the divine clan. Li Xuandao's physical body, which was controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, was still sitting in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Even when the descendants of Li Xuandao's lineage came to see him, he was too lazy to respond. After a few days, Gu Fei learned that the divine clan seemed to have suffered a great loss in the battle against the demonic dragon. Some people had already thought of asking Li Xuandao to go out and fight the demonic dragon. Moreover, the divine clan actually suffered casualties in the battle against the demonic dragon. How could this be? The entire divine clan only had a few hundred people. It could be said that the death of one person was one less. Therefore, the number of people asking the ancestor to fight gradually increased. In the end, the big figures of the divine clan gathered at the peak of the holy mountain and asked the ancestor to fight. *CK, these bastards. Gu Fei's avatar could not help but curse these guys who were trying hard to get him to fight. He was not the real Li Xuandao. He was just using Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body. If he really fought against the demonic dragon, even if he could use the peerless immortal body to fight against the demonic dragon, he was afraid that there would be a risk of being seen through. However, under such circumstances, it was not Gu Fei's choice. The demonic dragon led countless demonic creatures to besiege the divine clan's holy land and constantly attacked the seal. However, the seal was too strong and difficult to break. Otherwise, the divine clan's holy land would have been flooded by countless demonic creatures. However, the demonic dragon attracted the true devil's blood from somewhere. It wanted to use the power of the true devil contained in the true devil's blood to defile the 9 divine pillars, break the seal, and enter the divine clan's holy land. The divine clan was originally safe and sound hiding in the seal. However, the bloodline of the innate gods and devils born between heaven and earth was too strong. The true devil's blood seemed to be able to defile the divine pillars and even corrode the power of the great Tao. In this way, the divine clan had no choice but to fight. With the golden divine sword in hand and Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, Gu Fei was confident that he could compete with the primordial demonic dragon that was reborn from flesh and blood. If that's the case, then let's go play with the primordial demonic dragon. Gu Fei walked out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace and saw a group of divine clan disciples kneeling in front of the gate of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Ancestor, please make a move. Ancestor, please make a move. Ancestor, please make a move. The kneeling divine clan disciples immediately shouted when they saw Li Xuandao, who was controlled by Gu Fei, walking out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Good. I'll go meet the demonic dragon. In fact, it's not bad to be a dragon slayer. Gu Fei said, then directly rushed into the sky and disappeared into the void. For the past few days, Gu Fei had been digesting the soul memory of Li Xuandao. Controlling Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was like controlling a divine body with unparalleled combat power. This was because Gu Fei found that this peerless immortal body could still use the divine techniques of the immortal path. The divine techniques of the immortal path were really broad and profound. Moreover, there seemed to be no obstacles when he used the divine techniques of the immortal path. In other words, the divine techniques of the immortal path that Li Xuandao could use, so could Gu Fei. Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was not crippled just because he changed his soul. With a teleportation, Gu Fei's avatar appeared hundreds of miles away. After teleporting a few times in a row, Gu Fei heard the fierce sounds of fighting. Outside the seal, the demonic aura was monstrous. A huge black dragon the size of a mountain was fighting against 3 divine clan cultivators. Gu Fei did not recognize any of the 3 divine clan cultivators. However, the aura exuding from the 3 divine clan cultivators was more powerful and terrifying than Li Sheng. These 3 people were definitely the super cultivators of the divine clan who dared to compete with the demonic dragon. However, Gu Fei found that the 3 super cultivators of the divine clan were completely suppressed by the primordial demonic dragon that had been reborn. Although it was 1 against 3, the primordial demonic dragon still had the upper hand and was incomparably fierce. This book. Chapter 579. The Ancestor is here. Gu Fei's arrival delighted the 3 divine race super experts. They did not notice anything amiss, nor did they notice anything strange about Li Xuandao. No one could tell that Li Xuandao was no longer the Li Xuandao of the past. It was no wonder. Li Xuandao was gravely injured in the battle back then and needed to hibernate for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was rare for outsiders to see him. Moreover, Li Xuandao had a supreme status in the divine race. Everyone in the race was his junior. Everyone was cautious and respectful in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. Who would pay attention to his words, actions, and other minor details? Therefore, Gu Fei did not have to exert too much effort to impersonate Li Xuandao. Gu Fei did not say a word. He directly conjured a divine incantation of the immortal path. Strands of divine power surged between his hands, and a door immediately appeared on the seal in front of him. Endless divine runes curled around the door, and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. Gu Fei, with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique, emitted a divine aura of the immortal path. With one step, he walked through the door on top of the seal and arrived outside the seal. An extremely fierce murderous aura immediately assaulted his face. The aura of death filled the air, and dark clouds floated in the distant sky. Gu Fei felt as if he had gone from a world full of vitality to a world of death. It was like heaven and hell at the same time. Roar! A demonic howl came from the demonic aura in front of him. Then, a skinny figure walked out from the surging demonic aura, pressing towards Gu Fei. It was a demonic corpse shrouded in thick demonic aura. Its blood-red eyes swept over Gu Fei, and its violent aura made one's heart palpitate. Old ancestor, be careful. One of the 3 Protoss super experts who besieged Mo Long hurriedly shouted at Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. Were these demonic creatures really not afraid of being killed? How dare this kind of weakling make a move on him? Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body contained boundless divine power of the immortal Tao. How could this little demonic corpse resist it? The power of Gu Fei's soul emerged from Li Xuandao's Naiwan palace and spread throughout his immortal body. Then, he casually pointed a finger. Qi! With a soft sound, a beam of divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger. It directly shattered the void and instantly pierced through the head of the demonic corpse. The evil corpse that was rushing towards Gu Fei silently fell down from the evil cloud. This terrifying evil corpse was directly killed by the power of Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique. Back off. Gu Fei said coldly. The 3 god race super experts surrounding the demonic dragon immediately dispersed. In their opinion, only this demonic dragon was qualified to be their ancestor's opponent. Roar! The demonic dragon roared, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. An endless amount of demonic energy surged out from its mountainous body. Its eyes instantly shot out 2 destructive beams that pierced towards Gu Fei. This demonic dragon took the initiative to attack. Gu Fei sneered. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed the destructive demonic light, and then pointed out with his finger. Qi! A ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger and pierced the dragon's head. Damn it, the Tao ancestor's successor, you underestimate me too much. The demonic dragon's voice reverberated between the heaven and earth. It saw the scene of Gu Fei killing the demonic corpse. Now that it saw Gu Fei using the same method to kill the demonic corpse to deal with it, it couldn't help but feel annoyed. It felt that it was being underestimated by Gu Fei. Rumble, the gigantic demonic dragon moved quickly in the sky. It directly stretched out a dragon claw and crushed the piercing beams of divine light. Then, it opened its mouth and a demonic flame, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, rushed towards Gu Fei. The demonic flame burned the sky and the void trembled. In an instant, it shrouded this part of the world and blocked all of Gu Fei's escape routes, forcing him to confront the demonic dragon head-on. Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was nourished day and night by the divine power of the immortal path. After countless years, even a mortal body would eventually become a divine body. Gu Fei gently shook his body, and a gust of immortal force immediately surged out from his body, blocking the demonic sky-scorching fire that swept towards him from all directions. The divine power of the immortal Tao surged violently inside the peerless immortal's body. Gu Fei's hands emitted a dazzling divine light. As he waved his hands, crescent-shaped blades of light spun and flew out like hazy moonlight, directly slashing into the raging demonic fire around him. The hazy moonlight blade, although inconspicuous, had great power. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and a large area of the black demonic flame was extinguished. This is... The demonic dragon was shocked. This method was too terrifying. To use the divine light condensed from the divine power of the immortal path to extinguish the sky-burning demonic flame, perhaps only the Tao ancestor back in the day had this ability. The demonic dragon felt a little uneasy. This descendant of the Tao ancestor was very powerful and had exceeded his imagination. Although he had successfully regenerated his flesh and blood, he had not yet recovered to his previous peak state. The hazy light blade directly broke through the sky-burning demonic flame and slashed out. The void was destroyed. The demonic dragon knew how powerful it was and quickly retreated. The cleave of moon deities. I didn't expect the ancestor to have cultivated this divine technique. The three super experts of the Shin clan who were watching the battle from afar were inexplicably shocked when they saw Gu Fei display this supreme divine technique. In the Shin clan, there was a saying that if the moon deity's slash was cultivated to the highest level, it could even destroy the three corpses of greed, anger, and infatuation in the body to prove the supreme Tao. This is a supreme secret technique among the divine techniques of the immortal path. I didn't expect someone to actually cultivate this secret technique. A super expert of the Shin clan said excitedly. 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon. The demonic dragon shouted loudly. His body emitted endless demonic light and terrifying demonic power. Then, within the demonic light, 9 dragon shadows appeared out of thin air. The 9 dragon shadows were all changing rapidly. When the light dissipated, 9 terrifying figures appeared in the void. To be precise, they were 9 monsters with monstrous demonic aura. These 9 monsters were all tyrannical and incomparably ferocious. Some had dragon heads and human bodies, some had fleshy wings on their backs, some had horns on their heads, some were 2-headed beasts covered in scales, and some were demonic people with 3 pairs of arms on their backs. These were simply 9 ferocious and terrifying demons. Humph. Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations? In my eyes, you are just a small loach. No matter how you transform, you will not be my opponent. Gu Fei strolled in the void and said coldly. Roar. The 9 demons roared angrily and instantly turned into 9 demonic shadows, instantly surrounding Gu Fei. You will regret looking down on me. The voice of the demonic dragon sounded in the void. Is that so? Even though Gu Fei was surrounded by the 9 demons created by the demonic dragon, his expression was still calm without the slightest trace of nervousness. The Tao rhymes on his supreme immortal body flowed calmly without a trace of murderous intent. It was as if a supreme immortal king had descended to the mortal world and was not engaged in a battle of life and death. This supreme immortal body was Li Xuandao's body, so it naturally exuded Li Xuandao's aura, completely overshadowing Gu Fei's aura. 9 heavens 10 earths, God extermination and immortal execution. The demonic dragon roared. Then, the bodies of the 9 demons suddenly emitted a dazzling demonic light. At this time, Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. The positions of the 9 demons. Gu Fei's heart shivered as he silently cursed. However, it seemed that it was a bit too late. The bodies of the 9 demons instantly exploded and turned into 9 demonic runes that emitted endless demonic lights. The 9 demonic runes connected with the heaven and earth and gathered an endless amount of worldly power, completely sealing the space where Gu Fei was at. Gu Fei only felt that the space around him had suddenly solidified, and his body was imprisoned. A terrifying power surged as the 9 demonic runes attracted a great force, seemingly wanting to strip this space away from the Tao of Hell. Ancient absolute kill demon formation, I was too careless. Gu Fei groaned inwardly. Li Xuandao's soul had memories of this demon formation. To use this type of absolute killing formation, one had to pay a great price. This demonic dragon was risking his life. The so-called Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations was only a pretense. This absolute killing formation was the true killing technique of the demonic dragon. Such a cunning guy. Gu Fei was enraged. Ha. I have to say that you are stronger than me, but so what? The one who will die now will be you. The demonic dragon laughed heartily, laughing heartily. The three super experts of the god race who were watching the battle from a distance suddenly changed their expressions. Their old ancestor had actually fallen into the opponent's killing formation. What should they do? Hee hee. Do you think you have one? Gu Fei's face revealed a strange evil smile as he stared coldly at the demonic dragon that walked out of the void. At this time, the demonic dragon transformed into a black-haired middle-aged man whose eyes were like two bottomless black holes. He had just used a secret technique to escape into the void, and even Gu Fei did not notice him. At this time, you should accept your fate. The middle-aged man that the demonic dragon transformed into said coldly. The 9 demonic patterns drew in the power of Tao, and formed beams of demonic light that shrouded the surroundings. As long as he willed it, these terrifying killing lights could cut Gu Fei into millions of pieces. His divine soul would also be shattered by the condensed power of the Great Path, and his soul would scatter. You are the one who should accept your fate. Gu Fei suddenly shouted. Swoosh. With a swoosh, a purple divine light rushed out from his hand and broke the demonic formation as easily as crushing dry weeds. It destroyed the demonic patterns and split the middle-aged man that the demonic dragon transformed into outside the formation in half. Gu Fei had been accumulating power for a long time. He suddenly attacked at an extremely fast speed without any warning. The purple gold divine sword destroyed everything in its way. Not only did it break the demonic formation, but it also severely injured the demonic dragon. Pung! The demonic dragon's body exploded, an endless demonic aura instantly enveloped the world. This part of the world suddenly fell into absolute darkness. Swoosh! The purple divine light was as vigorous as the divine dragon. It turned in the void and flew back to Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the purple gold divine sword in his hand. I said, you are no match for me. Gu Fei stared coldly at the surging demonic aura somewhere. In the demonic aura, the shadow of a dragon appeared. This book. Chapter 580. This level of attack did not directly kill the demonic dragon. At this level of existence, it was difficult to completely destroy it with simple attacks. Special methods were needed. Form destruction. Gu Fei immediately unleashed Li Xuandao's divine technique of the immortal Tao. A dazzling divine light rushed out from his Naiwan palace, slashing towards the dragon that was materializing in front of him. It was an offensive divine technique of the immortal Tao. Wherever the divine light passed, the void would be annihilated. Terrifying immortal god force condensed into a destructive light that pierced through the layers of demonic aura and landed on the dragon. Immediately, demonic blood splattered everywhere and scales scattered. Amidst a miserable roar, the demonic body that coiled like a mountain ridge exploded, leaving behind a mangled skeleton. A rain of blood poured down from the sky, and the demonic flesh and blood of the mystic dragon sprinkled down from the sky. The soil that was stained with the demonic blood made a sizzling sound, and black smoke immediately rose from it. The demonic dragon's skull emitted a horrified spiritual fluctuation. Gu Fei's attack had shaved off its flesh, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Gu Fei's attack had directly destroyed the demonic dragon. Boom! Sensing the threat of death, the demonic dragon directly broke through the void, wanting to escape. At this time, the demonic dragon had long since lost the ferocity it had when it fought against the 3 divine race experts. It had used a secret art, sacrificing its own cultivation as the price to activate the absolute devil formation. The demonic dragon's vitality had been greatly damaged, and now it had been struck by Gu Fei's violet gold divine sword. The demonic dragon knew it couldn't contend against Gu Fei, so it decisively retreated. However, Gu Fei didn't want to let it go. You want to leave? Not a chance. With a light shout, Gu Fei pressed his left palm forward, and a wave of divine light rippled out in all directions. Universe stabilizing. Boundless divine light shrouded the entire world in an instant. The void was sealed by the unfathomable power of the immortal Tao. The demonic dragon had already burrowed into the shattered void, but it was fixed high up in the sky, motionless. The shattering void was frozen. Gu Fei's left hand surged with immeasurable divine power of the immortal Tao, freezing this part of the world. Everything that was enveloped by the divine light was frozen. In this absolutely still world, even the wind was frozen. Only Gu Fei could still move. To be precise, only Li Xuandao could still move. Gu Fei's soul and Li Xuandao's physical body. This combination was still able to display unparalleled battle prowess. This was because Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique was too powerful. Gu Fei froze in the void and walked slowly in the void. In an instant, he arrived in front of the demonic dragon. Then, he raised his sword and slashed down, directly chopping off the mountain-like dragon head. Soul severing. Sealed by the great power of stabilizing heaven and earth, the heavily injured mystic dragon had no power to fight back. The soul fire in its skull was directly crushed by the soul force that shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. The soul shattered and the divine sense extinguished, leaving only the rippling soul force. This was the purest form of power. Whether it was an immortal god or a great devil, soul power was the foundation of their existence. Even if their divine soul was shattered, their soul power would not disappear so quickly. Before the soul power dissipated, if a cultivator could devour this soul power, their soul would also become stronger. No wonder this demonic dragon wasn't as terrifying as those legendary creatures that could regenerate their flesh and blood. So it was just a simple rebirth. Gu Fei thought. The soul in the skull was still in the form of a soul flame. This wasn't a true rebirth of flesh and blood, nor was it a perfect transformation. It was just regrowing flesh and blood. But even so, this demonic dragon's strength was enough to run amok in this world of death. Unfortunately, it encountered Gu Fei, so it was destined to be a tragedy. The demonic dragon's skull emitted a bit of soul force. This was a great supplement, so Gu Fei couldn't let it go. He quickly circulated his Xian Qi and absorbed the scattered soul force into his body. Then it gathered in his Niwen palace. The avatar he separated from his main body was still too weak. He could use the demonic dragon's soul force to increase his soul force in order to better control this peerless immortal physique. Gu Fei withdrew the power of universe stabilizing. Rumble, under the effect of the power of heaven and earth, the shattered void quickly reformed and repaired itself. The huge headless dragon's skeleton fell from the sky, and with a boom, it smashed onto the ground, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. The moment the demonic dragon was killed, the countless demonic creatures that had gathered outside the seal to attack the divine race's holy land seemed to have lost control and began to disperse. Several powerful demonic creatures directly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Swoosh! 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 The three divine race experts immediately rode on their escape lights and chased after the powerful demonic creatures. They didn't put the countless fleeing demonic creatures in their eyes at all. After Gu Fei withdrew the great divine art of universe stabilizing, he stopped the dragon's head in front of him and kept the purple gold divine sword into his body. Then, Gu Fei directly sat in front of the dragon's head and began to absorb the demonic dragon's soul force. The soul force that seeped out from the demonic dragon's skull constantly gathered in between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The demonic dragon's soul force was extremely powerful. As it was constantly refined, Gu Fei gradually felt that his soul was expanding, and his soul force became stronger. However, it seemed that someone wasn't willing to let Gu Fei quietly devour the demonic dragon's soul force. The three divine race experts who went to kill the powerful demonic creatures quickly rushed back from afar. Everyone's faces were filled with inexplicable shock. They were panic-stricken, as if they had encountered something terrible and were fleeing back. Just as the three divine race experts returned, a terrifying demonic howl came from afar. The surging demonic sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by the sound waves. Hearing this demonic howl, the expressions of the three divine race experts immediately changed. Who is it who killed my demonic pet? A powerful soul wave pierced through the void, ignoring the barriers of distance and spacetime, and directly sounded in Gu Fei's heart. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. A ruthless character had arrived. The voice was still lingering in his heart when an illusory figure shrouded in black gas appeared on the distant horizon. Damn it, you actually dared to kill my magical pet. All of you will die. Powerful spiritual fluctuations rang out once more. Then, the figure that appeared on the horizon took a single step forward, directly crossing the endless void and appearing nearby. That person was shrouded in black gas, and it was impossible to see his appearance. It was also unknown whether he existed as a soul, or a terrifying expert with flesh and blood. Die to accompany my devil pet in death. That person suddenly appeared in front of a god race expert. He reached out and grabbed that expert's neck. It was too fast. That mysterious person's movements were so fast that no one could react at all before he was caught. Then, a hair-raising scene appeared. The flesh and blood of that god race-level powerhouse rapidly withered away. His essence, energy, and soul were quickly stripped away. In an instant, he became a dried corpse that was only skin and bones. Hiss. The other two god race experts couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. They subconsciously retreated towards where Gu Fei was. Such an existence was no longer something they could contend against. A super powerhouse actually didn't even have the power to fight back and was sucked dry by the other party. The difference was too great. If this mysterious person wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Little fellow who has taken over the nest of a magpie, hurry up and devour my demonic pet's soul. That way, your soul will become even more delicious. Kakik. A chilling soul wave came from the mysterious person's body. He didn't directly attack Gu Fei. He was waiting for Gu Fei to refine and devour the demon dragon's soul before devouring Gu Fei's soul. It was as if Gu Fei was already a dead thing. But what truly shocked Gu Fei was that the mysterious figure shrouded in black gas seemed to have seen through him and Li Xuandao's secret. However, the two divine race experts didn't understand the mysterious person's words. Roar. I'll fight you to the death. The two divine race experts made up their minds. Immortal divine power erupted from their bodies like a volcano. Rays of divine light rushed out of their bodies and illuminated the entire dusky world. Then, the two divine race experts roared and pounced towards the mysterious figure. Chaotic and powerful forces shook the entire world. The skies seemed to be collapsing. The two divine race experts knew that they were no match for the mysterious person and that they couldn't escape. They decisively used a forbidden technique to perish together with the enemy. They burst out all the immortal divine power in their bodies, wanting to destroy the enemy together with them. Endless divine light rushed out of their bodies. Their 7 orifices were spewing out divine splendor like divine fire. The aura of destruction rippled between heaven and earth. Hee hee. You want to self-destruct? That's a pity. Don't self-destruct. The mysterious person seemed to reach out his hand and pressed forward twice. The two god race powerhouses who had been madly rushing over were immediately frozen in the void as if someone had cast a body-fixing spell on them. The chaotic energy that had erupted from their bodies was forcibly suppressed by an unfathomable force. The 3 divine race experts immediately turned pale with fright. The mysterious person was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could control their life and death at will. The forces that burst out of their bodies were suppressed and sealed inside. In front of this mysterious person, even if they wanted to self-destruct, they couldn't do it. Who are you? One of the divine race experts asked in despair. Who am I? The mysterious figure shrouded in black chi slowly walked towards the 2 divine race experts who were imprisoned in the void. Yes. It's been too long. I can't even remember who I am. But who I am isn't important. What's important is that I know who my enemy is. The mysterious man came to the side of the 2 god race experts, then stretched out his faint palm and pressed it on the head of one of the god race experts. Roar. The god race expert screamed in fright. An unfathomable power shrouded him, and a cold aura seeped into his body from the demonic hand that was pressing on his head. Then, the immortal Tao divine force and even the essence of his flesh and blood gathered towards his head. They were all devoured by the demonic hand on his head. This was an expert's essence, chi, and soul being forcibly stripped away. The divine race expert's flesh and blood were visibly shriveling up. His eyes were sunken and his gaze gradually became lifeless. His life force was rapidly draining away. Very soon, the divine race expert's body was completely drained of all life essence. His vitality was severed. In the end, even the soul nourished in his mud pill palace was devoured. The divine race expert met a tragic end, his soul scattered. The other divine race expert was not spared either. His life essence was stripped away by the mysterious person, his soul was devoured, and he was turned into a dried corpse. From then on, Gu Fei didn't make a sound. He coldly watched everything unfold. He knew that after the mysterious person dealt with the 3 divine race experts, it would be his turn. This demon dragon was actually the mysterious person's familiar. Could it be that this mysterious person was an ancient true demon that had fallen in the world of death countless years ago? After the mysterious person devoured the life essence and soul of the 3 divine race experts, his figure shrouded in black gas had actually become much more corporeal. Kid, you have a good eye. This body is very powerful. Once I devour you, this body will be mine. I was just worrying about not having a proper body, said the mysterious person shrouded in black gas. He seemed to be a soul without a body of flesh and blood. He could only converse with Gu Fei in the form of spiritual fluctuations. Gu Fei didn't say anything. When he finished refining the last strand of the demon dragon's spiritual strength, he calmly stood up from the void. Seeing Gu Fei so calm, the mysterious person was a little surprised. This kid was so calm, could it be that he still had something to rely on? I'm very curious. How did you see through me? Gu Fei said indifferently. In truth, he was already extremely nervous in his heart. However, he knew that if he revealed the slightest trace of panic or nervousness, the other party would mercilessly attack him. Li Xuandao was only a soul split from Gu Fei's main body. Even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't hurt the main body that was still in the holy mountain. However, if Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was lost, it would make Gu Fei's heart ache. After all, this peerless immortal body was a powerful existence comparable to the indestructible martial body. What's so difficult about it? My consciousness can sense your soul fluctuations. No matter how deep your soul is hidden, it won't be able to hide in front of me. Chapter 581. The sudden appearance of the mysterious man, who was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate, killed 3 divine race experts with a wave of his hand. This made Gu Fei feel a great threat. You are still so calm in the face of death. I really want to know, are you not afraid of death, or do you really have something to rely on? The mysterious man slowly approached Gu Fei. Something to rely on, I do have it. I want to give you a sudden fatal blow when you get close. Gu Fei said with a faint smile. He still maintained a calm appearance, but he was secretly channeling the ascending secret art. If Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique were to use the ascending secret art, Gu Fei was looking forward to how many times this divine body could increase his strength. Hearing this, the mysterious man stopped in his tracks, then said with a smile, You're quite interesting, kid. I originally wanted to let you live, but who told you to kill my magic pet, so I can only kill you? The mysterious man did not seem to believe that Gu Fei had anything to rely on. Gu Fei found that this mysterious man was really mysterious. Even in front of him, with Gu Fei's eyesight, it was still difficult to see this person's face clearly. However, it was not that Gu Fei did not notice that this mysterious man shrouded in black energy was not actually flesh and blood, but an incomparably powerful divine soul. The mysterious man stretched out the terrifying demon hand that had already taken the life force of the 3 divine race experts and slowly grabbed towards Gu Fei. He seemed to want Gu Fei to suffer before death. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious man in front of him and suddenly smiled. The mysterious man was obviously stunned. At this time, this kid could still smile? Was he scared silly? This was too abnormal. However, the mysterious man did not retract his hand and continued to grab towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was still smiling. Then, at the moment when the terrifying demon hand was about to touch Gu Fei's clothes, there seemed to be a ray of light flashing in front of Gu Fei's body. The mysterious man's hand stopped. Time seemed to have stopped. Gu Fei and the mysterious man seemed to have turned into stone statues. No one moved. Silence, a silence that made people panic. Then, the first half of the mysterious man's outstretched arm gradually dissipated in the void. What just happened? No one knew, because there were only the two of them high up in the sky. Between the two of them, there seemed to be a flash of light. However, it was really too fast, and it was almost impossible to catch it. It was also unknown whether it was a flash of light. Swoosh. Gu Fei moved, disappearing from his original location. After that, the mysterious man also moved. Roar. A shrill roar shook the entire world of death. Boundless black chi surged out from his body, enveloping the entire world. Mysterious man dominates the world in the endless darkness, an incomparably dazzling light burst out. Even the hell Tao that was refined by the Buddhist Lord couldn't withstand it. The void around the mysterious man collapsed in an instant. Under the rage of that mysterious person, endless soul force burst out, shattering the void within a radius of 10 miles. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, violently surging. Even the seal of the holy land of the Shin clan in the distance was impacted. The divine pillar that reached into the sky shook violently. Endless divine patterns lingered above the divine pillar, flowing with the aura of the great path. The seal that separated the holy land of the god race from the world of death was incomparably powerful. Even if that mysterious person had great magical power that could destroy the world, it was still difficult for him to break it. I said I had something to rely on, but you didn't believe me. Gu Fei's voice resounded through the void. Although the spatial shattering energy was incomparably powerful, it couldn't destroy a peerless immortal physique. Moreover, Gu Fei had already used the Heaven Ascension secret art. Disliking Li Xuandao's decrepit appearance, he used his immortal Dao's power to alter the immortal physique's appearance. The peerless immortal physique that had changed its appearance was now 9 feet tall. His entire body seemed to be cast from steel, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. The clothes on his upper body were in tatters, and the upper half of his body was almost completely exposed. His bronze skin flickered with a brilliant light, giving others a sense of his power and terror. His long black hair draped over his chest and back. His resolute cheeks looked as if they had been carved by a knife. His deep and cold eyes were currently blooming with a cold light that could frighten the soul. With the peerless immortal physique as the center, there was a nearly primal world. The destructive power of the shattered void couldn't harm him in the slightest. Damn it, you dare to plot against me? The mysterious person was enraged. 2 terrifying black rays shot out from his head as he coldly stared at Gu Fei. I told you, I have something to rely on. I will take advantage of your approach to deal a fatal blow to you. How is this a sneak attack? Have you ever seen such an open and aboveboard sneak attack? Gu Fei said in a somewhat annoyed tone. Go to hell. The mysterious person had suffered a great loss. In his rage, he directly reached out to grab Gu Fei. His outstretched hand instantly became as large as a mountain, covering the heaven and earth. He wanted nothing more than to crush Gu Fei to death. Buzz! A clear sword chime resounded as a violet divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The violet gold divine sword appeared. Gu Fei grabbed it in his hand and directly slashed at the incoming hand. There was no energy fluctuation, no radiant sword light. There was only a violet sword light, the radiance of the violet gold divine sword. That sword light directly split open the mysterious person's hand. Afterward, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly crossed several thousand meters. In an instant, he appeared above the mysterious person's head. His sword aura didn't change as he slashed down on the mysterious person's head. This is... The mysterious person seemed to be very surprised. He didn't receive this sword and instantly shifted several miles away, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position. I didn't expect to see this divine sword again. Very good, very good. The mysterious person seemed to recognize the origin of the violet gold divine sword. His body emitted an endless murderous aura, causing the temperature of the heaven and earth to drop rapidly. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword and rushed towards the mysterious person. He didn't have much time, only 3 minutes. If he couldn't defeat the mysterious person within 3 minutes, then he would be the one to die. Kill! Gu Fei bellowed. Boundless resplendent light illuminated the heavens and the earth. A terrifying sword light shot out from the violet gold divine sword and slashed towards the mysterious man. Humph humph humph. The mysterious man sneered. True devil world. The mysterious man shouted loudly as a strange fluctuation surged out from his body. Then, the thousands of resplendent sword beams that were slashing towards the mysterious man suddenly disappeared into the void, as if they had slashed into another void. Seeing that, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but thump. He was incomparably shocked. Could it be that this mysterious person had actually refined his inner world? If that was the case, then this mysterious person was already in an invincible position. Using strength to break all laws. Gu Fei directly waved the violet gold divine sword with his supreme divine power, breaking through the true devil world and charging towards the mysterious man. This. The mysterious man was shocked. How did this brat become so powerful? He had actually used his supreme divine power to break through the true devil world and kill his way in front of him. That was not all. When he rushed to the front of the mysterious man, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly burst out a bright light, as if 2 stars were fixed there. Ah! The mysterious person roared, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out of his eyes. His appearance was frighteningly malevolent. He was shocked to discover that his divine soul was being attacked by spiritual strength. Gu Fei's eyes shone with the power of his divine soul. That was his own divine soul and the sword soul of the violet gold divine sword. Despicable ant, you've infuriated me, roared the mysterious person. He was a soul body, and the sudden spiritual strength attack had greatly impacted his soul. Swish! In an instant, the mysterious man's body transformed into a myriad of demonic shadows that appeared around Gu Fei, surrounding Gu Fei tightly. Countless attacks blasted towards Gu Fei from all directions. Every demonic shadow was real. Gu Fei brandished the violet gold divine sword and continuously fought against the demonic shadows. However, there were just too many of them. When they swarmed over, the entire sky was filled with demonic shadows. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone countless hands. Bang! Gu Fei's back was struck by a fist. This fist's power was unfathomable, and it directly sent Gu Fei flying dozens of miles away, almost splitting him into 2. Even his peerless immortal physique was injured, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious man naturally wouldn't let Gu Fei go. Countless demonic shadows chased after Gu Fei. Their murderous aura shook the heaven and earth, and the vast and terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the void. Preposterous. Gu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and directly sat down in the void. Then, his hands formed an immortal Tao divine art, and immortal Tao divine runes surged out from his hands. Countless immortal Tao divine runes split into 2. One flew into the sky, and the other entered the earth, disappearing without a trace. Heavenly thunder. Gu Fei pointed a finger at the sky. A beam of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger and disappeared into the heavens. Then, a terrifying force descended from the heavens. Rumble, thunder roared from the 9 heavens. Bolts of lightning slithered through the sky like silver snakes, giving off deafening rumbles. Gu Fei had attracted the power of lightning in the world. Boom! 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 In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the countless demonic shadows that were charging over. The power of the lightning shook the heavens and the earth, causing the demonic shadows to disperse. Gu Fei used the power of his immortal Tao inscriptions to connect with the heavens and earth, gathering the might of the heavens and earth, drawing in the power of lightning and thunder. This was no longer a martial art, but a divine art of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei had read Li Xuandao's soul memories and gained control of Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique. Naturally, he had also inherited Li Xuandao's immortal energy and cultivation method. He was using Li Xuandao's skills to attack the mysterious man. Earth fire. Gu Fei shouted again and pressed his palm towards the ground. A divine fire brand appeared on his palm, and then countless divine runes that radiated divine fire appeared on the ground. In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a monstrous fire burst out from the ground. It went against the sky, and like fire dragons, it pounced towards the countless demonic shadows. Gu Fei had connected with the heaven and earth, summoning heavenly lightning and earth fire to disperse the demonic energy. The demonic shadows disappeared under the interweaving of the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Rumble. Chapter 582. Humph. A cold laugh came from within the formation of heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Then, those demonic shadows that hadn't been dispersed by the heavenly lightning and burned into black smoke by the earthly fire quickly rushed towards a hazy figure and disappeared into that figure. The figure ignored the threat of the lightning and fire and stood inside the formation. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sky, beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously seeping from his forehead. He only had 3 minutes, but judging from the current situation, it was absolutely impossible to eliminate this fellow within 3 minutes. When Gu Fei thought of this, the thought of retreating rose in his heart. He might be able to fight against this mysterious powerhouse for 3 minutes, but what about after 3 minutes? The Heaven Ascension's secret law couldn't allow Gu Fei to maintain his peak condition indefinitely. This peerless immortal physique was truly powerful. Using the Heaven Ascension's secret law with his immortal physique actually increased his power by 10 times. One could imagine just how powerful this mysterious expert was. Only with a 10-fold increase in strength could Gu Fei contend against him. Of course, this supreme immortal physique's strength was far more than this. However, with Gu Fei's avatar, he could only activate a portion of the immortal divine force contained within the immortal physique. Since he couldn't win, he could only retreat. Gu Fei immediately formed divine incantations and unleashed waves of divine runes towards the heavenly lightning earth fire grand formation. Countless divine runes interweaved with each other outside the formation, creating all sorts of abstruse patterns. They channeled the power of the heaven and earth and gathered the energy of the world from all directions to lay down a heaven-sealing formation. The mysterious expert seemed to have noticed something was amiss. The formation laid down by Gu Fei wasn't a powerful offensive formation. Instead, it was an attempt to gather the power of the heaven and earth to trap him. The mysterious expert was not stupid and immediately realized that Gu Fei was about to run away. How preposterous. Break for me. The mysterious figure roared, and a boundless amount of soul energy surged out of him. That soul energy condensed into countless demonic runes that wove together to form numerous demonic diagrams. An unfathomable power surged out of him, disrupting the momentum of heaven and earth. The immortal Tao runes that laid down the heavenly lightning earthly fire formation trembled again and again. After that, those runes actually collapsed and dissipated. With the collapse of the runes, the heavenly lightning earthly fire formation collapsed on its own. The lightning energy that gathered in the sky scattered in all directions. The divine flame that surged out of the ground also disappeared into the ground. The worldly phenomena vanished completely. This guy was truly monstrous. Just a demonic soul alone was already this powerful. If he was at his peak, wouldn't he be able to compete against the legendary Buddhist lord and demonic forefather? Gu Fei then recalled the divine race's prophecy. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and demons will appear at the Death Continent at the same time. Could the demon in the prophecy be this guy? Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly lightning earth fire grand formation had already been broken by the mysterious expert. He was currently attacking the grand formation laid down by Gu Fei. I should retreat first. Gu Fei knew that 3 minutes were about to pass. He hastily used his Tao runes to carve out a great void teleportation formation around him. Then, he activated the formation. With a whoosh, a light flashed, and Gu Fei disappeared into the void. Then, the divine inscriptions used to set up the formation also disappeared into the void. Boom! Just as Gu Fei disappeared into the void, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire world shook violently. The mysterious person had broken through Gu Fei's sealing heaven and earth entrapment formation and rushed to where Gu Fei had disappeared in an instant. Roar! The mysterious expert roared at the sky. In just a short moment, Gu Fei had already been teleported to an unknown place. The mysterious expert roared unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do. Brat, consider yourself lucky. If we meet again, I'll definitely tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces and extract your soul. I'll suppress it in purgatory so that you'll never be reborn. The mysterious expert only calmed down after a while. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and looked towards the depths of the Death Continent. Truly, vengeful souls won't disperse. Wait until I successfully reform my devil's soul and reverse life and death. The first people I kill will be you two little baldies. The mysterious expert then disappeared into the void. He had directly teleported away. Not long after the mysterious expert left, 2 rays of golden light appeared in the dusky sky of the Death Continent. The golden light came very quickly. It had only just appeared when it arrived in the vicinity in the next moment. 2 figures were wrapped in the golden light. The one in the lead was a young monk who was holding a purple gold alms bowl. He had not completely shed his childishness yet. The person behind the young monk was a skinny old monk. This fair-skinned little monk was the little monk Fan Xiao, who had entered the land of sealed demons and taken the green jade ring blade from the true demon skeleton. The old monk was naturally the mighty Buddhist who was guarding the hell path outside the hell path. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk stopped in the air above the battlefield where Gu Fei and the mysterious expert were fighting. As the light faded away, the 2 Buddhist almighties were like Buddhas descending to the world. A peaceful aura immediately filled the world. I can sense its aura. Fan Xiao stood in the void, his body flowing with auspicious Buddhist light. His pair of Buddhist eyes scanned the surroundings. There's also the aura of the god race here. The old monk put his palms together and stood behind Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao and the old monk were almighty Buddhist. Buddhism was the inheritance passed down by the ancient Buddha. They naturally knew many secrets about the hell path. It's obvious that the demon and the god race had a great battle here. Fan Xiao said in a low voice when he saw the broken ground and felt the energy fluctuations that had not completely calmed down. The demon is getting stronger and stronger. The old monk's tone revealed a rare trace of worry. Fan Xiao thought for a while and said, as long as the demon has not truly gathered the broken devil's soul that was scattered by the Buddha in the past, we still have a chance to seal it or even kill it. This was something he had caused. If he had not set his eyes on the supreme Buddhist weapon that suppressed the true demon's bone in the land of sealed demons, this would not have happened. He could only try his best to deal with the aftermath. The old monk nodded and did not speak again. Soon, Fan Xiao sensed something strange with his enlightened Buddha heart. Then, he and the old monk chased in the direction that the mysterious person had left. The countless demonic creatures that besieged the god race's holy land dispersed because of the death of the demon dragon. The outside of the god race's holy land was restored to peace. The 9 heavenly pillars stood outside the god race's holy land, completely isolating it from the outside world. People who were not part of the god race could not enter or leave the god race's holy land. Gu Fei's clone with the peerless immortal body set up a great void teleportation formation and teleported himself out. Gu Fei did this because the teleportation formation could erase all auras and get rid of the mysterious person's pursuit. If he used the teleportation technique to escape, the mysterious person might be able to lock onto Gu Fei's aura and similarly break the void to chase after Gu Fei. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the sky above the world of death. The void rippled like water. Then, with a swoosh, a figure fell out of the void. Then, the void regained its calm. The guy who fell out of the void was looking around with a blank expression. Where is this? The person murmured to himself, trying hard to search his mind. This guy was Gu Fei, who had gotten rid of the mysterious person but didn't know where he was teleported to. Yes, it should be Gu Fei's clone. This Gu Fei was different from Gu Fei's original body. This Gu Fei was 9 feet tall. His entire body seemed to be cast from divine iron. He gave off an incomparably powerful feeling, much more imposing and domineering than the original body. This Gu Fei was a clone of the original body, so he could be called Gu Er. The original body was Guda. Guda was currently at the god race's holy mountain, leisurely and carefree. As for Gu Er, he had just experienced an incomparably exciting killing tribulation. Gu Er stood in the sky. Although the sky was dark and the nether mist was surging, he could still see everything within a radius of several hundred miles with his eyesight. Gu Er looked around and saw a few towering mountains in the distance. After a quick count, there were actually 9 mountains, vaguely forming some sort of formation. This. Gu Er was confused. Then, he seemed to suddenly think of something and his expression changed with a whoosh. Fuck, why am I so unlucky to actually come to this damned place? Gu Er muttered with a long face. As it turned out, this place was also a place of danger. Furthermore, this place of danger was second only to the 9 dragons vying for the pearl where the origin of the Hell Realm was located. From the information that Li Xuandao had found in his soul memories, these 9 mountains seemed to be a formation laid down by a certain vicious person. It seemed to be used to suppress something. Gu Er calmed down very quickly. There was no need for him to be afraid of this place of danger, because the most dangerous place was the region surrounded by the 9 mountains. Although the region surrounded by the 9 mountains was also dangerous, it was relatively safer than the region within the 9 mountains. Just what is being suppressed there? Li Xuandao's soul memories did not indicate what the vicious person was suppressing in that place of danger. Chapter 583. When Gu Er was advancing towards the fearsome grounds, a hazy figure shrouded in black gas walked into the nether blood sea that was thousands of miles away from the 9 mountain fearsome grounds. Then, not long after that mysterious person entered the nether blood sea, the entire nether blood sea gradually boiled, as if the smelly seawater formed from fresh blood was quickly evaporating, forming a monstrous fog that shrouded the entire nether blood sea. The unusual movement in the nether blood sea was immediately known by the other forces. Then, many forces sent out experts into the blood sea, but those experts never returned, disappearing into the blood fog. The undead clan's white skeleton that was on good terms with He Tian also appeared outside the nether blood sea. It paced around outside for a long time, but in the end, didn't enter the blood sea, but chose to retreat. The nether blood sea made the true experts stop. No one knew what happened in the nether blood sea. The sky full of blood fog finally soared high into the sky, surging and rolling, as if the blood sea's seawater was evaporated. This situation didn't last long, because in the blood fog, 13 huge blood-colored vortexes appeared, spinning crazily. The endless blood fog was quickly swallowed by the 13 huge blood holes. In the end, the blood fog above the nether blood sea disappeared. The 13 huge blood holes actually swallowed all the blood fog. The nether blood sea's seawater also disappeared, revealing the dry seabed. The nether blood sea that had never dried up for countless years, no longer had a drop of blood. On the seabed, there was a thick layer of withered bones. High up in the sky, a shadow shrouded in black gas was roaring at the sky. 13 blood holes were distributed around his body. In the end, the evil blood holes disappeared, turning into 13 bright and almost evil drops of blood. The entire nether blood sea's seawater actually only turned into 13 drops of blood. It was really unbelievable. The 13 drops of blood fused into the hazy soul shadow, and then, the human shadow actually gradually solidified, no longer giving people a faint and unreal feeling. In the end, the figure emitted a dazzling light. The bloody light illuminated the world, and the world was filled with bloody light. However, in just a moment, the blood-red light disappeared into the figure. The 13 drops of blood made the figure glow with infinite vitality, and there were faint signs of flesh and blood rebirth. I've retrieved the 13 drops of true demon blood. It's time to take back that thing. The black chi on the mysterious man had dissipated at this time, and a black-haired youth with a cold face appeared. That young man then charged into the sky, surging with a vast and tyrannical baleful aura, shattering the void, instantly traveling 1,000 miles, flying towards the depths of the dried-up netherworld blood sea. Very soon, the young man arrived at the lair of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, above Azura Island. The members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan immediately charged out of Azura Island and stared in terror at the terrifying godlike figure in the sky. The members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan were naturally aware of the strange movements of the netherworld blood sea. However, the moment the bloody fog rose, they were trapped on Azura Island. All the Blood Fiend Azuras who dared to leave Azura Island and enter the blood sea that was shrouded in the bloody fog had all disappeared. Not a single one had returned. Among those Blood Fiend Azuras that had disappeared, there was an emperor, realm expert among them. Today, the bloody fog had finally dispersed. The Blood Fiend Azuras on the island thought that everything was fine, but suddenly, a mysterious expert had descended on Azura Island. This caused all the members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan to be extremely nervous. The black-haired youth stood in the void and looked down. He was like a high and mighty god, looking down at the world and the common people. My blood actually gave birth to such a lowly creature? A trace of disgust appeared on the black-haired youth's face. He then extended his right hand, and a ball of bloody light appeared in his palm. With a soft pop, the ball of bloody light in the youth's hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless rays of light that shot downwards. Miserable screams rang out everywhere. The bloody threads that descended from the sky danced among the Blood Fiend Azuras, reaping their lives. Very soon, all the Blood Fiend Azuras on Azura Island were slaughtered by the countless bloody threads. The Blood Fiend Azura clan had been annihilated. After the bloody threads had killed all the Blood Fiend Azuras, they all shot up into the sky from the island and gathered toward the black-haired youth in the sky, entering his body. Then, the black-haired youth rushed down from the sky and flew into the depths of Azura Island. Very soon, a loud sound rang out from the depths of Azura Island. The entire Azura Island began to shake. Hideous cracks spread out from the depths of Azura Island. The entire Azura Island was cracking open. An hour later, the black-haired youth rushed out from the depths of Azura Island. In an instant, he disappeared from the dusky world. After the black-haired youth left, 2 rays of golden light appeared in the distant sky, arriving above Azura Island. The golden light dissipated, revealing the figures of little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk. "We're a step too late again," the old monk said helplessly. The sky above Azura Island was filled with the stench of blood. The corpses of the Blood Fiend Azuras lay on the island. When little monk Fan Xiao saw this, his little face tensed up. "Damn it!" Little monk Fan Xiao said in a low voice. "That demon's strength has increased again." The old monk looked down at Azura Island and said in an incomparably heavy voice. The stronger the demon was, the more difficult it would be to reseal or kill that demon. If that demon was reborn, then the one being hunted wouldn't be the demon, but them. Continue chasing. I don't believe we can't catch that cunning fellow. Little monk Fan Xiao said. He once again used the illuminated Buddha heart to sense the world. Very quickly, he once again sensed the black-haired youth's aura. Little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk quickly chased in the direction that the black-haired youth had disappeared. Just as the black-haired youth and little monk Fan Xiao were playing hide-and-seek, Old Gu had already reached the top of the 9 mountains. Along the way, he actually didn't encounter any danger. Could it be that my luck has changed? Old Gu thought to himself. However, the true danger zone referred to the inner region of the 9 mountains, not the outer region. Therefore, it seemed reasonable that he didn't encounter any danger. When Old Gu sneakily reached the peak of one of the mountains and looked inside, he couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of him. The inner region of the 9 mountains was a huge lake, and in the middle of the lake stood 9 stone men who were as tall as 10,000 feet. Each of the 9 stone men was holding a large, pitch-black iron chain, and at the end of the 9 chains was a half-broken black saber. That half-broken black saber wasn't connected to the hilt, but to the tip of the saber. The half-broken black saber was actually 1,000 feet long, and it was tightly wrapped by the 9 black iron chains, suspended in the air above the lake. No, no. How could this be? Old Goose Second muttered to himself as if he was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. The layout of the lake seemed familiar. Peerless Saber. Old Goo's voice trembled. The scenes he experienced in the virtual sky world appeared in his mind. Back then, when he was training in the virtual sky world, Gu Fei mistakenly entered an absolute formation and met the old tortoise who had been sealed by the absolute formation for 10,000 years. Later, they found a broken black saber in the center of the absolute formation. That black saber was a peerless saber. Although it was only half, it was used by the old tortoise's sworn enemy as a sacred object to suppress the absolute formation's eye. When the absolute formation was broken that day, that half-broken saber turned into a dragon and flew away. However, Old Goose Second thought he would actually see the other half of the saber in the Hell Realm. Although Old Goose Second thought was only Gu Fei's clone, the memories he carried were no different from Gu Fei's. If there was a difference, it would be that Gu Fei was the main body, while Old Goose Second was a clone. Originally, Old Goose Second thought of entering the area surrounded by the 9 mountains to take a risk, but when he saw the half-broken black saber in the air above the lake, which was wrapped by the 9 stone men holding black iron chains, he gave up on this idea. That ruthless person had probably laid down this killing formation in order to suppress this half of the fierce saber. If it wasn't for the sake of suppressing this half-broken saber, but other ferocious objects, Old Goose Second would not have dared to enter this place. Old Goose Second left the 9 mountains decisively. Although he was very curious and wanted to know what was being suppressed in this place that was second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, this did not mean that he was willing to risk his life for it. After leaving the vicinity of the 9 mountains and determining the direction of the God clan's sacred land, Old Goose Second teleportation technique was used to travel thousands of kilometers in an instant, heading towards the sacred land of the God clan. Not long after Old Goose Second left, a black-haired young man also arrived at the 9 mountains and ascended to the peak of one of the mountains. He stood on the peak and looked in. The black-haired young man stood on the peak for a long time. He did not enter the area surrounded by the 9 mountains and eventually retreated as well. The 9 mountains' ferocious grounds was second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl among all the great ferocious grounds in the world of death. Even Supreme Almighties would have a headache if they came to such a place. The 9 mountains' ferocious grounds were not like the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. There were many man-made places in the ferocious grounds. An extreme powerhouse must have used the terrain here to set up the 9 mountains' ferocious formation, turning the 9 mountains into a forbidden land. Not long after the black-haired young man left, 2 rays of golden light flew over from the horizon. An auspicious aura spread between heaven and earth. It was as if Buddha had descended to the world, turning the ferocious grounds of death into a peaceful place. They were none other than little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who had been chasing after the black-haired young man. They had followed the demon they mentioned to the 9 mountains. When they saw the layout of the 9 mountains, even little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk could not help but be moved. They descended from a distance and did not dare to fly directly to the 9 mountains. Instead, they obediently ascended one of the mountains one step at a time. The mountain that little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk ascended was the mountain that the black-haired young man had just stayed on. When they arrived at the peak and saw the layout of the 9 mountains, little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were shocked. They thought to themselves at the same time, what's the demon doing here? Is he here to retrieve the item that's sealed here? Chapter 584. The origins of the 9 mountains were mysterious. Even Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the divine clan, only knew that the 9 mountains was a death trap set up by an extreme expert in the past. It seemed that the 9 mountains had already stood on the continent of death when the Naraka realm existed. For countless years, this peerless death trap, second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, had buried countless powerful creatures of the dead. Even a divine king of the divine clan had fallen inside. Although the death trap set up by an extreme expert had gone through the baptism of countless years, it still existed. Not only would its power not weaken with the passage of time, but it would also become more powerful and terrifying as time went by. The death trap gathered the power of the world and was difficult to destroy. It would only become stronger, fiercer, and more dangerous. Unless an extreme expert came personally, almost no one could break it. The 9 Mountains was a taboo in the world of death. Even the super experts of the divine clan dared not set foot in it. Gu Fei's avatar, Li Xuandao, found half of the peerless blade in the 9 Mountains. After leaving the 9 Mountains, he directly returned to the divine clan's sacred mountain. At this time, the divine clan's sacred mountain was gloomy. Of the 5 most powerful experts of the divine clan, 3 had fallen in one day. The celestial race was shaken. The branches of the 3 celestial race super powerhouses were even more miserable. Without the existence of a supreme celestial king, their strength was greatly reduced. Among the 3 supreme divine kings that had fallen was an ultimate god from Saint Li's branch. The other 2 branches also lost 1 ultimate god each. Saint Li's branch only had 1 ultimate god, and the other branch only had 1 ultimate god. Li Zun's branch, however, had 3 ultimate gods. In this way, Li Zun's branch still had 2 ultimate gods. Within the divine clan, Li Zun's branch was unshakable. Without the deterrence of the ultimate gods, the other 2 branches of the divine clan could not compete with Li Zun's branch. They had almost lost their right to speak in the divine clan. When Gu Fei's avatar, Li Xuandao, returned to the divine race's sacred mountain, the patriarch of the divine race, Li Jingxia, was in the Violet Divine Palace, gathering all the experts of the divine king realm and above to discuss the divine race's current predicament. Only when the god race faced a great calamity, only the god race patriarch had the authority to summon the god king level and above powerhouses of the god race into the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace to discuss how to resolve the great calamity they were facing. When they saw Li Xuandao barge in, everyone in the Violet Manor Immortal Palace stood up and looked at Li Xuandao in shock. Li Xuandao saw that everyone's eyes were on him, and he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that there would be 7 or 8 divine race experts gathered in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. "Why are you all looking at me?" Gu Fei's second clone hurriedly puffed out his chest and said calmly. That arrogant posture, that transcendent aura, it was as though a supreme being had descended. However, Gu Fei's second clone immediately noticed that something was amiss. He had already changed Li Xuandao's supreme physique, so it was no wonder why these people were surprised. However, Gu Fei's second clone wasn't worried about giving himself away because he knew that changing one's appearance was a piece of cake for the god race's experts. A person's appearance could be changed, and even their body could take on a myriad of forms. However, it didn't matter how they changed because a person's aura wouldn't be easily changed. Sure enough, Li Jingxia's group didn't sense anything different about their distant ancestor, nor were they able to see through his secret. Sensing the sudden change in Li Xuandao's aura, Li Jingxia's group couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Not good, we saw the ancestor's panicked expression just now. Li Jingxia's group thought that they saw the ancestor losing his composure, so they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After hearing Li Xuandao's words, Li Jingxia quickly led the group of divine race experts to salute ancestor. Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, pretended to be an otherworldly expert and nodded arrogantly before asking, "Why are you all gathered here?" "Ancestor, the 3 ultimate gods we sent to encircle the demonic dragon have fallen. We are discussing how to get through the current crisis," Li Jingxia said respectfully. The only surviving distant ancestor of the god race, Li Xuandao, was the ancestor of Li Jingxia's bloodline. Although Li Jingxia was the god race clan leader, he dared not neglect the ancestor. 3 ultimate gods? Gu Fei's second clone immediately thought of the 3 unlucky god race experts who were sucked dry by the mysterious expert. "Ancestor, did you not see our 3 ultimate gods?" Li Jingxia asked in surprise when he saw Li Xuandao's strange expression. "I saw them, sigh. This is a great loss to our clan." Gu Fei's second avatar put on a pained expression and let out a long sigh. "May I ask, ancestor, how did our 3 ultimate gods fall?" A burly, black-haired middle-aged man walked out from behind Li Jingxia and asked Gu Fei's second clone. "Yes. Even the demonic dragon who was reborn from flesh and blood may not be able to kill our three ultimate gods in one go. What happened at that time? Could there be some hidden story behind this? The other god race experts in the Purple Mansion Divine Palace were discussing in low voices. They were the most powerful Divine King realm experts in the god race. Some of them even secretly pointed the spearhead at Li Jingxia's bloodline. Gu Fei's second clone saw everyone's expression and could not help but feel a little surprised. He did not expect the god race to be so disunited. "Shut up, all of you." Gu Fei's second clone suddenly shouted coldly as two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and swept across those people like a sword. A great wave of coercion emanated from Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao. Everyone in the Purple Mansion Divine Palace suddenly felt their bodies sink as if a mountain was suddenly pressing down on them. The ancestors' anger was no small matter. Those people were suddenly shocked as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and dared not make a sound. "I've killed the demonic dragon," Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, said indifferently. His second clone had killed the demonic dragon and devoured its soul power, making his second clone a lot stronger. However, Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, was not happy because he had killed the demonic dragon and provoked a terrifying and powerful existence. "It's all your bastard's fault," Gu Fei's second clone cursed in his heart. If these guys had not forced Li Xuandao to attack, he would not have offended the demonic dragon lord. Provoking that damned pervert was going to be troublesome. Gu Fei's second clone groaned inwardly. The mysterious man was just too powerful. He had to use the Ascension's secret technique to contend with that guy. The secret technique of Ascension had a time limit of 3 minutes. After that, it could not be used again within the next 48 hours. Forcibly using it would cost one's life force. The demonic dragon was killed by the ancestor? Li Jingxia and the others were shocked at first and then overjoyed. As soon as the demonic dragon was killed, the situation of countless demons besieging the god race's sacred ground was resolved. What's there to be happy about? How do you think the 3 ultimate gods of my clan died? Gu Fei's second clone said angrily. How did they die? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They then looked at Gu Fei's second clone nervously. They wanted to know how the 3 ultimate gods died. The demonic dragon had a master. 3 ultimate gods died in the hands of the demonic dragon lord. Gu Fei's second clone glanced at everyone and said solemnly. The demonic dragon lord? Everyone was shocked. Even Li Jingxia's expression changed. If the demonic dragon was so powerful, wouldn't its master have a terrifying strength that defied the natural order? Could it be that the true demon has returned? An old man beside Li Jingxia muttered. Everyone present was a god-king realm expert. Although the old man's voice was soft, everyone clearly heard what he said. True demon, has returned? Everyone's expression changed. These god race experts all knew that there was a place called the Land of Sealed Demons in the world of death where the skeleton of a true demon was sealed. Legend had it that the master of the primordial demonic dragon was a true demon born from heaven and earth. This kind of innate divine demon was extremely powerful and was comparable to a divine being. The true demon rode on the demonic dragon and killed his way into the Naraka realm. He collected countless souls and refined the true demon's indestructible demon body. In the end, the Buddhist lord took action and fought with him for 10 days and 10 nights before finally killing him. The indestructible demon body was sealed in the Land of Sealed Demons by the Buddhist lord with a supreme Buddhist weapon. The true demon's demon soul was scattered by the Buddhist lord and turned into countless remnant souls that drifted in the world of death. Is the prophecy coming true? The group of god race experts couldn't help but look at each other in shock. The prophecy of the god race had been passed down for countless years. No one had thought that the prophecy would come true one day. How could I not think of it? That mysterious person said that the demonic dragon is his demon pet. Doesn't that mean that he is the true demon that has fallen for countless years and was sealed by the Buddhist lord? Gu Fei's second avatar's expression changed. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and demons, the 5 major races appearing in the world of death at the same time wasn't impossible. A miracle was likely to happen because the human race, divine race, demon race, and demon's race had all appeared. Only the Buddha was left. If the Buddha also appeared, would he really be able to revive this world of death and restart the flow of time? Alright, all of you get lost. Go do what you need to do. Gu Fei's second avatar waved his sleeve, ordering Li Jingxie and the others to leave. The Violet Immortal Palace was Li Xuandao's place of seclusion and slumber. This place had already become his temporary residence. In fact, he was already the master of this place. Li Jingxie and the others hastily excused themselves from the Violet Immortal Palace. Seeing Li Jingxie and the others obediently leave, Gu Fei's second avatar wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and sighed in relief. This Li Xuandao was too difficult to impersonate. His frivolous nature was definitely a challenge for Gu Fei's second avatar. Chapter 585. After Gu Fei's second avatar returned to the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, he slipped out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace that night. With Li Xuandao's cultivation base, no one could find out that he had left the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Inside St. Li's palace, St. Li was not there. The people from St. Li's branch had been summoned by the Divine King-level experts in the clan. Their branch's ultimate gods had fallen. It was a huge matter. The huge palace was deserted. The divine pearls that were dotted all over the palace bloomed with a soft brilliance, giving the entire palace an illusory feeling. Spiritual energy lingered and rays of light flickered. At night, all the palaces on the Holy Mountain were lit up like a paradise on earth. The dreamy sacred mountain at this time, Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian were gathered in a guest room in the palace, whispering to each other. The ceiling of the room was also inlaid with a divine pearl, illuminating the entire room as if it was daytime. The room was not big, but the furnishings were simple. Everything was made of jade. There were jade chairs, jade tables, and a few futons woven from divine grass. Everything in the room, including the floor, was covered with a layer of spiritual jade that was as smooth as sheep-fat white jade. It could reflect a person's appearance. If it was in the Tinglong continent, everything in this room would be rare treasures. They were extremely precious materials, and some could even be called divine materials that could be used to refine legendary fairy weapons. However, here, these divine materials seemed so ordinary and were used by the people of the Shen clan to build the palace. The entire room was covered with ancient demon markings by Old Tortoise, isolating all the aura in the room. They were not worried that someone was spying on them. In addition to engraving the ancient demon markings, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei had released the inner world energy to cover a part of the void. Unless it was a mighty figure, no one could spy on them. The other half of the peerless blade is sealed in the Naraka realm? How is this possible? Old Tortoise suddenly exclaimed, extremely excited. There was a mysterious connection between Gu Fei and his second avatar. Gu Fei was able to know everything that his second avatar experienced at the first moment. It could be said that the connection between the clone and the main body was not broken because of the distance. In other words, whatever the clone experienced, it could immediately appear in Gu Fei's heart. This feeling was extremely mysterious, and even Gu Fei could not understand why it was like this. The divine soul fission martial arts technique did not seem to be a simple splitting of the soul consciousness. It was an incarnation of Gu Fei, as if Gu Fei was there in person. It was too miraculous. If Gu Fei's martial soul was strong enough, he could really have thousands of incarnations and form a terrifying army made up of his divine clones. Gu Fei's second clone saw half of the peerless ominous blade being sealed by the 9 great stone men in the 9 mountain savage land. Gu Fei also sensed it and knew everything. Why is it impossible? Do you know the origin of the peerless ominous blade? Gu Fei asked. The peerless ominous saber was incomparably ferocious. Although he only saw half of the blade connected to the hilt in the virtual sky world, that half of the ominous saber was already the holy weapon with the heaviest murderous aura among all the holy weapons of extreme Tao Gu Fei had ever seen. It was really hard to imagine how powerful this ominous blade was when it was intact. However, what Gu Fei could be sure of was that the complete peerless ominous blade was definitely the #1 ominous weapon in the 3 realms and 6 realms. This Old Tortoise suddenly became a little hesitant. Do you really know the origin of the peerless ominous blade? Gu Fei did not want to let Old Tortoise go and continued to ask. This Old Tortoise definitely knew something. He Tian also looked at Old Tortoise. Two beams of spiritual light shot out from his eye sockets and swept towards Old Tortoise. The fire of the soul in his skull was beating. In the past few days, whenever he had time, He Tian would ask Gu Fei to let him enter the inner world and cleanse his yin and yang bone with the water of the divine spring of life. After absorbing the endless life essence, some changes actually happened to He Tian's yin and yang divine bone. Inside the bone, there were traces of red lines that looked like blood vessels. The changes that happened to He Tian's body shocked Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. This He Tian seemed to really be able to regenerate flesh and blood. This guy definitely mastered some kind of secret technique that could regenerate flesh and blood. It was not impossible to reverse life and death and be reborn from death. The mysterious Almighty who walked out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was a good example. Both Gu Fei and Old Tortoise wanted this secret technique very much because mastering this secret technique meant that even if they died, they would have a chance to be reborn. No one wanted to die and turn into a pile of yellow soil. However, even those extreme experts who had already comprehended the Tao in ancient times had the possibility of dying. Mastering the secret technique of regenerating flesh and blood and reversing life and death, one day, they could return to the earth again. However, no matter how Gu Fei and Old Tortoise threatened or tempted, He Tian refused to tell them about the heaven-defying secret technique that could reverse life and death. Moreover, this guy insisted that he did not have any heaven-defying secret technique that could regenerate flesh and bones. The reason for this phenomenon in his bone body was only a sign that his bone body was undergoing a transformation. Of course, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise did not believe the ruffian skeleton's words. Old Tortoise wanted to directly detain He Tian's soul fire and directly read He Tian's memory. However, Old Tortoise did not do so in the end. However, ever since he learned that He Tian could regenerate flesh and blood, Old Tortoise looked at He Tian with blazing eyes. It was as if a 1,000-year-old hungry ghost had seen a sumptuous meal and could not wait to swallow He Tian. Old Tortoise stammered and his words were evasive. In the end, this guy did not directly answer Gu Fei's words. However, seeing Old Tortoise's appearance and expression, Gu Fei was sure that this guy definitely knew some secrets about the peerless ominous saber. Was there any connection between the virtual sky world and the Naraka Tao? Gu Fei made a bold guess, but no one could answer him. This involved a great secret of heaven and earth. Only the great figures of ancient times might be able to guess some clues. Old Tortoise seemed to know too, but he was unwilling to say it. Gu Fei would never let Old Tortoise deal with it like this. He was about to continue asking, wanting to dig out what he wanted to know from Old Tortoise's mouth. However, at this moment, a figure appeared silently outside. Gu Fei had a subtle feeling in his heart and said to Old Tortoise, "Open the restriction. Li Xuandao is here." "That's your second clone?" He Tian was surprised. He was a strong cultivator of the Shen clan when he was alive, so he naturally knew who Li Xuandao was. However, he was not dissatisfied with Gu Fei because of this. That was because He Tian had nothing to do with the Shen clan. Even if the Shen clan was exterminated, he would not care so much. After experiencing life and death, He Tian was indifferent to everything. The person he cared about the most was himself. "Hee, boy, you're even more ruthless than me." Old Tortoise laughed. He had merely refined an indestructible body into a clone, which was a dead thing without a soul. Chapter 586. The room where Gu Fei and the others were in was sealed by the Old Tortoise's ancient demonic runes. Even someone as strong as Li Xuandao could not break through the power condensed by the demonic runes and enter the room. The Old Tortoise opened the seal of the demonic runes and let Li Xuandao in. A silhouette silently appeared in the room, as if it had walked out of the void. The silhouette was faint and illusory, but it quickly solidified. A 9-foot-tall, black-haired middle-aged man with a mighty appearance appeared in the room. This person was Li Xuandao, who had changed his figure and appearance. The peerless immortal body appeared in front of Gu Fei and the others. Although they were mentally prepared, the old tortoise and He Tian were still extremely shocked. Only Gu Fei's expression did not change. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He was very satisfied with this peerless immortal body. It was a killing machine with unparalleled combat power. Although the peerless immortal body in front of them, controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, did not emit any energy fluctuations or powerful aura, it still made the old tortoise and He Tian feel great pressure. The natural Tao rhyme of this peerless immortal body made them feel suffocated. It was as if they were facing an unreachable ancient divine mountain. It was evident how terrifying this ancestor of the Shen clan was. Even if it was a physical body left behind, it was still enough to intimidate the old tortoise and He Tian. The old tortoise condensed the demonic runes again with his demonic power and sealed the room. Kid, this physical body doesn't seem to be any worse than the indestructible body. The old tortoise's eyes flashed as he glanced at Li Xuandao from head to toe. Swoosh! Without warning, the peerless immortal body controlled by Gu Fei's avatar suddenly attacked. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like iron hooks as they grabbed at the old tortoise's chest. Above the 5 fingers, there was a hazy brilliance flowing, sparkling like divine jade. The void was shrouded by the seemingly divine 5 fingers and collapsed. Brat, what are you doing? The old turtle was startled. He didn't expect Gu Fei to suddenly take action. Gu Fei's peerless immortal physique suddenly attacked him. Old Tortoise was indeed a creature that had dominated the world since ancient times. He reacted quickly and flipped his right hand. A stone tortoise shell appeared in his hand, and he used it to block the incoming wind. Bam! The 5 fingers of the supreme immortal physique collided with the stone tortoise shell, causing a muffled explosion. The 5 fingers flashed with a divine light, but they couldn't penetrate the stone tortoise shell. 2 powerful forces surged out. A layer of demonic runes appeared around the room, on the floor, and on the ceiling, blocking the surging energy waves and preventing them from spreading. At the same time, the supreme immortal physique waved his left hand and unleashed a light barrier that protected Gu Fei and He Tian. Rumble, it was as if thunder was rumbling inside the room. The old turtle staggered back 5 steps as his back almost hit the wall with demonic runes. Meanwhile, the supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar was as unmoving as a mountain. Its black hair fluttered in the wind while its eyes were like the stars, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. The old turtle's mind was shaken. He couldn't help but be astonished. This supreme immortal physique was too powerful. Its immortal power was boundless, and it actually forced him back. The terrifying energy waves surged in the room but didn't leak out. After a while, it finally calmed down. The demonic runes that appeared also disappeared into the room. If it were not for the old tortoise's demonic divine runes, the residual power of the two's attack would have destroyed St. Li's entire palace. Brat, what is the meaning of this? The old turtle was very annoyed and angrily shouted at Gu Fei, who was standing behind the supreme immortal physique. Earlier, he suffered a small loss, so the old turtle was very angry. Haha. Nothing much, I just wanted to test the strength of this immortal physique. Gu Fei touched his nose and smilingly said. Under the protection of the supreme immortal physique, Gu Fei and He Tian didn't receive any impact. $. Humph. You want to teach me a lesson, don't you? The old turtle's anger did not subside. This brat was too much of a bastard to actually sneak attack him. Okay. Boss and senior, please speak less. Now is not the time for us to quarrel. Erebus hastily advised upon seeing the situation. Old turtle, I was only joking with you. It's not like you can't handle it, right? Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle with a smirk. Humph. I won't lower myself to your level. The old turtle walked over and then sat down on a futon on the ground. However, the anger on his face had not completely dissipated. Earlier, when the old turtle and the supreme immortal physique collided, the terrifying power released directly shattered all the furnishings in the room and turned them into dust. Only a few futons woven from divine grass were not destroyed. There was still a faint spiritual light circulating above the futons. They were not ordinary items. The supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar had already retreated to the side. With Gu Fei's main body present, there was no place for the avatar to speak. He Tian stared at the peerless immortal physique and suddenly said, "Boss, your avatar inside this immortal physique is too weak. I'm afraid it won't be able to unleash even 1/10 of this immortal physique's power, or even 1/100th. The avatar is too weak? What is going on? Tell me in detail." Gu Fei's eyes lit up after hearing this. This peerless immortal physique was actually this powerful? Yes. He Tian pondered for a moment and then said, "Let me put it this way. The current state of Boss's immortal physique is like a child wielding a giant hammer. Not only can it not exert the hammer's power, but it might even hurt itself if it's not careful. Smelly brat, in short, your avatar is too weak. If I were to refine this body into an outer body avatar, then destroying the god race would be as easy as turning my hand." The old turtle stared at the supreme immortal physique and said such words. Gu Fei couldn't help but curse in his mind. This old turtle was too greedy to actually want this supreme immortal physique. Gu Fei then said, "Old turtle, you have already refined an indestructible physique, so you should be satisfied." "Humph. This body falling into your hands is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure," the old turtle retorted. "How can you say such things? Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" With the supreme immortal physique, Gu Fei indeed had the power to challenge the old turtle. "I am speaking the truth," the old turtle said. "Humph, do you really think that I don't know the weakness of this supreme immortal physique?" Gu Fei sneered, "Today, I will let you open your eyes." Having said that, Gu Fei directly sat in a meditative pose on the praying mat. Then, the supreme immortal physique immediately moved. It walked in front of Gu Fei and also sat in a meditative pose. Gu Fei closed his eyes. Then, a purple flame seal appeared on his forehead, and a powerful soul force surged out from this seal. When the old turtle and He Tian saw this, they quickly retreated and looked at this scene in surprise. They didn't know what Gu Fei wanted to do, so they were a bit nervous. At the same time, the supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar sitting in front of Gu Fei also released a powerful soul force. The soul force contained in the avatar came out from the supreme immortal physique's Naiwan palace. A similar purple flame-shaped soul seal appeared on the supreme immortal physique's forehead. Gu Fei's martial spirit and the avatar resonated with each other, and the mighty soul force fluctuations became more and more powerful. In the entire room, the soul force surged violently, forming rays of divine light that lingered around Gu Fei and the supreme immortal physique. The purple flame seal on the supreme immortal physique's forehead emitted a bright purple divine light, like a ball of divine flame burning. What a powerful soul force! He Tian sensed the mighty soul force fluctuations from the supreme immortal physique and couldn't help but be moved. The soul flame in his skull was fiercely pulsing. "Powerful my ass, this daddy can disperse this soul force with just one finger," the old turtle scolded. He seemed to be still angry. Martial spirit against the heavens, myriad incarnations, soul return. Gu Fei shouted in a low voice. The divine soul light on the supreme immortal physique's forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. It was as if a sun had rushed out from the supreme immortal physique's forehead. A powerful soul power directly shook the void, and the demonic Tao divine runes that were hidden in the surroundings of the room emerged from the void under the impact of the soul power. The terrifying soul force from the soul divine light forced He Tian to retreat again and again. Only the old turtle remained calm without any expression. That ball of soul divine light, which looked like a purple sun, wrapped around a purple figure. That figure looked exactly like Gu Fei, except that it was a miniature version of him. Swoosh! The small figure broke through the void and directly rushed into the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows and instantly fused with his martial spirit. Then, a vast soul force gushed out from Gu Fei's body. The soul force fluctuations from the purple flame seal on Gu Fei's forehead suddenly increased several times. After the martial spirit fused with the divine avatar, its soul force increased greatly. It was several times stronger than before it split into a second soul. Although Gu Fei was mentally prepared, he was still startled. His soul force had increased by at least 3 times. Even he couldn't believe it. He didn't think that splitting the soul and then fusing it again would increase his soul force so quickly. This was simply a heaven-defying soul-refining technique. The immortal Tao cultivates the Tao core, Tao nascent soul, and finally, they shed their mortal body to become a true immortal. However, martial artists directly cultivate the soul to reach the supreme realm of an immortal body and eternal soul. Chapter 587. Even if one possessed a peerless immortal physique that contained endless immortal Tao's divine power, if one entered the Naiwan palace of the peerless immortal physique, the avatar controlling the immortal physique would be too weak and would not be able to exert the power of the immortal physique. Before killing the demon dragon, Gu Fei's avatar was already able to make the peerless immortal physique exert unparalleled combat power above the hierarch realm. After killing the demon dragon and devouring its huge soul power, Gu Fei's avatar became a lot stronger and could make the peerless immortal physique exert combat power comparable to a mighty expert. However, the true demon's soul was too powerful. Even after being worn down by the world of death for countless years, it still had the terrifying strength of a mighty expert. The soul of an ordinary creature was very weak. After leaving the body, it would quickly be worn down by the world of death and completely disappear from the world. The soul of a cultivator was much stronger than that of an ordinary creature. Even after death, the soul would not easily dissipate. However, the soul power of the soul would gradually weaken under the wind and sun. If there were no accidents, even a cultivator's soul would be worn down by the world of death and eventually disappear from the world. The true demon was a connate demon born from the evil energy of the world. The demon's soul was difficult to destroy. Even the Lord Buddha could not directly destroy the demon's soul. He could only seal the demon body and disperse the demon's soul, causing the world of death to wear down day and night in an attempt to use this method to finally kill the true demon. Unfortunately, little monk Fan Xiu did not have to think about the supreme Buddhist artifact that sealed the true demon's body in the land of sealed demons. Unfortunately, his 3 realms lamp was snatched away by the old tortoise. Without the supreme Buddhist artifact in hand, even the reincarnation of a Buddha would find it difficult to enter the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl to refine the origin of the hell realm, the realm pearl. However, no one would have thought that the true demon's soul that had been worn down by the world of death for countless years was still extremely powerful. The demon's soul was about to reform. The prophecy of the true demon's rebirth seemed to be irreversible. Although the divine race had solved the crisis of the endless demonic creatures attacking the divine race's sacred land, another major crisis had emerged. The demon's soul was reforming. That legendary true devil would definitely attack the divine race's sacred land because the hell path's origin was within the boundaries of the divine race's sacred land. There was only one way to leave the hell path, and that was to refine this death world. Just as the experts of the Shen clan were thinking of ways to resolve this crisis, Gu Fei was in St. Li's temporary imperial residence, carrying out a bold attempt. After the avatar returned to the main body and fused with the martial soul, Gu Fei came up with a way to maximize the combat power of this peerless immortal body left behind by the god race's ancestor, Li Xuandao. Gu Fei was inspired by the great battle in the spirit world in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. At that time, Li Xuandao had condensed all the immortal Tao god power in his body, and his soul had left his body and directly entered the purple gold divine sword. After devouring Li Xuandao's soul, Gu Fei learned about the secret art Li Xuandao used. It was a divine art called the 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao. The 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao were 9 secret arts created by the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor. Each secret art possessed a heaven-defying power. What Li Xuandao used that day was one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, Spirit Plunder. Even Li Xuandao had only learned 2 of the 9 arts. One was Spirit Plunder, and the other was the 3 pure ones that could borrow the power of the Grand Tao. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao were incomplete after the disappearance of the Supreme Tao ancestor and his disciples. Li Xuandao only obtained 2 of the art's cultivation methods. Are you really going to use this secret art? Even the old turtle was moved to hear Gu Fei say that he wanted to use the spirit plunder to fully stimulate the potential of the peerless immortal body. The old turtle was an almighty figure of the demon race in the primordial era. He could move unhindered between the heavens and the earth with few opponents. He had naturally heard of the 9 heaven-defying secret arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Yes, the true devil outside is too powerful. If we don't do this, I'm afraid we'll all be killed by it, said Gu Fei gravely. It's just a devil's soul. Could it be more powerful than the primordial fire demon that appeared in the northern land? Old Tortoise had heard from Gu Fei about the true devil's soul that suddenly appeared when the devil dragon was killed. However, the old turtle didn't think so. How strong could a devil's soul be? Back then, a great expert took action, but now Gu Fei had a bad premonition. There were no great experts in the Hell Dao. If Li Xuandao's soul hadn't been devoured, then Li Xuandao's cultivation and power wouldn't have been any weaker than a great expert. However, Li Xuandao's soul had been devoured, leaving behind only a shell. This shell contained an endless amount of immortal energy. If they could fully unleash the potential of this peerless immortal physique, they still had a chance to fight against the true demon. Since you've already made up your mind, there's no need for me to say anything more. Just be careful, said the old turtle. He opened his inner world and sucked He Tian inside. No one knew what would happen if Gu Fei used the divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. If He Tian was still in the room, he might also be in danger. The old turtle circulated his demonic energy and used it to condense demonic divine runes. He then spread the runes around the room to reinforce the power of the seal. After doing all this, the old turtle left behind several dazzling stones around the room and entered his inner world. The dazzling stones could transmit the scene in the room to the old turtle's inner world. After the old turtle and He Tian left, Gu Fei used his divine power to guide the peerless immortal body to sit in front of him. Whoosh! Gu Fei circulated his soul power, and the soul brand between his eyebrows immediately appeared. The soul power of a peak demigod surged out. It was majestic and boundless. Divine snatch. Gu Fei let out a low shout and suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light rushed out from his eyes. 2 dazzling rays of divine light tore out like 2 5-colored lightning bolts, making people unable to look straight at them. A purple figure rushed out from the soul brand between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Surrounded by divine light, it rushed into the peerless immortal body's Naiwen Palace. At this moment, the 2's Naiwen palaces were connected. The dazzling soul force was like 2 divine bridges connecting heaven and earth, connecting the 2 bodies. Blazing divine light shone between the 2 bodies. When the soul force that rushed out from Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace entered the peerless immortal body's Naiwen Palace, the divine light shining from Gu Fei's eyes completely dimmed. His eyes lost their spirit. At this time, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the divine snatch, did not stop. Rays of divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body and entered the peerless immortal body. That was the vast yuan qi contained in Gu Fei's martial body. After the soul entered the opponent's Naiwen Palace, the power contained in Gu Fei's body was also driven. It continuously rushed out from his body and poured into the peerless immortal body. Endless divine light completely enveloped the 2 bodies. At this moment, in Old Tortoise's inner world, Old Tortoise and Erebus were nervously watching everything that was happening in the room with the glare-sweeping shadow technique. The supreme divine technique created by the Tao ancestor is truly heaven-defying. This is simply exchanging lives. The old turtle was dumbfounded by the astonishing scene in the room. Transferring one's own life to the other, it was hard to believe that there was such a divine technique in the world. Exchanging lives? He Tian immediately became excited, the soul fire in his skull pulsing violently. If I can master this divine technique, then wouldn't I be able to constantly exchange lives and live forever? The old turtle couldn't help being startled. He glanced at He Tian and then said thoughtfully, in theory, this life-saving method should be feasible. Then He Tian and the old turtle both sank into contemplation. No one knew what they were thinking, but it could be seen that these 2 were absolutely interested in Gu Fei's divine technique. The demon path divine inscriptions that the old turtle had set up in the room were all activated by the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the two bodies. Countless demon path divine inscriptions were faintly discernible. Each of the demon path divine inscriptions had Taoist rhymes circulating above them, sealing the mighty energy fluctuations in the room. The conversion of Yuan Qi continued for a full 2 hours. When Gu Fei's body released the last strand of Yuan Qi, he fell to the ground with a put-on sound. He remained motionless, as if he had lost all signs of life. Meanwhile, the supreme immortal physique facing Gu Fei shone brilliantly. It was as if it had been reborn in defiance of the heavens and obtained a new lease of life. A terrifying immortal Tao divine power surged out, causing the entire room to violently shake. Whoosh! The supreme immortal physique opened its eyes, shooting out 2 rays of divine light that swept through the surroundings. At the same time, the supreme immortal physique flickered with rays of divine light that lingered around its body. The immortal Tao divine physique was flawless and emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. Then, the supreme immortal physique suddenly stood up. Divine seizure. Soul seizure, using one's own soul to seize another's body. This was a heaven-defying technique. It was not an ordinary seizure, but a direct seizure of another's Tao fruit. While inheriting all of the other's power, one's own power would also enter the other's body. Soul seizure was just a divine sense rushing out and occupying the other's body. Soul seizure was much more dangerous than soul seizure. If the other's soul was stronger than one's own, then there would be the danger of having one's soul scattered. Gu Fei did not simply use his divine sense to rush out of his Naiwan palace. His entire martial spirit rushed out and took away all of the original life essence of his body. He used his soul to drive all of the essence and power of his body out of his body and into the supreme immortal physique. At this moment, his body was empty without anything left. His soul and power had been completely transferred into the supreme immortal physique. Chapter 588. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine snatch, allowed Gu Fei's soul and even his power to enter the peerless immortal body. The peerless body shone brilliantly, and the bronze-colored body condensed unimaginable combat power. Gu Fei felt that although his soul power was still at the peak of the demigod realm, he could already exert more than half of the power of this peerless immortal body. He had never felt so powerful before. The divine snatch secret technique allowed his soul and power to fuse with the peerless immortal body. At this time, Gu Fei was Li Xuandao, and Li Xuandao was Gu Fei. Gu Fei not only inherited the power and cultivation method of Li Xuandao, but he also inherited everything that belonged to Li Xuandao. When Gu Fei's martial spirit completely entered Li Xuandao's Naiwan palace, a powerful soul power poured out of the Naiwan palace and penetrated the peerless immortal body. He wanted to carefully examine this peerless immortal body in order to better control this immortal body with unparalleled combat power. As the soul power spread throughout his body, all the subtle things on this peerless immortal body were reflected in Gu Fei's mind. He found that the location of this peerless immortal body's dantian was different. For cultivators, the dantian was the violet palace in the human body. It was the place where the Tao core was born, and then the Tao core turned into a Tao nascent soul. For immortals like Li Xuandao, he had long shed his mortal body and achieved an immortal body. The immortal body of the immortal God was actually the growth of the Tao nascent soul. It shed its shell and ascended, condensing the immortal body. The Tao nascent soul transformed into a connate immortal body. It was the foundation of immortal enlightenment. Li Xuandao was no exception. His peerless immortal body actually gradually grew from the initial Tao nascent soul. The peerless immortal body was the same as the mortal body, it also had a dantian. However, Li Xuandao's dantian was different. Li Xuandao's dantian was connected to a vast world. It was the inner world that Li Xuandao had opened up. When Gu Fei discovered the inner world of Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, he was extremely shocked. Li Xuandao's inner world was actually in the dantian. Gu Fei's inner world, on the other hand, was in the Naiwan palace, which was connected to the inner world. Was this the location of the inner world refined by the cultivators of the immortal Tao? The inner world of the cultivators of the immortal Tao was in the dantian? evolved from the Purple Mansion? Gu Fei searched through the memories of Li Xuandao's soul that had merged with his own. Soon, he understood how Li Xuandao had refined his inner world. Gu Fei's conjecture was not wrong, but there were some discrepancies. The inner world refined by the mighty figures of the immortal Tao was usually at the position of the Dantian, which was connected to the inner world. However, the location of the inner world was not necessarily in the Dantian. Some people's inner worlds were in the Mudpill Palace like Gu Fei's. The inner world could be anywhere in the body. After discovering Li Xuandao's inner world, Gu Fei immediately operated his soul power and gathered it in his Dantian. Soon, he found that Li Xuandao's Dantian was like a black hole connected to another world. As his soul power seeped in, a bright world appeared in Gu Fei's mind. This was a world that was like a fairyland. The spiritual energy here was dense, and there were several spiritual peaks standing tall. There were clouds lingering above the spiritual peaks, and flowers were blooming all over the mountains and plains. The air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. The spiritual spring that flowed down from the peak of the mountain formed dozens of connected hot springs on the mountainside. Each hot spring was like a pearl, dotted among the flowers that covered the mountains and plains. Gu Fei found that this inner world had a radius of thousands of miles, and he sensed at least 3 or 4 breaths of the heavenly spring of life. No wonder this side of the world was full of vitality and spiritual energy. Li Xuandao was really generous. Where did he find the rare heavenly spring of life? Moreover, there were 3 or 4 mouthfuls of it. There was a palace on the largest spiritual peak in this part of the inner world. Gu Fei felt that the palace was a little familiar. It seemed to be very similar to the Purple Palace on the sacred mountain of the God clan. Both were built from countless divine materials and were shrouded in multicolored light. Even the real immortal palaces in the heavenly realm couldn't compare to them. Gu Fei's soul power probed the palace. Without any obstruction, Gu Fei's soul power entered the palace. I've struck it rich. The instant his spiritual strength entered the palace, Gu Fei felt spiritual energy charge out like a tide. The light inside was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. He couldn't help rejoicing. These are all treasures. Gu Fei couldn't help being excited when he saw the things inside the palace. This was a treasure palace. This was definitely where Li Xuandao hid his treasures. The palace was filled with dazzling light. Treasures shrouded in immortal spiritual energy were placed everywhere, giving off a dreamy feeling. A golden halberd emitted endless baleful energy. Shrouded in golden light, it floated in the air with boundless killing intent. Gu Fei was shocked to find that this halberd hadn't been sealed in the air by Li Xuandao's immortal Tao energy. Instead, it floated in the air on its own. There was a power circulating around the halberd, allowing it to float in the air. A crimson blood divine saber was placed by the wall. A layer of blurry bloody light shone from the blade, as if there was divine blood flowing on it. Waves of divine power emanated from it. A wind-fire palm leaf fan surging with the power of wind and fire was suspended there. Occasionally, astral winds and blazing flames would blow in all directions. Each of the immortal weapons was extraordinary, flickering with all kinds of divine splendor and spiritual light. Each of them had a vast energy fluctuation. Although they couldn't be compared to the supreme treasures, each of these immortal weapons was a precious treasure. These were divine weapons and artifacts collected by Li Xuandao. He was a distant ancestor of the divine race, an almighty immortal cultivator. Anything that caught his eye couldn't be bad. But after the initial shock, Gu Fei quickly calmed down. Although these were great treasures, they were worlds apart compared to the mountain and river cauldron and the violet gold godly sword. All the treasures stored in this palace hall were not as precious as half an extreme sacred weapon. After carefully inspecting this inner world, Gu Fei's spiritual force withdrew from it. Then, he stood up from the ground. His peerless immortal body glowed with light, as if it could shatter the world with a single tremble. His body contained an extremely great power, and Gu Fei felt that he could crush all obstacles with his bare hands. The divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, was truly heaven-defying. He truly seemed to be in complete control of Li Xuandao's body. If I meet that true devil again, should be able to contend against it. I can't wait. Gu Fei's confidence soared. He directly opened the inner world of his peerless immortal physique and put his own body into it. Gu Fei's inner world was located in his main body's Niwen Palace. After leaving his main body, Gu Fei's soul couldn't open his refined inner world. It turned out that the inner world couldn't be opened at any time unless it was separated from the body. Otherwise, the only way to control the inner world was to unite the body with the spirit and body. At this time, Gu Fei could only make use of Li Xuandao's inner world. Li Xuandao's inner world was countless times better than Gu Fei's. Even the old turtle's inner world couldn't compare to the one Li Xuandao had refined. At this time, the old turtle opened his inner world and walked out with He Tian. To their surprise, they could no longer sense Gu Fei's presence. There was only Li Xuandao's presence in the room. It was as if Gu Fei had completely transformed into Li Xuandao. Even if Li Jingxie and the others were to carefully observe, they wouldn't be able to find any flaws. Chapter 589. The 9 esoterics of the Immortal Path contained 9 secret arts, each of which possessed heaven-defying divine might. Gu Fei used one of the 9 esoterics, the Divine Snatch, to successfully seize Li Xuandao's fruit of the way. Li Xuandao had cultivated for countless years, but in the end, he ended up with the tragic fate of working for someone else. Even in death, his physical body became Gu Fei's tool of battle. There was no doubt that Li Xuandao, who had completely mastered the supreme immortal physique, was comparable to a great expert. If he used the other secret art of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, heaven ascension, then Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique would definitely be able to display a terrifying combat strength at its peak. Are you willing to give up your original body? After the old turtle walked out of the inner world, he directly put away the demonic Tao divine runes around the room and asked Gu Fei. The old turtle was very curious. Would Gu Fei abandon his original body and forever fuse with the supreme immortal body left behind by Li Xuandao? What do you think? Gu Fei asked back with an enigmatic smile on his face. How would I know? Am I not asking you? However, this body of yours is a bit awkward no matter how I look at it. It's not as pleasing to the eye as your original body. The old turtle looked up and down at Gu Fei's body and then frowned. I will not abandon my original body. Gu Fei put away his smile and said indifferently. Although this supreme immortal body was powerful, Gu Fei did not intend to fuse with this body forever. This supreme immortal body had lost its room for improvement and could only stop here. In the future, no matter how hard Gu Fei cultivated, the cultivation of this body would not advance even an inch. This was the side effect of the supreme divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. While seizing the Tao fruit of others, it also ruined one's own path forward. No one was willing to ruin their path forward. No one could endure the reality that their cultivation could not advance even an inch and would never be able to reach the supreme Tao. A true powerhouse would never give up the hope of advancing towards the supreme Tao. However, even though the divine snatch of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had this flaw, there was a way to resolve it. It was to use the supreme secret technique, soul snatch, again, and the soul and power would return to the body. Moreover, the returning soul would also bring the supreme immortal power of the supreme immortal physique. This was the heaven-defying power of the divine plunder, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. It was a technique that could seize the Tao fruit of others and refine their power into one's own. The godly snatch secret technique isn't that simple, Gu Fei told Old Tortoise. What? Is there something I don't know? The Old Tortoise was very interested in this divine art because, in his opinion, this divine art could simply change one's life. However, the Old Tortoise was unwilling to give up his physical body because of this. Divine snatch is to take everything from the opponent, not to give everything to the opponent. Do you understand now? Gu Fei analyzed. This is seizing the Tao fruit of others. Old Tortoise's eyes brightened and he excitedly exclaimed, Brat, hurry and teach this divine art to me. He Tian, who had been silent up until this point, was also extremely excited. The soul flame in his skull throbbed violently. Seizing the Tao fruit of others, this divine art was too heaven-defying. Both Old Tortoise and Hey Tian were extremely envious of this divine art. If he could grasp this divine art, then he wouldn't need to use his clone at all. He could directly seize the supreme divine power contained within it. At that time, wouldn't he be able to return to his peak state? Old Tortoise's body began to tremble at this thought. If he could return to his peak state, then who in the world would be his match? Hey Tian was the same. If he could seize other people's Tao fruit, his own cultivation level could also improve quickly. Flesh and blood rebirth would not be a dream anymore. You two are really black-hearted. How could Gu Fei not know what they were planning? Hurry and teach me that divine art. Old Tortoise's voice trembled. After he escaped from the virtual sky world, what he wanted to do most was to restore his former cultivation level. In that case, I'll teach you this supreme divine art. But I have to say in advance that if something goes wrong, don't blame me. Gu Fei said. He and the Old Tortoise had gone through trials and tribulations together. Passing this supreme divine art to the Old Tortoise was actually not a big deal. However, the Old Tortoise was a monster, and this divine art was a supreme cultivation technique in the path of immortals. No one knew whether the path of monsters and the path of immortals would conflict. Got it. The Old Tortoise couldn't wait any longer. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He then stretched out his right hand and pointed his index finger directly at the Old Tortoise's glabella. A purple divine light emerged from Gu Fei's fingertip and went into the Old Tortoise's glabella. This was a technique imprinted directly into the Old Tortoise's mind through divine thought, allowing him to directly master the cultivation method of this divine art. It couldn't be more simple. It's indeed marvelous. It's indeed worthy of being one of the 9 heaven-defying secrets. Ha! The Old Tortoise laughed. He quickly comprehended the cultivation method of this divine art and knew its true meaning. However, he didn't try it immediately because it was not the time yet. This was the sacred land of the Shin clan. If the Shin clan noticed something unusual, they would be in trouble. The relationship between them and the Shin clan was actually a relationship of mutual benefit. When Gu Fei and the others learned the truth of the Shin clan's prophecy, they realized this. The Shin clan needed to gather the 4 ultimate sacred weapons of the human, God, demon, and Buddha realms. Only then could they use the power of the sacred weapons to suppress the dragon veins of the earth and break the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. After breaking the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, the Shin clan could obtain the realm pearl and refine the entire Hell realm. At that time, the Shin clan would truly become the masters of the Hell realm. At that time, the life and death of all the creatures in the Hell realm would be under the control of the Shin clan. With a single thought, the Shin clan could decide the life and death of any creature in the Hell realm. Of course, Gu Fei and the others wouldn't let this happen because no one was willing to put their lives in the hands of the other party. Boss, can you also pass this divine art to me? Hey Tian said excitedly. Divine Snatch could seize the other party's Tao fruit. This gave Hey Tian hope. This was definitely a shortcut to a heaven-defying rebirth. How do I know if you're still on the same side as the Shin clan? Gu Fei glanced coldly at Hey Tian and said indifferently. This Hey Tian had been a member of the Shin clan when he was alive. No one knew if this fellow would still remember the past and not let go of the Shin clan. Gu Fei didn't want to be stabbed in the back at a critical moment. Boss, I have nothing to do with the Shin clan. Why would I care about the life and death of the Shin clan? The moment I died, I was no longer a member of the Shin clan. Hey Tian quickly said. It doesn't matter if I pass it to you. This was originally a secret art of the Shin clan. Gu Fei thought about it and suddenly said. Hey Tian was instantly overjoyed when he heard that and hurriedly thanked him. Gu Fei pointed again and a ball of purple light immediately flew out of his finger and entered Hey Tian's skull. Gu Fei had really passed the divine snatch secret art to Hey Tian. Kid, why did you pass this divine art to him? This guy who is neither yin nor yang can be trusted. The old turtle transmitted to Gu Fei. He was very puzzled by Gu Fei's actions. I passed this divine art to him so that he can deal with the Shin clan. Only by seizing their Tao fruit can he be reborn. Gu Fei transmitted back to the old turtle. In the world of death, only the god race was a living being with flesh and blood. All other living beings were creatures of the dead. If Erebus wanted to be reborn in the Hell realm, the only way was to seize the god race's fruit of the way. I'll first return to the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. Then I'll have the Shin clan gather the various races of the Death Realm and attack the 9th mountain, said Gu Fei. He wanted the peerless blade that was sealed by the 9 stone golems in the 9th mountain. Regardless of what monsters were suppressed in the 9th mountain wretched ground, Gu Fei had to attack the 9th mountain just to break the 9 dragons' struggle for the pearl. The more extreme Dao sacred weapons he had, the better. If he had 9 of them, then he could suppress the 9 dragon veins and completely break the 9 dragons' struggle for the pearl. Alright, let's do that. Just let me know when we set off, said the old turtle. But then he suddenly said, what if Sagely comes back and doesn't see you? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This was also a problem. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said to the old turtle, I've got it. I'll use Li Xuandao's identity to order Sage Li to wait at the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. That way, he won't be able to return. Yes, that's the only way. The old turtle nodded. What about Li Ran? Hei Tian suddenly asked. Sage Li had brought them back to the divine race's sacred mountain. Many people in the divine race knew of their existence. How troublesome. It looks like I'll have to attack the 9th mountain as soon as possible, said Gu Fei. As long as the divine race was exhausted, they wouldn't have time to pay attention to the old turtle and the others. The old turtle guessed Gu Fei's intentions, so he didn't say anything else. Afterwards, Gu Fei directly used teleportation to return to the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. At this time, his identity was Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the divine race. Very quickly, several rays of divine light flew out from the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace and entered several halls on the divine mountain. Then, several figures emitting powerful auras rushed out from those halls and flew towards the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace at the top of the mountain. Afterwards, several more figures flew into the sacred mountain from a distance and disappeared into the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. Very quickly, the news of the divine race attacking the 9th mountain spread from the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. Sage Li and the others left the sacred mountain that very night and walked out of the divine race's holy land. They went to gather the major races in the world of death and prepared to unite all the creatures of death in the world of death to attack the 9th mountain together. Gu Fei and the others already had the mountain and river cauldron, the violet gold divine sword, the earth stabilizing pillar, the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, and 4 supreme sacred weapons in their hands. As long as they obtained one more, they would have the confidence to break through the most powerful killing formation in the world, the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Chapter 590. A storm was brewing in the world of death. The news that the God clan had issued a divine order, summoning all the races in the world of death to attack the 9th mountain, quickly spread throughout the Naraka realm. Even the outer regions of the world of death received the news. No one dared to ignore the divine order issued by the God clan. A storm that would engulf the entire continent of death was bound to happen. It was inevitable. After receiving the divine order from the God clan, the death races in the inner regions of the world of death were observing. No one wanted to stand out. 2 of the most powerful races in the inner regions of the world of death had been exterminated. The demonic dragon clan was destroyed by the God clan, and the blood fiend Azura clan was destroyed by the true demon soul. Now, there were only 3 powerful death races in the depths of the continent of death. They were the undead skeleton clan, the netherworld clan, and the corpse clan. The other death races, big and small, were attached to these 3 races. Before these 3 races made their stance clear, no race dared to oppose or submit to the God clan. This situation didn't last long, because the supreme emperor of the undead skeleton clan first agreed to ally with the God clan, the 9th mountain, which was second only to the 9 dragons for the pearl. Then, the netherworld clan and the corpse clan also allied with the God clan. In the depths of the undead skeleton clan's territory, strange soul fluctuations began to spread out. Undead skeletons walked out of the world of death, gathering in the depths of the undead skeleton clan's territory. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan was summoning all the creatures of the Undead Skeleton Clan. Whether they were humanoid skeletons or other strange skeletons, they were all summoned by the Supreme Emperor and walked into the depths of the Undead Skeleton Clan's territory. Looking at the situation, the Undead Skeleton Clan was going to use all their strength to attack the Ninth Mountain. The same situation was happening in the territories of the Netherworld Clan and the Corpse Clan. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan was also summoning thousands of evil souls. In the Corpse Clan's corpse nurturing ground, countless evil corpses that had been absorbing corpse energy broke out of the ground and stood in front of their Supreme Emperor like soldiers receiving inspection. When the God Clan summoned all the races in the continent of death to attack the Ninth Mountain, the true demon's soul didn't intervene. He just hid and watched coldly. The true demon's soul wandered on the continent of death, constantly searching for the true demon remnant souls that were scattered between heaven and earth, and then fusing with the remnant souls, causing the demon's soul to gradually reform. While the true demon's soul was continuously reforming the demon's soul, the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were still chasing after the demon's soul. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the demon's soul had not completely reformed to seal it. However, little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were still one step behind the true demon's soul. The true demon's soul was getting stronger and stronger. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk felt uneasy. Suddenly, a monstrous demon chi surged out from a mountain range in the depths of the Death Continent, and a huge demon shadow loomed in the demon chi. Roar! The demonic figure raised its head to the sky and roared. The demonic voice reverberated through the world, shaking the world. The mountains trembled, and even the dark clouds in the sky scattered. The demonic figure was over 1,000 feet tall and stood between the heavens and earth. Boundless soul force rippled from it as a terrifying demonic nature radiated from the illusory figure. The baleful aura radiating from it caused the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. Swish! Swish! 2 rays of golden light pierced through the sky. Immediately, a peaceful aura appeared between the heavens and earth, contending against the baleful aura emitted from the demonic figure. One good and one evil, the two forces collided and competed against each other. When the golden light dissipated, 2 figures emitting auspicious Buddhist light appeared above the mountains. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk had arrived. "We're a step too slow." The nameless old monk put his palms together when he saw the terrifying demonic figure standing in the mountains. His voice was incomparably heavy. "You two are really annoying. Let me send you to see your Buddha Lord." A cold voice came from the demonic figure. Then, the 1,000 feet tall demonic figure stretched out a hand and slapped towards little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were standing in the void. Rumble! It was as if a primordial demonic mountain was moving. The demonic figure's huge hand emitted boundless demonic power and smashed the void. The destructive power enveloped little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk. "Humph!" Little monk Fan Xiao sneered. Then, a green divine light rushed out from his body and turned into a dark green Buddhist commandment blade, slashing forward. Swish! The green blade light rushed thousands of feet, like a heavenly blade, slashing towards the demonic hand that was slapping over. On the blade light, endless Buddhist power surged, and a swastika Buddhist seal could be vaguely seen. There was a soft, chi sound. Without any suspense, the green jade commandment blade directly broke the demonic hand, and its momentum did not decrease at all. It continued to slash towards the demonic figure in front of it. The supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddha Lord displayed great power. It was as if even the heavens and earth were split in half by this blade. Sky-devouring demonic diagram. The demonic figure shouted. In the endless demonic aura, a demonic diagram surrounded by demonic light rushed out. The diagram quickly unfolded, covering the sky like a huge demonic cloud. It emitted a terrifying demonic power and blocked the green jade commandment blade that was slashing towards it. The peerless blade light of the green jade commandment blade slashed onto the demonic diagram, making a sound like cloth being torn apart. The diagram shook repeatedly, but the green jade commandment blade didn't break it. The supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddha Lord was blocked by the demonic diagram. However, that demonic diagram didn't seem to be complete, and its power didn't seem to be fully displayed. In the end, the green jade commandment blade still managed to cut a hole in it. This little monk Fan Xiao couldn't help being incomparably shocked. Half a demonic diagram had actually blocked an attack from the green jade commandment blade. This was definitely a supreme devil tool that could contend with a supreme divine weapon. Damn it, just wait until I get the other half of the diagram. I'll teach you a lesson then. The demonic figure roared and then disappeared into the void. The demonic diagram also flew back, its monstrous demonic aura receding into the distance like a tide. The true demon's soul knew it wasn't a match for little monk Fan Xiao, who had a supreme Buddhist weapon like the green jade commandment blade, so it decisively retreated. Where do you think you're going? Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk hastily chased after it. Very quickly, the demonic aura disappeared into the distance. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk, who had been chasing after the true demon soul, also disappeared into the horizon. Once the true demon soul, little monk Fan Xiao, and the nameless old monk had all left, a person suddenly walked out of the void above the mountain. Chapter 591. How did those two baldies become so powerful? It's like the reincarnation of the Buddha. The man who came out of the void looked in the direction where little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk disappeared and muttered to himself. This person was 9 feet tall, and his whole body seemed to be cast from steel, giving people an extremely powerful feeling. The skin outside his clothes was shining brightly, making people feel his strength and terror. His long black hair was scattered on his chest and back, and his resolute cheeks were as if they were carved by a knife. His eyes were deep and cold. He was Li Xuandao. To be precise, it was Li Xuandao's physical body and Gu Fei's soul. Gu Fei seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit with the 9 secrets of the immortal path, and completely controlled this peerless immortal body. However, with the soul power of Gu Fei's peak demigod realm, although he had completely controlled Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, he could not fully exert the power of this immortal body. His divine soul was still not strong enough compared to the peerless immortal body left by Li Xuandao. Just now, when little monk Fan Xiao fought with the true demon soul, Gu Fei hid in the void with the immortal path's divine technique and saw everything that happened. The true demon's soul was extremely powerful. Although it had not been completely reorganized, it was definitely not inferior to a real mighty figure. This little monk Fan Xiao could actually suppress the true demon's soul, which really surprised Gu Fei. During the time he entered the depths of the Naraka realm, could it be that this little baldy also had a fortuitous encounter? Gu Fei thought about it and really did not understand why little monk Fan Xiao's strength would rise to a terrifying level comparable to that of the Buddha. Even if he seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, he was afraid that he could only be on par with this little baldy. Could it be that he had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha in the depths of the Naraka realm? Gu Fei also noticed the nameless old monk who did not make a move. The old monk's strength seemed to have risen to an unimaginable level, and there was a faint shadow of the Buddha on his body. This made Gu Fei very afraid. He faintly thought that the Buddha, mentioned in the prophecy of the god race, would probably come true with the little monk Fan Xiao and the mysterious old monk. The 1,000-year-old Buddha Lord probably still had some tricks up his sleeve. Gu Fei felt uneasy. However, he quickly retracted his thoughts. Right now, the most important thing was to attack the 9 mountains. Gu Fei did not want to deal with the little monk Fan Xiao and the true devil's soul right now. Once he breached the 9 mountains and obtained the other half of the peerless ominous saber, he would then attempt the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. If he could refine the realm pearl and control this world, wouldn't the life and death of all the creatures in this world be in his hands? As Gu Fei thought of this, he withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart. All the pores on his body instantly stood on end. Like a civet whose tail had been stepped on, he abruptly turned around to look behind him. He didn't know when, but there was a hazy figure shrouded in devil chi standing behind him. Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but contract. "It's you?" Gu Fei's eyes were like stars, flickering with a dazzling divine light. The immortal Tao's divine force surged from his body. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body and lingered around him. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation emitted from Gu Fei's body, causing the entire world to slightly tremble under this power. The power contained in this peerless immortal physique was too great. The aura leaking from Gu Fei's body caused the world to lose its color. It was incomparably terrifying. I'm not here to fight you. The black energy disappeared into the figure. The illusory figure actually became more solid, no longer giving off a feeling of unreality. This was a young man with a pale but cold face. His eyes emitted a demonic black light. This young man's eyes had no pupils. They were pitch black with a faint black aura lingering around them. They were like two devil caves connected to a bottomless abyss, causing people's hearts to palpitate. How did you get away? And how did you get rid of those two little baldies so quickly? Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. This black-haired youth in front of him was the true devil's soul that had just escaped. The black-haired youth said indifferently, "What's so difficult about that? If I didn't even have this ability, I would have been killed by that damned Buddha long ago. How could I have a chance to be reborn? What do you want? If you want to fight, then fight. I'll accompany you," Gu Fei said coldly. His body emitted a rainbow-like battle intent, his long hair fluttering without any wind. This devil could actually sense him hiding in the void. How did he do it? Gu Fei was secretly startled and didn't dare to take it lightly. I didn't expect you to be able to activate at least 50% of this physical body's power in just a few days. Not bad. The black-haired youth looked up and down at Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt that in front of this true devil's soul, he didn't seem to have any secrets to speak of. This guy seemed to be able to see through him with a single glance. "It's enough to fight with you," said Gu Fei sternly, his eyes tightly staring at the true devil's soul. "You seem very nervous. There's no need to be like this." "I have no ill intentions," said the black-haired youth calmly. He didn't reveal the slightest killing intent. This terrifying devil didn't seem to intend to attack Gu Fei. Last time I almost died to your hands," said Gu Fei. He didn't believe this devil's words at all. A devil's words couldn't be trusted. The black-haired youth thought for a moment and then said, "You might as well listen to why I'm looking for you. Then you can decide whether or not you want to continue being enemies with me." Gu Fei couldn't help furrowing his brows when he heard this. He wondered in his heart, what is this demon trying to buy? What did he want? Speak. Gu Fei was also a bit curious. "I want to join hands with you," said the black-haired youth. "What?" Gu Fei was taken aback when he heard this. This demon wants to join hands with me? Did I hear wrong? Was this even possible? No need to be surprised. I know that you also want to leave this damned place. I also want to leave, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult for either of us to break the Buddhist Lord's trap. But if we join hands, although I can't say for certain that we'll be able to break the trap, we should have at least a 50% chance of success." The black-haired youth slowly explained the reason why he wanted to join hands with Gu Fei. There was no other reason. Their goal was the same. Furthermore, Gu Fei controlled the entire divine race. Now he had issued a divine decree to summon all the death creatures to attack the 9 mountains. Joining hands with a devil was simply digging one's own grave. Gu Fei directly rejected the black-haired youth's suggestion and was prepared to attack at any time. He no longer needed to fear this devil. With his current strength, he could definitely fight against this devil. If he used the Heaven Ascension secret art, he might even be able to kill this devil. Don't be so quick to refuse. I know what you're worried about. I'm a devil, and the reputation of devils isn't very good. But that doesn't mean that all devils have to be enemies with the world, said the black-haired youth calmly. He didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations. There's no point in talking so much. Let's fight first. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this fiendish demon. He directly punched out, boundless divine power of the immortal Tao surging from his fist. His entire fist instantly erupted with dazzling golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful force directly shook the entire world. After saying so much, he still had to fight in the end. Boom! The black-haired youth's body suddenly erupted with devilish chi. The surging devilish chi instantly enveloped heaven and earth, seeming capable of devilizing all life forms. I don't want to fight with you. If we join hands, we'll have a chance to break the Buddhist lord's trap. The black-haired youth's figure vanished into the surging devilish chi. Rumble! Gu Fei's fist really did seem to transform into a golden star that descended from the sky. Heaven and earth trembled, and boundless devilish chi dissipated under Gu Fei's fist. You might as well consider my proposal. The devil soul's voice rang out from all directions. It was indistinct, and it was difficult to pinpoint its exact location. The devilish chi was about to dissipate. The monstrous demonic aura was directly dispersed by Gu Fei's punch, but the black-haired youth that was the demonic soul had already disappeared. Heavenly eye, open! Gu Fei shouted, and a divine eye appeared on his forehead. It shone with resplendent light as it swept through the surroundings. The immortal Tao Heavenly Eye had the power to pierce through the void and see through all illusions. Under the sweeping gaze of the Heavenly Eye, nothing could hide. Gu Fei vaguely saw a blurry figure disappear into the distance. That fiendish devil had actually retreated just like that. Gu Fei's Heavenly Eye had captured that fiendish devil's figure as it disappeared. What a powerful escape art! Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. Only the immortal Tao Heavenly Eye had been able to capture that fiendish devil's figure. If he didn't use it, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't have been able to detect it. The immortal Tao Heavenly Eye was a grand immortal art Li Xuandao had cultivated. Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Tao fruit, so in theory, he had inherited everything Li Xuandao had. So Gu Fei could also use the divine immortal arts Li Xuandao had cultivated. The Heavenly Eye shining with divine light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows and then disappeared under his skin, as if it had never appeared. He really runs fast. No wonder he was able to shake off those two baldies to find me, thought Gu Fei. Just at this time, Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. He turned to look at the horizon and saw two rays of golden light in the dusky sky. Chapter 592. Swoosh! Swoosh! Golden light flashed and golden flowers fell from the sky. An auspicious aura spread across the world. The lifeless world seemed to be filled with life as two figures with golden light descended from the sky. It was as if a golden Buddha had descended. Auspicious signs filled the sky and Buddhist light shone. The auspicious Buddhist power dispersed all the dark clouds and mist. The world was clear and there was a faint sound of Sanskrit lingering in the world. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were like Buddhas who walked out of the legendary Western paradise. They appeared in the void with smiles on their faces and golden lotuses surged from the ground. What a cunning demon! He actually used an avatar to hide from our Buddhist senses. It seems like the day when his demonic soul completely reassembles is near. The nameless old monk put his palms together and said calmly with a compassionate expression. There was a peaceful Buddhist nature in his words as if the sound of Sanskrit lingered in the world. This demon's soul power is getting stronger and stronger. He is a connate earth element original demon born from the evil aura of heaven and earth. He has earth element demonic power and is best at escaping. It seems like it will be very difficult to suppress him again. Little monk Fan Xiao, who was holding the purple gold alms bowl, said emotionlessly. Then, what should we do? The nameless old monk asked. Little monk Fan Xiao thought for a moment and said, the demonic soul's reassembly is irreversible. The approval left by Lord Buddha is coming true. We can't waste time on this demon. Little monk Fan Xiao's body was surrounded by auspicious Buddhist light and there was a golden wool behind his head. This was a phenomenon that only almighty Buddhists who had attained Buddhist Tao fruit would have. That's right. We should enter the 9 dragons fighting for pearls as soon as possible and refine the realm pearl to regain control of the Naraka realm. By then, no matter how powerful that demon is, he will be suppressed again. The old monk nodded and said. Let's go. Little monk Fan Xiao looked in the direction where the demonic soul disappeared and turned to leave. The nameless old monk followed closely behind. At this moment, 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei walked out of the void. Those two Baldis have obviously received the inheritance of Buddha. It's as if Buddha has descended. I'm afraid the prophecy will come true. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was no trivial matter. Humans, demons, gods, Buddhas, and fiends were born at the same time. Heaven and earth would be reopened. However, the prophecy left behind by the Tao ancestor did not mention who would be the one to reopen heaven and earth. Whether it was a human, a demon, a god, a Buddha, or a devil who reopened the world, no one knew. In other words, it was still full of variables as to who would control this world of death. Of course, Gu Fei wanted to refine this death world by himself. However, his opponents seemed to be extremely strong. Humans, demons, and gods were no longer a concern. However, the Buddha and the devil were two huge obstacles. The little monk Fan Xiao and that demon would definitely not watch him refine this world without doing anything. This death world must be reopened by his own hands. He must not let anyone else have it. Even if he couldn't obtain it, even if he had to destroy this world, he must not let the other party have it. Gu Fei made up his mind. Then, he began to condense the immortal Tao's divine energy. In the void, he carved immortal Tao's divine runes. He was setting up a void-shifting array. Very soon, an array that was completely formed by interweaving immortal Tao's divine runes appeared in the void. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly walked into the array and activated it. Divine light surged. Swoosh. With a swoosh, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. The immortal Tao's divine runes that were set up in the array also dissipated. At the peak of the god race's sacred mountain, on the plaza in front of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, there was a huge altar that was completely black. At this moment, the altar suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light. Immortal Tao's divine runes appeared on the altar, intertwining with divine light. The ancient array on the altar lit up and emitted a vast wave of divine power. The aura of the great Tao lingered around it. Every rune that formed the array had Tao rhymes circulating around it. Within the divine light, a figure appeared. Swoosh. 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 A few figures rushed out from a few palaces scattered on the sacred mountain and flew towards the peak. At this moment, the ancient altar began to calm down. The countless immortal Tao's divine runes that appeared on the altar gradually disappeared into the dark altar. The divine light was dissipating, and the Tao rhymes that were released by the immortal Tao's divine runes were also retracted into the altar. Greetings, old ancestor. The divine race powerhouses that had rushed to the bottom of the altar respectfully saluted the person that had appeared on the altar. The person only nodded. How are the preparations going? The person on the altar asked. This person was Gu Fei, who had just returned from the god race's sacred land. No one in the god race had sensed that their old ancestor's body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. No one would have thought that the soul of the god race's distant ancestor had already been destroyed. The soul within his physical body had already become another person. Everything is ready. We can set off once the old ancestor returns. Li Jingxia, the god race clan lord, stepped forward and said to Gu Fei on the altar. Very well, then all of you can set off immediately. Gu Fei said. Yes. Li Jingxia and the others received the order and left. Soon, hundreds of streaks of light rushed out of the god race's sacred mountain. Every streak of light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. None of the god race members were weak. Then, several array diagrams appeared in the void above the sacred mountain. Some god race experts took out the array diagrams and the hundreds of god race members walked into the array diagrams. Divine light flickered continuously and the array diagrams emitted waves of immortal path divine power. Tao rhymes circulated as the god race members were transported out one by one. Old Tortoise and Hei Tian jumped out of nowhere and arrived at the altar in front of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. When Old Tortoise saw the altar, his eyes widened even more than a copper bell. He exclaimed in shock, a divine chaos stone. Such a big piece. How extravagant. Old Tortoise and Hey Tian jumped directly onto the altar and came to Gu Fei's side. They were not afraid of anyone noticing them. Even if someone did, they would think that it was their distant ancestor Li Xuandao who wanted to bring Old Tortoise and the others with him. Everyone in the god race knew about the impossible prophecy passed down by the supreme Tao ancestor. Bringing humans and demons with them was the safest way. No one dared to ignore the prophecy left behind by the supreme Tao ancestor. Moreover, this prophecy, which was thought to be impossible for countless years, seemed to be coming true. The reason why Sage Li and the others treated Gu Fei and Old Tortoise so well was also because of the prophecy. A divine chaos stone? Gu Fei asked in surprise. That's right. This altar is actually refined from a huge divine chaos stone. The most ancient divine runes of the immortal path are also engraved on it. Old Tortoise looked at the altar and murmured. Gu Fei couldn't help but come to a realization. No wonder he sensed a faint aura of primordial chaos chi on the altar. Divine chaos stones were born in the chaos before the heaven and earth were created. They were contaminated with a trace of primordial chaos chi and were the most precious materials for refining weapons. Although divine chaos stones had appeared in the Tinglong continent for thousands of years, the largest one was only the size of a human head. The Purple Immortal Palace was also built from divine chaos stones and countless other peerless materials. I'm afraid that only the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor could have such a grand style. Old Tortoise exclaimed. At this time, the hundreds of god race members in the sky above the sacred mountain were about to be teleported away. Among the god race, Li Zun looked suspiciously at the people on the altar in the square in front of the Purple Immortal Palace. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Li Zun saw a distant ancestor Li Xuandao chatting happily with Old Tortoise. He faintly sensed that something was wrong and felt uneasy. However, he just couldn't figure out what was wrong. The diagram floated high in the sky. Divine light constantly flickered as more and more god race members walked into the diagram and were teleported away by its power. Li Zun also walked into the diagram. After a flash of divine light, Li Zun disappeared into the diagram. No one knew where he was teleported to. Soon, the hundreds of god race members were all teleported away. In the sacred land of the god race, only Gu Fei and the others, as well as some spiritual birds and beasts were left. For some unknown reason, there were many rare beasts in the sacred land of the god race. However, for countless years, not a single beast could successfully cultivate and become a demon. Even when the god race deliberately tried to create a few demon beasts in the sacred land of the god race, it ended in failure. This was also the reason why the god race regarded the prophecy left by the Supreme Tao ancestor as a prophecy that would never come true. Even in the sacred land of the god race, the only pure land in the world of death, no demon had appeared, let alone other places outside of the sacred land of the god race. The arrival of Old Tortoise gave Saint Li, and even the entire god race hope. Let's go too. Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise and Hey Tian. The army of the god race had already set off. As a fake Supreme Tao ancestor, he certainly could not be absent. Just as Gu Fei was about to activate the altar to teleport himself, Old Tortoise, and Hey Tian to the vicinity of the 9 mountains, Old Tortoise suddenly stopped Gu Fei. What's wrong? Asked Gu Fei. This ancient altar is contaminated with a trace of primordial chaos chi. It's also a precious treasure. Take it. Old Tortoise's eyes lit up as he looked at the altar beneath his feet. From the looks of it, if Gu Fei did not make a move, he would take the altar. This altar was probably the only one in the world that was refined from a primal chaos divine stone. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said disdainfully, Old Tortoise, you're really greedy. You already have the mystic tortoise divine armor and the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, yet you're still eyeing this altar. If you don't want it, then give it to me. I, Old Tortoise, will never complain about having too many treasures. Old Tortoise rubbed his hands together. Senior, boss, this altar must not be touched. I'm afraid there will be big trouble if we touch it. Hey Tian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. Chapter 593. The old turtle wanted to take away the altar, but Hey Tian stopped him. After hearing Erebus' words, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Then, he quickly searched through his memories regarding this ancient altar. From Li Xuandao's soul memories, Gu Fei learned that this ancient altar really couldn't be touched. If it was taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't help exclaiming after learning the true function of this altar refined from a whole piece of divine chaos stone. What is it? The old turtle hastily asked. There's a devil's soul sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain. Gu Fei couldn't believe it. The divine race's sacred mountain was actually a giant cage. What? The old tortoise was shocked as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was inexplicably shocked. What kind of concept was it to have a devil's soul sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain? A devil's soul that could be sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain was definitely extraordinary. It was very likely the true devil's soul. And the primal chaos altar had played a decisive role in suppressing this devil's soul. The altar was located at the eye of the formation. If it was taken away, the devil's soul would awaken from its slumber. That would be disastrous. Gu Fei and the old turtle's expressions became extremely unsightly. They had never imagined that a devil's soul would be sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain. If it was allowed to come out, the entire divine race's sacred mountain would become a devil domain. Let's go. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle. If it weren't for He Tian's timely intervention, they would have caused a disaster. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a burst of lingering fear. The old turtle didn't say anything else. Gu Fei immediately activated the formation on the chaos altar. The entire altar immediately emitted a vast fluctuation of divine power. The divine light emitted from the altar shrouded the entire altar. When the divine radiance dissipated and the ancient divine runes of the immortal Tao once again disappeared from the altar, Gu Fei and the old tortoise had already disappeared from the altar. The 9 Mountains Savage Grounds was second only to the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. The god race's attack on the 9 mountains could be said to be one of the few major events in the world of death. That was because almost all the races in the depths of the Death Continent had come. Ghostly figures collided around the 9 mountains. The Undying Skeleton race had come, the Netherworld race had come, and the Corpse race had come. Countless dead creatures surrounded the 9 mountains. Outside the 9 mountains, high up in the sky, there was a bone palace made entirely of white bones. In the other 2 directions, a pitch-black ghost palace was faintly discernible in the ghost chi, and a mountain surrounded by corpse chi was fixed in the void. The Undying Skeleton clan, the Netherworld clan, and the Corpse clan were the 3 most powerful clans in the world of death. Their supreme emperors had come in person. In addition to the Bone Palace, the Ghost Palace, and the Corpse Mountain, there were also a few divine palaces shrouded in immortal chi floating in the sky. There were members of the god race going in and out of those divine palaces. No dead creatures dared to approach the place where the god race was. The god race's immortal Tao divine power was the natural nemesis of the dead creatures. Some of the weaker dead creatures immediately hid far away after sensing the aura of the god race. The atmosphere around the 9 mountains was very tense. Attacking the 9 mountains was definitely not an easy task. The Undying Skeleton clan, the Netherworld clan, and the Corpse race had come out in full force. All the Undying Skeletons, evil spirits, and evil corpses had come to the vicinity of the 9 mountains. The weak dead creatures were destined to be sacrificed. Attacking the 9 mountains required the existence of cannon fodder. The Bone Palace, the Ghost Palace, and the Corpse Mountain all emitted powerful auras. The supreme emperors of the 3 clans were watching, waiting for the arrival of one person. In front of the god race's divine palace, the void suddenly trembled. A formation rushed out of the void. In the flickering divine light, 3 figures appeared under the divine radiance. Gu Fei, the old turtle, and He Tian had arrived. A supreme immortal physique stood out from the masses. The moment the fake distant ancestor, Gu Fei, appeared, a pressure immediately spread out. All the experts outside of the 9 mountains knew that the distant ancestor of the god race had arrived. The moment Gu Fei's group appeared, the god race patriarch Li Jingxia led a group of elders to welcome them. Then, he led Gu Fei, the old turtle, and He Tian to the largest of the several divine palaces. The god race's divine palace was shrouded in immortal energy and flashing lights. It was refined from countless precious divine materials. It could be placed in one's sleeves and carried with it at all times. After entering the divine hall, Gu Fei directly walked to the throne at the center of the hall and sat down. In the entire god clan, he was the only one who could sit on the throne of the highest position. After seeing Gu Fei take his seat, the other divine race elders also sat down on both sides. The old turtle and He Tian stood on either side of Gu Fei. Go invite the supreme emperors of the three great races. Gu Fei sat on his throne, sweeping his gaze over the elders of the divine race. He only saw that these elders all had different expressions on their faces. He had no idea what they were thinking. Yes. Someone left after receiving the order. Soon, the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, the Supreme Emperor of the Nether race, and the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse race arrived outside the shrine where Gu Fei was. Under the guidance of a divine race member, the three Supreme Emperors entered the divine palace shrouded in immortal energy. They weren't worried about the god race doing anything to them. This was because the god race wouldn't attack the three races at this time. The three Supreme Emperors had already figured out the god race's intentions. Gu Fei sized up the Supreme Emperors of the three races. He saw that the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton looked like an ordinary set of bones. The bones didn't have any luster. The soul fire in the skull was constantly flickering. There were no energy fluctuations either. It was as if this was a skeleton that was about to completely decay. As for the Supreme Emperor of the Nether race, he gave off an illusory feeling. He was shrouded in black and ghostly mist. It was impossible to see his appearance clearly. Unless Gu Fei opened his celestial eye, he wouldn't be able to see through the Supreme Emperor of the Nether race. This surprised Gu Fei. The Supreme Emperor of the Nether race wasn't simple. His soul power was restrained. There was no way to sense any powerful soul fluctuations. However, intuition told Gu Fei that the Supreme Emperor of the Nether race was very dangerous. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse race was about 2 meters tall. His entire body was surging with a vast aura of death. His flesh was plump, and his bones were strong. At a glance, he didn't seem like a corpse at all. Different from the previous two Supreme Emperors, the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse race was surging with a vast aura of death. He emitted an evil and powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse race didn't conceal his strength at all. He didn't restrain his aura at all. After the three Supreme Emperors entered the Divine Palace, they sat down. Then, the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton asked Gu Fei, "How are you going to attack the 9th mountain?" Gu Fei smiled and said, "You guys will be the vanguard." WH. What? The three Supreme Sovereigns were taken aback. The Supreme Sovereign of the Undying Skeleton clan almost jumped up. No one had expected that this distant ancestor of the god race would be so direct. He wanted them to be cannon fodder. Chapter 594. The 9 mountains had existed for countless years. Many people had tried to invade it, but they all failed. Even a divine king from the divine clan had fallen in the 9 mountains. The 9 mountains was the second most dangerous place in the world of death, second only to the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. One could imagine how dangerous the 9 mountains was. In the past, the supreme extreme Tao experts moved the mountains and emptied the seas. There were almost no flaws in the 9 mountains and it was difficult to break. Today, the 9 mountains gathered. The divine clan united all the races in the world of death to besiege the 9 mountains. They wanted to break the 9 mountains, second only to the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. In the divine clan's divine palace, Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the divine clan, who was under the complete control of Gu Fei's divine soul, sat on the throne in the middle and glanced at the 3 supreme emperors below. "You seem to have objections to my arrangement?" Gu Fei said sternly. His eyes were as bright as stars, making it hard for people to look at him directly. The posture of an expert who looked down on the world was completely revealed. You want us, the weak races, to be the vanguard? This. The Supreme Emperor of the Nether clan said hesitantly. Do you want us, the weak races, to be the vanguard? The Supreme Evil Corpse of the Corpse clan said coldly. He directly questioned Gu Fei's purpose and suspected that Gu Fei had ulterior motives. Presumptuous. The Divine Clan Lord, Li Jingxia, stood out and said sternly, Chou Xiong, what do you mean by this? The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse clan was called Chou Xiong. He commanded all the evil corpses in the depths of the world of death. Among the creatures of death, Chou Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated. Humph, don't you know what I mean? Chou Xiong sneered. His body was surrounded by corpse energy and the aura of death was surging. What a joke. If the Divine Clan wants to destroy the Corpse Clan, why do we need to go through so much trouble? We can just kill our way to your door and destroy you. Another ultimate god, Li Fan, also stood out. There were a total of 5 ultimate gods in the 3 main bloodlines of the Protoss. 3 ultimate gods had been killed by the true demon soul. Currently, there were only 2 ultimate gods left in the Protoss. Li Fan was the other ultimate god expert apart from the Protoss clan master. I'm afraid that if you want to destroy us, you'll have to pay a huge price. You have some misgivings, so we should discuss how to reasonably attack the 9 mountains. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, who hadn't spoken up until now, suddenly spoke up. The soul fire in the skull of this Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan wasn't very bright, but Gu Fei couldn't sense a trace of soul fluctuation from this Supreme Emperor's skull. Returning to his natural state. This old skeleton is not simple, Gu Fei thought. Of course, Gu Fei did not take the Supreme Emperors among the undead creatures seriously. The so-called Supreme Emperors were only comparable to the ultimate god experts of the Divine Clan. Of course, it would not take long for Gu Fei to kill the Supreme Emperor of the 3 undying creatures. Among the 3 Supreme Emperors, only the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan made Gu Fei a little afraid. Among the 3 Supreme Emperors, only the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan made Gu Fei a little afraid. When integrating Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei knew that the Undying Skeleton clan's foundation was very deep. The terrifying expert who broke into the Divine Clan's sacred land and fought endlessly with the 3 great ancestors of the Divine Clan, and finally broke into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. He was from the Undying Skeleton clan. The Undying Skeleton clan once had an invincible expert who defied the heavens and was reborn. It was also in that battle that the other 2 great ancestors of the Divine Clan and the invincible expert who defied the heavens and was reborn were all lost in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Even Li Xuandao almost did not make it back. In the end, he gave up a Supreme Saint weapon passed down by the great ancestors to escape from the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. In the infernal realm, no one knew the terror of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl better than Li Xuandao. Even with the protection of a Supreme Saint weapon, one would still be lost in it. This was also why Gu Fei wanted to attack the 9 mountains first and take out the other half of the Peerless Blade. Only by gathering a few Supreme Saint weapons and displaying the power of the extreme Tao could he suppress the 9 dragon veins. Because the 9 dragon veins were not ordinary dragon veins, but the ancestral dragon veins of the infernal realm. They were the source of the dragon veins. You brought the weapon left behind by that person back then? Gu Fei looked at the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan. His gaze was like cold lightning, and his tone was so cold that it made people feel suffocated. You should know the power of that weapon. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan was not afraid of Gu Fei. He said calmly. What? That weapon, is that the weapon of that ruthless person back then? Even our race's saint weapon was lost in that place. How could that person's weapon? All the experts of the celestial race were shocked. The celestial race's secret from countless years ago was known by the experts of the celestial race. Back then, that person suddenly killed his way into the sacred land of the celestial race and killed several divine kings of the celestial race. The 3 ancestors had no choice but to take action. In the end, the 3 ancestors fought with that ruthless person and charged into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. For 10 days and 10 nights, the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl was filled with divine light. Endless earth dragon chi condensed into 9 huge dragon shadows in the sky. No one knew what happened inside. In the end, only Li Xuandao of the 3 ancestors rushed out of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had no choice but to enter the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace to sleep. The Supreme Saint weapon left behind by the Tao ancestor was also lost in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. You. Gu Fei's gaze swept across the 3 Supreme Emperors in front of him. His expression was somewhat ugly. These 3 fellows didn't seem willing to attack the 9 mountains obediently. Humph. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race, Cho Xiong, sneered. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Race was watching from the sidelines. The Undying Skeleton Race, Netherworld Race, and Corpse Race seemed to have reached a tacit agreement. They weren't afraid of the Celestial Race. Although they had joined hands with the Celestial Race, it didn't mean they were willing to listen to the Celestial Race's orders. If this is what you're relying on, then you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Gu Fei withdrew his gaze and spoke indifferently. There wasn't the slightest emotion in his voice. Are you joking? Although you're stronger than any one of us, we have a heaven-defying weapon. You'd better know your place, said the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race, Cho Xiong. This fellow really deserves a beating. Too impudent. We can't let him off so easily. The Celestial Race's experts couldn't help being enraged. That Cho Xiong didn't put their ancestors in his eyes at all. Some of them couldn't help but want to attack. He doesn't know life from death, said Li Jingxia coldly. The other hierarch of the Celestial Race, Li Fan, sneered. The entire Celestial Race knew that their ancestor, Li Xuandao, had refined a saint sword. That saint sword wasn't inferior to the saint weapon of the Celestial Race that was lost in the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. So what if the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race had that person's weapon? Could it be even more powerful than that saint sword? Many of the God Race experts in the temple gloated at the Supreme Emperor, who was one of the 3 creatures of death standing above the temple. Among the 3 supreme rulers, the supreme ruler of the Undying Skeleton tribe and the supreme ruler of the Nether tribe felt that something was wrong. Only the supreme ruler of the Corpse tribe, Cho Xiong, was still glaring at the God tribe patriarch Li Jingxia and the others. Don't waste time. Old Turtle, who was standing beside Gu Fei, transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Gu Fei remained calm. He was the ancestor of the Celestial Race, Li Xuandao. He stared coldly at Cho Xiong and said, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. What do you want to do?" Cho Xiong was shocked and couldn't help taking a step back. The other party was the ancestor of the Celestial Race. Moreover, he could feel a powerful murderous aura from the other party. We can talk things over. Why do you need to fight? The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan took a step forward as the soul fire in his skull lit up. A terrifying pressure spread out from the soul fire. As expected, that weapon is in your hands, Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He slowly stood up from his throne with divine light and murderous aura. Old Turtle and Hei Tian were forced to retreat by Gu Fei's murderous aura. Everyone, let's not harm each other, the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race indifferently said. The pressure coming from his skull was growing stronger and stronger, as if a terrifying desolate beast was awakening. The expressions of the Celestial Race experts changed. That aura made their hearts palpitate. They felt a sense of danger. Other than Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan, the other Celestial Race experts all retreated. Stop pretending. Do you think we don't know that your Celestial Race's sacred artifact has long been lost in that legendary place? Ha! The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race, Cho Xiong, laughed heartily. Shut up. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race suddenly roared at Cho Xiong. You! Cho Xiong was stunned. He didn't know why the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race would suddenly do such a thing. Humph, there's no medicine to cure a fool. Oh, no, it should be a corpse fool. Moreover, it's the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race. There's no medicine to cure him. Gu Fei revealed a cruel smile. Then, with a whoosh, a ray of purple light rushed out from his body. A terrifying sword aura that caused even the heavens and the earth to lose their color immediately spread out in all directions. The icy sword aura surged in the divine palace. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies were cold, and their pores opened up. Their hair stood on end. The three Supreme Emperors turned pale with fright. At this time, the Supreme Emperor of the corpse race, Cho Xiong, finally realized how wrong he was. Buzz! The cry of a sword reverberated through the 9 heavens. The terrifying sacred weapon displayed a great pressure. The shocking sword aura caused all living beings in the world to tremble. Have mercy! The Supreme Emperor of the undying skeleton race shouted. A fist-sized radiance rushed out of his skull. A pressure that could almost contend with the violet gold divine sword spread out from that radiance. It's too late, said Gu Fei indifferently. With a flash of sword light, the Supreme Emperor of the corpse race, Cho Xiong, stood straight in place. The evil blood-red light in his eyes began to dissipate. Cho Xiong's supreme corpse body began to dissipate into the void like snow. His body and soul were completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. He had completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 595. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Clan was killed in an instant. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The Supreme Emperor of the undead creatures was the most powerful undead creature in the world of death. The Supreme Emperor of the undead creatures was comparable to the ultimate gods of the divine race. However, the only Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Clan was killed. Killing the Supreme Emperor like cutting melons and vegetables. What kind of strength was this? No one was not shocked. Even the old tortoise and Hei Tian, who knew Gu Fei's background, were extremely shocked. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan were petrified and could not speak for a long time. Cho Xiong was dead with his soul scattered. Swoosh! The purple light flashed. After killing the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Clan, the purple gold divine sword flew back and entered Gu Fei's body, or rather, Li Xuandao's body. The current Gu Fei controlled Li Xuandao's peerless divine body and became the only remaining ancestor of the divine race. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. I hope you won't do anything stupid again. Gu Fei slowly sat down and said coldly. The shocking sword aura that surged in the temple disappeared. It disappeared so abruptly that the sword aura that shocked the heavens and earth disappeared into Gu Fei's body. After hearing Gu Fei's words, the Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan immediately woke up from the horror. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan wanted to take out the supreme killing weapon of the Undead Skeleton Clan to make Gu Fei have some scruples. However, the supreme killing weapon had calmed down at some point. It seemed that the killing weapon of the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan was also afraid of the divine might of the purple gold divine sword, and it was silent in the soul fire of the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan. I am willing to submit. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan quickly bowed to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. He had no choice but to submit. The Undead Skeleton Clan, the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Clan were no match for the divine race with the Supreme Sword. Even if the 3 undead clans joined forces, it would still be difficult to compete with the divine race. If they didn't submit, then the only outcome would be the same as the Supreme Corpse Emperor. They would be directly killed and turned to dust. This distant ancestor of the god race was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He used thunderous methods to completely intimidate the supreme sovereigns of the Undying Skeleton race and the Netherworld race. They had no choice but to submit. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race also prostrated himself to Gu Fei. If the god race's ancestor could kill the Supreme Corpse Monarch, he could also kill them. Very good. Gu Fei nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Clan and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan. These two fellows were flexible, unlike the Supreme Evil Corpse that he had killed. At this time, all the experts of the divine race in the shrine woke up from their shock. Reckless fools, they deserve it. How dare they ignore our ancestor, they deserve to die. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that they are invincible. The experts of the divine race were discussing in low voices. Gu Fei killing the supreme emperor of the corpse clan had shocked and excited the experts of the divine race in the shrine. An ancestor with the supreme sword was absolutely invincible. You know what to do. Gu Fei looked at the two prostrating supreme emperors and said indifferently, like a god looking down at ants at his feet. Yes. How could the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan and the supreme emperor of the netherworld clan dare to say no at this time? The supreme corpse king had taught them a lesson, and they were terrified. Even if the supreme emperor of the undead skeleton clan had a great killing weapon, he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Gu Fei. Even if he used the weapon passed down through the generations of the undead skeleton clan, his fate would only be even more miserable. With the violet gold divine sword, even the supreme emperor had to bow his head. Prepare to attack the 9 mountains. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Gu Fei said sternly. A bitter murderous aura surged from his body, and the temperature in the shrine seemed to plummet. Everyone who sensed this murderous aura felt their bodies go cold, and their souls trembled. The divine race's ancestor was truly terrifying. Understood. The supreme sovereigns of the undying skeleton tribe and the supreme sovereigns of the netherworld tribe hurriedly received their orders and left to gather their respective 9 mountains. After the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race and the supreme emperor of the netherworld race left, Gu Fei said to the god race's patriarch, Li Jingxia, go deal with the corpse race's matters. It's time for the evil corpses to change their leader. Yes. Li Jingxia nodded, and then led Li Fan and the other divine race experts out of the shrine. Disperse. Gu Fei glanced at the other divine race experts in the shrine. The attack on the 9 mountains was about to begin. The group of God clan experts bowed towards Gu Fei, who sat on the throne, before leaving the divine hall one after another. Saint Li, stay. Gu Fei suddenly thought of something when he saw Saint Li retreating out of the divine hall. He then said such words. The other divine race experts were surprised, but they didn't dare to say anything. They still left the shrine to make the final preparations for the attack. Sage Li was also surprised by Gu Fei's words, but he had no choice but to stop. He then walked over to Gu Fei's throne. Ancestor, what are your orders? Sage Li was neither servile nor overbearing to Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was not the ancestor of his bloodline, he was still one of the ancestors of the divine race. Even if his bloodline had some conflicts with Li Xuandao's bloodline, Sage Li was still very respectful to Li Xuandao. Gu Fei looked deeply at Sage Li, and then reached out his hand to draw a line in the air. A halberd shrouded in golden light appeared in the air. A sharp and tyrannical aura immediately spread from the halberd, surging through the shrine. Buzz. The halberd was intelligent. It vibrated gently, emitting a shocking battle intent. It was a halberd. The old turtle and He Tian both looked at Gu Fei. This divine weapon was very extraordinary. Although it couldn't compare to a supreme treasure, it was still a rare treasure. The old turtle wasn't much because he had the 3 realms Buddhist lamp and the mystic turtle divine armor. Although this halberd was extraordinary, it wasn't enough to catch the old turtle's attention. However, He Tian was different. This guy originally had the Tai Huang seal, but ever since it flew away, he didn't even have a proper weapon. Seeing Gu Fei take out this golden halberd, he couldn't help but be envious. A powerful divine power surged on this halberd. If he could wield it and use its power, he would be invincible. This halberd is for you. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the golden halberd floating in the air immediately flew towards Sage Li, this ancestor. Seeing the halberd flying over, Sage Li hurriedly reached out to catch it. Although the golden halberd wasn't a supreme treasure, it was still a spiritual divine weapon. After falling into Sage Li's hands, the halberd immediately shook violently and emitted a dazzling golden divine light. The divine light was like a knife. Under the impact of the golden light, Saint Li's clothes immediately tore open several times. Even old Tortoise and Erebus felt as if they were being chopped by a blade. Damn! Sagely roared. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and an incomparably powerful immortal divine power surged out of his body. His entire body shone with dazzling golden light. He was using his own immortal divine power to suppress the golden halberd. From his expression, it seemed to be a bit strenuous. What a powerful divine weapon. If it was given to me, I probably wouldn't be able to suppress this halberd. Hei Tian was secretly shocked. One had to know that Sagely was a divine king. And Hei Tian's cultivation had yet to truly step into the emperor realm. In terms of power, the divine kings of the god race and the emperor realm of the undead creatures were a level higher than the emperor realm undead creatures. Sagely truly was a divine king. His immortal divine power was incomparably vast, and he quickly succeeded in suppressing the golden halberd with his own power. This halberd. After successfully suppressing the halberd in his hand, Sagely couldn't help but cherish the halberd. It was practically a divine weapon tailor-made for him. Sagely cultivated an immortal divine technique of the metal element, and this golden halberd was also refined from divine gold metal. Sagely and the halberd complemented each other. In the entire god race, only Sagely could fully bring out the halberd's power. Ancestor, this. Sagely was both surprised and delighted. We're about to attack the 9 mountains. I'll give you several divine weapons. You don't need to be surprised. Gu Fei imitated Li Xuandao's tone. This Li Xuandao would no longer play the fool at a critical juncture. He would become incomparably serious. It was also at this time that he began to act a bit like the ancestor of the god race. Sagely muttered to himself for a moment before bowing to Gu Fei. Many thanks, ancestor. These words came from the bottom of his heart. In any case, the other had given him a divine weapon. All right, you may leave. Gu Fei waved his hand. Yes. Sagely bowed and left the temple, disappearing through the door. Brat, did you open this old ghost's inner world? There are quite a few treasures inside, haha. Seeing that no one was around, the old turtle hurriedly jumped in front of Gu Fei, rubbing his hands together with shining eyes. The old ghost the old turtle was referring to was, of course, Li Xuandao, the current owner of Gu Fei's body. Hee hee, so what if I am? Do you want me to give you a few toys to play with? Gu Fei asked. What he lacked the least right now were immortal weapons and divine weapons of the immortal Dao lineage. This was because in Li Xuandao's inner world, there was a temple used to store treasures. With that, Gu Fei flipped his hand, and a few purple beads the size of a thumb appeared in his palm. Inside each bead, there seemed to be purple lightning flashing. Heavenly purple thunder beads. As soon as the old turtle saw the purple beads in Gu Fei's hand, his eyes lit up. This old ghost actually has such a good thing. The old turtle reached out to snatch the purple beads from Gu Fei's hand, but Gu Fei withdrew his hand and kept the purple beads, making the old turtle anxious. Chapter 596. The heavenly purple thunder bead was a kind of thunder bead that was refined using a divine technique. This kind of thunder bead was different and could not be refined by those who did not have physical strength. That was because the thunder bead contained the power of thunder and lightning. It was not an ordinary power but a tribulation thunder. A purple thunder bead meant that it was refined from the most powerful purple flame heavenly thunder. The purple flame heavenly thunder was the most powerful divine thunder heavenly tribulation in legends. Even a mid-level ultimate god from the divine race would find it difficult to resist such a thunderfire heavenly tribulation. Even an ultimate god from the divine race like Li Xuandao would not be able to refine such a heavenly purple thunder bead. To collect the heavenly purple thunder bead that was refined from the purple flame heavenly thunder was the most powerful divine thunder heavenly tribulation in legends. Even an ultimate god would not dare to touch such a purple flame heavenly thunder bead. Even a divine race almighty like Li Xuandao would not be able to refine such a heavenly purple thunder bead. The old turtle knew the origin of the heavenly purple thunder bead. Therefore, when Gu Fei took out a few of such purple thunder beads, even the knowledgeable old monster could not help but be moved. Kid, these purple thunder beads are not very useful in your hands. It's better to give them to me," the old turtle said enthusiastically. It could be seen that he really wanted the purple thunder beads in Gu Fei's hands. The heavenly purple thunder bead that even an ultimate god would not be able to obtain was very rare and precious. Although the old turtle really wanted it, Gu Fei's divine soul had fused with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body. Even the old turtle was afraid of his strength. The old turtle would never be able to take anything from Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei looked down at the crystal-clear purple thunder bead in his hand with purple lightning flashing inside. He then looked at the old turtle and said, "I can give it to you. However, when we attack the 9 mountains, you cannot retreat. You must go all out." He knew very well that the old turtle would definitely be the first to escape when there was danger. Moreover, the 9 mountains impasse was extremely dangerous. It was hard to guarantee that the old turtle would not retreat. I know. I also want to leave this damned place as soon as possible," the old turtle said repeatedly. He thought to himself, "I'll promise you first." Of course, Gu Fei didn't know what the old tortoise was planning. Seeing that the old tortoise agreed, he handed the purple thunder beads to the old tortoise. The old tortoise stretched out his hand and received them. He stared at the violet thunder beads in his hand and carefully examined them. The violet thunder beads were truly mystical. There seemed to be another world inside them, and there were violet divine lightning flashing within. It really is a heavenly violet lightning pearl. The violet flame heavenly lightning inside is extremely pure. "One pearl is enough to destroy a mountain," exclaimed the old turtle. He could already see that this kind of pearl was incomparably precious. Perhaps only a legendary Tao ancestor could refine such a pure heavenly violet lightning pearl. There were only 5 Gantian purple thunder beads in his hands, but the old turtle was grinning so widely that only his teeth could be seen. This kind of purple thunder bead could actually be used to resist the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei couldn't help smiling when he saw the old turtle's expression. If the old turtle knew he still had a few hundred purple thunder beads, how would he react? It turned out that Gu Fei had found these Gantian purple thunder beads in the treasury hall of Li Xuandao's inner world. He had thought that these purple thunder beads were refined by Li Xuandao. The power of thunder was extremely intimidating at any time. Thunder rumbled and all things trembled. Thunder had always been viewed by cultivators as a punishment imposed by the universe. Legend said that when cultivators ascended to the heavenly realm, the universe would send down a lightning tribulation. Only those who successfully passed the tribulation could borrow its power to wash away their mortal aura. Only then would they be able to ascend and become a true immortal. The old turtle retreated to the side after obtaining the purple thunder beads. Only He Tian's 2 resplendent spiritual fires burned in his eyes as he stared fervently at Gu Fei. Gu Fei noticed He Tian's expression and glanced at He Tian. He then swiped at the air in front of him and a wind-fire banana fan fell into his hand. "Take it," said Gu Fei. He then threw the wind-fire banana fan to He Tian. Mahakala hurriedly took it. After that, he used his soul force to observe the palm leaf fan. He saw that the palm leaf fan was surging with fire chi. Waves of heat spread out, causing Gu Fei to feel as if his skin was being burned by fire. At the same time, astral winds wreaked havoc in the Great Hall. Wind and fire, 2 different powers surged out from the banana fan. The temperature in the hall immediately rose. At the same time, the whistling sound of wind could be heard. The astral winds were like blades and the divine fire rose. This was an immortal weapon that was definitely not inferior to the golden halberd. With a gentle flap, flames immediately soared into the sky and the wind howled. "Thank you, boss." He Tian was extremely happy and hurriedly thanked Gu Fei. With this wind-fire banana fan, He Tian's strength had increased greatly. Just as Gu Fei was dividing the treasures in the hall, there was quite a commotion at the gathering place of the corpse race. Their supreme emperor, Chou Xiong, had been killed by the god race, causing a great uproar among the evil corpses. The powerful evil corpses were all riled up. Some of them were even shouting, wanting to incite all the evil corpses to fight against the god race. Countless powerful evil corpses were riled up, wanting to immediately avenge their supreme emperor. However, just as the emperor, realm evil corpses were about to launch an attack on the god race, the god race's patriarch, Li Jingxia, arrived with the god race's experts and stopped the corpse race's army. Powerful hierarch auras filled the air. Li Jingxia and Li Fan strolled through the sky, displaying their supreme might and intimidating the countless evil corpses. Why did you kill our race's supreme emperor? My race and the god race are absolutely irreconcilable. Kill the god race and avenge our supreme emperor. The 4 emperor realm evil corpses charged towards Li Jingxia and the other experts of the god race. Their voices contained powerful soul energy fluctuations that spread to the heavens and the earth. They did this on purpose. They wanted all the creatures of the dead in the vicinity of the 9 mountains to hear and sense their voices. Revenge. 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 The countless evil corpses below roared in unison. Their voices converged together, causing the entire world to shake. Killing intent soared to the sky, and even the winds and clouds changed color. Humph. Li Jingxia sneered as a murderous aura surged from his body. It was as if the entire world had turned cold in an instant. The might of a single person seemed to have overshadowed the miserable aura of countless evil corpses gathered together. The powerful divine power of the immortal Tao shook the air, and the 4 emperor realm evil corpses were sent flying thousands of meters away as if they had been struck by lightning. Li Jingxia's aura was unparalleled. His entire body began to emit resplendent divine light, as if he was covered in a layer of divine flames. It was as if a fire god had descended upon the world. He cultivated a fire-type Tao technique. The fiery light emitted from Li Jingxia's body illuminated the entire dusky world. It was as if a sun had appeared in the sky. Although the god race had only sent a dozen or so experts, the powerful aura they exuded was definitely stronger than the murderous aura formed by the densely packed evil corpses below. The powerful aura of a dozen divine race experts was actually able to suppress the entire corpse race. The killing intent of countless evil corpses gathered together was truly shocking. Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race, please uphold justice for us. Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, please uphold justice for us. The 4 Emperor realm evil corpses shouted in the direction of the Netherworld race and the Undying Skeleton race. They wanted the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race to stand out and fight the divine race together. Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race, please uphold justice for us. Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, please uphold justice for us. The 4 Emperor realm experts shouted several times, their voices spreading far and wide. It was impossible for the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race to not hear them. However, there was no response from the Netherworld race. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race didn't respond at all, and there was no response from the Undying Skeleton race either. The area where the 2 races were located was densely packed with skeletons and ghosts shrouded in a deathly aura. The 4 Emperor realm evil corpses felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the 2 races' reactions. It was obvious that the Netherworld race and the Undying Skeleton race would not offend the divine race for the sake of the corpse race. They had never imagined that the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race had already submitted to Gu Fei. How could they still dare to stand out? The divine race's ancestor who wielded an extreme sacred weapon definitely had the ability to exterminate all the undead races. No one wanted to end up with their race being exterminated. The 4 Emperor realm evil corpses were in despair. Humph, Cho Xiong dared to offend my ancestor. His death cannot wipe out his crimes. Now it's your turn. You only have 2 choices. One is to live, the other is to die. Live or die, it's up to you. Li Jingxia pressed forward, divine flames surging from his body, causing the void to distort from the heat. The 4 Emperor realm evil corpses were no match for the divine race's hierarch expert. The 2 were simply not on the same level. Kill. 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 The 4 Emperor realm evil corpses surged with a monstrous deathly aura as they charged towards Li Jingxia. For terrifying waves of deathly aura shook the world. They knew they were no match for Li Jingxia, but they still wanted to fight one last time. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were struggling on their deathbed. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish, Li Jingxia said indifferently. With a boom, divine flames suddenly rushed out of his body, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they surged towards the 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were immediately enveloped by the divine flames. Their bodies were trapped in the terrifying flames, and they let out terrified screams and screams. Chapter 597. The God Race's patriarch, Li Jingxia, displayed his supreme divine might. Divine fire covered the sky and burned the earth. In an instant, the 4 Emperor Realm corpses were shrouded in raging flames. The monstrous divine fire shrouded the entire sky, dispelling the endless dark clouds and death energy. It illuminated the dusky world and distorted the void. The fire element divine power was vast and mighty. Li Jingxia's entire body seemed to have transformed into a resplendent sun. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the might of this power. Near the 9 mountains, countless undead creatures were watching. The experts of the undead skeleton clan and the Netherworld clan were indescribably shocked. The terrifying pressure emitted by Li Jingxia caused all the undead creatures to feel uneasy. Everyone was watching. No one wanted to be the second Chou Xiong. The God race had even killed the Supreme Emperor Chou Xiong of the corpse race. Among the undead creatures, who else could contend against the God race? Die. Li Jingxia was like an ancient fire god descending to the world. He was like a moving sun. One of the 4 Emperor Realm experts of the corpse race was burned to ashes on the spot. His soul dispersed. With a raise of his hand, another corpse king let out a miserable scream before disappearing into the sea of fire. No one was a match for Li Jingxia. Li Jingxia annihilated Emperor Realm experts as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. He was peerless, and perhaps only a supreme emperor would be able to fight Li Jingxia. However, the corpse race only had one supreme emperor, Chou Xiong. Chou Xiong had long been killed by Gu Fei. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, it was Li Xuandao who killed Chou Xiong. Rumble, heaven and earth were shaking violently, and endless divine flames burned half the sky red. Cracks began to appear in the void, and heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. The remaining 2 great corpse emperors were roaring in terror, and they wanted to rush out of the sea of flames. However, Li Jingxia used his supreme divine power to seal the surrounding area. A part of the void turned into a blazing cage, imprisoning the 2 corpse kings within the sea of fire. Li Jingxia had complete control over the life and death of the 2 corpse emperors. A peerless hierarch realm expert was not someone an emperor, realm undead creature could contend against. At this time, Li Jingxia was the only one attacking. There were more than a dozen divine race experts watching the battle. They stared at the countless evil corpses below. A great pressure suppressed the numerous evil corpses below, causing them to not dare to act rashly. Some king corpses wanted to soar into the sky to save the king trapped in the sea of fire. However, the dozen or so god race experts were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. The nearly 100 corpse kings didn't dare to be the first to rush forward. Both sides were in a stalemate. Although there was a huge disparity in numbers, if the dozen or so celestial race experts also made a move, the nearly 100 corpse kings of the corpse race might not be a match for them. Moreover, there was an ultimate god realm peerless expert, Li Fan, among the dozen or so Protoss experts. Li Jingxia continued to walk through the sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, another corpse monarch was burned to ashes by the divine flames that were pouncing on him from all directions. Spare me, I am willing to surrender. The corpse race is willing to surrender. Just as Li Jingxia was about to finish off the last corpse monarch, the corpse monarch begged Li Jingxia for mercy in fear. Roar! You don't deserve to be my race's emperor. How can we not avenge the supreme emperor? How can we surrender to our enemies? Qiu Ju, are you crazy? After hearing the corpse monarch's begging, some of the nearly 100 corpse monarchs immediately roared in anger. Some even called out the corpse monarch's name. If we don't surrender, our race will be annihilated. I am willing to surrender. The corpse race is willing to surrender. The corpse race king that was trapped in the divine flames prostrated himself before Li Jingxia in the void and said loudly, "Even if we die in battle, we will not surrender. Qiu Ju, you coward. I would rather die than surrender." There were still people roaring among the corpse race, but their voices had lessened significantly. The current situation was already on the verge of extinction. Only by surrendering would the corpse race have a path to survival. Quite a few corpse monarchs recognized this point. Although the people who had voiced their opposition were still indignant, no one said anything else. Swish. 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 Dozens of divine lights tore through the void and shot out from the celestial race experts, instantly piercing the heads of the corpse monarchs that were still unwilling to surrender. The one who had attacked was a young goddess in fluttering white robes. She had a cold expression on her face. She had killed a dozen corpse monarchs in an instant. This kind of strength was enough to prove that this goddess was a divine monarch. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? The divine monarch stepped forward, her peerless face shrouded in a layer of frost. She was incomparably cold and emotionless, like a goddess of ice and snow. Her icy gaze swept over the horde of corpses below. Roar! I'll fight it out with you. Among the corpse monarchs at the very front of the horde, a tall corpse monarch roared and soared into the sky. Boundless corpse energy surged around him as he charged at the divine monarch. Humph! The divine monarch sneered and extended her right hand. 5 blue divine lights shot out from her slender fingers, shattering the void and piercing through the corpse monarch. The corpse monarch's body was torn apart and fell from the sky. Only a head remained floating in the air, shrouded in death energy as it continued to charge at the divine monarch. The divine monarch thrust out a finger. Whoosh! With a bang, the undead king's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down from the sky. A divine monarch and a corpse monarch were on completely different levels of strength. Before a divine monarch, a corpse monarch was powerless to resist. The disparity in strength between the two was far too great. All the corpse monarchs were shaken when they saw their monarch being easily slain. They simply couldn't contend against the divine race. In front of powerhouses of this level, numbers didn't mean anything. Although the corpse race had countless corpse monarchs, if the dozen or so divine race monarchs were to attack at the same time, they would truly be able to exterminate the corpse race. Ha! Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Lead the corpse race well and serve the divine race. Li Jingxia's voice rang out from the sea of flames. He was very satisfied with this outcome. I will solemnly obey the divine emperor's command, the corpse monarch called Qiu Ju said in a panic. The divine flames that filled the sky receded like a receding tide and returned to Li Jingxia's body. The mighty divine might that had filled the world also vanished. All the creatures of death around the 9 mountains heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the dozens of corpse kings in the corpse clan dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. No one dared to oppose. After all, no one wanted to end up with a tragic fate of having their souls scattered. There were 3 figures standing on top of the floating shrine. The 3 of them were closely watching everything that was happening in front of them. After the divine flames that filled the sky receded, the divine race patriarch, Li Jingxia, and the corpse monarch who had submitted to Li Jingxia's feet appeared. That is. The old tortoise couldn't help but be startled when he saw the corpse monarch. Why is it him? Gu Fei was also stunned when he saw the corpse monarch. Chapter 598. After the 3 great emperors from the outer regions of the Hell Path crossed the reincarnation bridge and entered the depths of the Hell Path, the corpse emperor and the nether emperor were nowhere to be found. The bone emperor was subdued by old tortoise and was eventually killed by the demonic creatures. At that moment, Gu Fei and the others discovered the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path. The old corpse had actually joined the corpse clan and became one of the 4 great emperors of the corpse clan. However, the Corpse Emperor was the only one left of the 4 great emperors of the Corpse clan. Naturally, the Corpse Emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path became the only emperor of the Corpse clan. Among the undead creatures, only the strongest existence was qualified to control the entire clan and become the supreme existence of the clan. Hence, the Corpse Emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path became the new leader of the Corpse clan. Who is that chick? She's ruthless. Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei. Old Tortoise had seen the Divine King's attack. Who is she? Gu Fei searched through Li Xuandao's memories and said, her name is Li Xiener, the only Divine King in the Shen clan. There were actually many female immortals in the Shen clan, but very few of them had cultivated to the Divine King realm. One must know that those who could become Divine Kings were all extremely talented. The divine race wasn't a big race. There were only a few hundred people. There weren't many Divine King level experts, less than 20. There were originally 5 Hierarch level experts, but 3 of them were killed by the true demon soul. The current Shen clan's strength could be said to have been greatly reduced because 3 ultimate gods had fallen, leaving only 2 ultimate gods. Other than the ultimate gods and divine kings, the weakest clansman in the Shen clan had the cultivation and strength of an immortal. That was because the Shen clan was too high. The children born from the union of immortals and immortals would definitely be demigods even if they were not immortals. That was because these children inherited the bloodline of immortals and were the children of God. Don't tell me you've really fallen for this divine king. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said with a faint smile. Find a divine king as a wife? Hei Tian also said aloud. Old Senior, this seems very challenging. Why don't you give it a try? Give it a try, my foot. Old Tortoise kicked Mahakala. He wasn't interested in Li Xiener. It was just that the goddess king was ruthless and decisive, which made Old Tortoise's eyes light up. In fact, Old Tortoise was not interested in Li Xiener. At this time, the matter of the corpse race had been resolved. Li Jingxia and the others didn't actually want to exterminate the corpse race. They wanted the corpse race to be used as cannon fodder to attack the 9th mountain. This time, the corpse race had come out in full force. Evil corpses covered the mountains and plains, occupying a large area near the 9 mountains. They were densely packed, and it was impossible to tell how many evil corpses there were. It's time, let's begin. Gu Fei stood in the sky above the temple and transmitted his voice to Li Jingxia. Then, a bugle horn sounded. Then, the gathering place of the undying skeleton clan emitted waves of spiritual energy like a vast ocean. Countless white skeletons surged towards the 9 mountains like a tide. In another direction, underworld fog shrouded the heaven and earth. Eerie and terrifying ghostly chi filled the air. Ghostly shadows and phantoms appeared in the ghostly chi and silently drifted towards the 9 mountains. The corpse clan didn't dare to be negligent. Countless low-level corpses walked towards the 9 mountains like walking corpses. The aura of death filled the air. The 3 major undead tribes had begun to attack the 9 mountains. Apart from the 3 major undead tribes, there were also other undead tribes mixed in with the 3 major undead tribes and surged towards the 9 mountains. Countless creatures of the dead converged on the 9 mountains from all directions like a tide of death sweeping towards the 9 mountains. The densely packed undying skeletons and corpses were like ants on the ground. Very quickly, those corpses climbed up the 9 mountains and continued to move towards the summit. In the sky, the underworld fog surged and Yin Qi filled the air. Countless ghosts of the netherworld race could be faintly seen amidst the black chi. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and had a panoramic view of the scene below. The scene in front of him was incomparably shocking. On the ground, countless white skeletons and corpses were climbing up the 9 mountains. These skeletons and corpses were densely packed and covered the entire mountain. Their speed wasn't very fast, but the vast expanse of whiteness made one's scalp numb. It was very quiet. When the undead creatures moved, there wasn't any noise. All the undead creatures were like walking corpses as they silently climbed up the mountain. The surrounding silence made people feel pressured. The 9 mountains weren't that steep. Very quickly, those skeletons and corpses climbed to the summit, but they didn't stop because of this. After crossing over the mountain, these skeletons and corpses entered the 9 Mountains' ominous land. Everyone was extremely nervous. Powerful creatures had already soared into the sky and stood in the void to watch this scene. Swoosh! Suddenly, a divine light swept out from the 9 Mountains without any warning. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and turned into nothingness. Countless white skeletons and corpses were immediately swept away. The ominous land's prohibition has been triggered. The show is about to begin. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the 9 Mountains. In the sky above the 9 Mountains, the wind began to surge and clouds began to gather. There were hundreds of meters long killing lights dancing in the sky. After the peerless killing trap was triggered, the power of the ominous land began to awaken. Attacking the 9 Mountains was definitely not an easy task. The skeletons and evil corpses that entered the inner region of the 9 Mountains were all wiped out by the extreme killing light that descended from the sky, turning into ashes. The terrifying power was vast and mighty in the 9 Mountains, causing the ground to tremble a little. The netherworld race that drove the ghosts and ghostly fog to the 9 Mountains were also blocked by the destructive divine light that lingered in the sky. As the killing lights swept past, the dark clouds and ghostly fog dissipated one after another. Countless hazy figures also disappeared in the void at the same time. The killing lights of the 9 Mountains' ominous land seemed to be able to annihilate all tangible and intangible things. Even ghosts without a physical body would be annihilated. The dead creatures didn't stop there. They continued to pour into the 9 Mountains, covering the sky and covering the earth, advancing wave after wave. Destructive killing lights constantly swept out from the 9 Mountains, killing all the dead creatures that entered the 9 Mountains' hinterland. The power of the 9 Mountains' ominous land was rapidly increasing. The terrifying killing trap formed in the ominous land gradually began to operate. The dark clouds and ghostly fog above the 9 Mountains were dispersed, revealing a starry sky. Endless starlight sprinkled down and entered the ominous land. Rumble, the 9 Mountains shook, and the divine light soared into the sky. The peerless killing trap attracted the power of the stars, and its power became even stronger. Chapter 599. Countless undead creatures gathered from all directions and climbed up the 9 Mountains one after another. They were so densely packed that it seemed like the ground was covered with a layer of ants. Above the 9 Mountains, the sky was covered with dark clouds and surging underworld fog. Countless ghosts and malicious spirits could be vaguely seen, and the ghost chi soared into the sky. All the dead creatures that gathered had only one goal, and that was to attack the 9 Mountains in front of them. Rumble, the 9 Mountains were shaking, and the ground was trembling. The dark clouds and underworld fog that shrouded the sky and the earth were all dispersed by the terrifying energy fluctuations from the 9 Mountains, and the soaring ghost chi outside the 9 Mountains was also blocked. The starry sky that had not appeared in the dead world for countless years not only appeared in the sky, but also sprinkled endless starlight. In the sky above the 9 Mountains, the 9 stars were especially bright. They flickered with resplendent starlight and cast down 9 pillars of starlight. The 9 pillars of starlight landed on the peak of each mountain. Rumble, the power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the countless dead creatures that had climbed up to the top of the 9 Mountains were all crushed by the starlight and turned into dust. The killing situation of heaven and earth lived up to its name. It was a terrifying method that used the power of heaven and earth to destroy everything. The 9 Mountains attracted the power of the stars in the sky, and it emitted a horrifying and desolate fluctuation. All the dead creatures that climbed up to the top of the 9 Mountains were directly killed by the power of the stars. Moreover, at this time, the earth dragon chi also surged out from under the ground. The 9 Mountains were 9 earth dragon veins, and in the endless starlight, 9 giant dragons rushed out from the top of the 9 Mountains. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the terrifying dragon chi took shape. Then, it swooped down from the mountains, and tore open 9 gaps in the countless dead creatures. Large numbers of dead creatures were directly killed, and their souls scattered. Heaven's killing intent, earth's killing intent, heaven's earth's power, it seemed like there was no power that could contend against it. Countless undead creatures couldn't withstand a single blow from this terrifying heavens-earth's power. They were as weak as newborn babies. 9 dragon shadows circled around the 9 mountains. Soon, countless undead creatures that had climbed up the 9 mountains were completely annihilated by the 9 dragon auras that had taken form. The dragon chi rose from the 9 mountains, and the power of the earth dragon veins was constantly guided out, resonating with the 9 stars in the sky, and forming an extremely terrifying killing situation of heaven and earth. Within a range of several thousand miles, killing intent soared to the heavens. The 9 mountains' savage grounds displayed a terrifying worldly phenomenon. Above, there was a boundless killing light formed by the power of the stars. Below, there was a boundless killing intent emitted by the dragon veins. This originally peaceful area had now become a terrifying killing field. In the sky and on the ground, it was like an impenetrable net that protected the 9 mountains. Dazzling divine light of destruction shot out from the 9 mountains, piercing through the sky and shattering the void, instantly killing some of the powerful creatures of death that wanted to get close to the 9 mountains. Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and He Tian stood in the sky, watching the scene coldly. Countless dead creatures had triggered the killing situation of heaven and earth. In the sky, countless spirits were killed by the killing situation of heaven and earth. The evil spirits of the underworld race could not even get close to the 9 mountains. On the ground, countless skeletons and demonic corpses were still rushing up the mountains. However, the dragon chi rose from the ground, forming a terrifying killing situation. The skeletons and demonic corpses that rushed up the 9 mountains were all destroyed. Behind Gu Fei, there were hundreds of god race members. All of them were nervously watching the shocking scene in front of them. Countless dead creatures were killed. They were like moths flying into a flame, digging their own graves. However, those were the low-level dead creatures. Most of the low-level dead creatures were just walking corpses. They had no intelligence, and were muddle-headed. They were summoned by their king to be cannon fodder. These unintelligent dead creatures could not resist the summons of their king. They did not know what danger was. Even if they were killed, they would not feel anything. This time, the 3 dead races had come out in full force. The Supreme King had summoned countless dead creatures and gathered them around the 9 mountains, waiting to launch the attack. The killing situation of heaven and earth had been triggered. All the dead creatures that came from all directions were still so dense that one could not see the end of them. These low-level dead creatures did not know whether they were alive or dead. They were summoned and scrambled to climb up the 9 mountains. However, they were killed by the dragon chi that rushed out from the 9 mountains. Soon, the foot of the 9 mountains was covered with a thick layer of bone powder and blood and flesh. The bone powder was left behind by the low-level undead skeletons after they were killed. The dark, blurry blood and flesh were formed by the disintegrated flesh of countless demonic corpses. As for the countless evil spirits and evil spirits of the underworld race, nothing was left behind. Their souls were scattered and completely disappeared from this world. Old ancestor, we can't go on like this. Li Jingxia, who was standing behind Gu Fei, stepped forward and said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. In the eyes of the god race, he was Li Xuandao. No one could see through this. Wait a little longer. The power of the killing situation of heaven and earth isn't limited to this. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 9 mountains in front of him. At that moment, the 9 great stars in the sky became brighter and brighter. The endless power of the stars condensed into a pillar of light that was almost solid. The vast power of the stars filled the sky above the 9 mountains. Starlight shone brilliantly, as if a starry sky had appeared above the 9 mountains. The gentle starlight destroyed everything and sealed the sky and earth. As for the 9 mountains, each of them was emitting boundless earth dragon chi. The dragon chi took form, and above each of the mountains, there seemed to be a giant dragon dancing in the air. The killing situation of 9 mountains had the killing light of the stars above and the endless earth dragon chi below. The two complemented each other and formed a peerless killing field that was simply unbreakable. Time passed, and the endless death creatures continued to pour in from all directions. The three major death tribes were fighting to the death, not hesitating to send countless low-level creatures to their deaths. To the three major death tribes, this was a helpless move. Without the god race old ancestors' command, no one dared to stop attacking. However, if this continued, the low-level creatures would eventually be wiped out. When that time came, it would be the turn of the high-level death creatures. 9 endless starlight condensed into a towering light pillar that connected the 9 great stars in the sky. The earth dragon Chi rose from the 9 great mountains. These two forces were extremely powerful, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble and the earth to undulate like waves. Countless death creatures were buried at the foot of the mountains, unable to climb up. Before the killing situation of 9 mountains was triggered, many death creatures had entered the 9 mountains. However, once the killing situation started, the death creatures that entered the 9 mountains would be instantly killed. The 9 mountains ominous ground is indeed a peerless ominous ground second only to the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim after witnessing this shocking scene. Endless heaven and earth force was gathering, turning the entire area into a land of death. Any living creature that entered this land of death would be mercilessly killed by the heaven and earth force. This was borrowing the hand of the heavens to kill all living creatures. Unless one was a supreme extreme Dao expert, it would be difficult to arrange such a killing situation. Gu Fei already believed that the 9 mountains ominous ground was definitely the masterpiece of a supreme extreme Dao expert. Swish. 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 2 figures rushed up from the ground. From the dark clouds and mist in the distant sky, an illusory figure shrouded in black chi also rushed out. These 3 figures were all rushing towards the god race and came close in an instant. They were the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Sovereign who had just become the clan lord of the Corpse race. It had to be said that the Corpse Sovereign was very lucky. From the outer region of the world of death, he had entered the depths of the world of death where there were many experts. In such a short period of time, he had become the clan lord of the corpse race. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Sovereign, the clan lord of the corpse race, bowed to Gu Fei in unison. Since they had surrendered to Gu Fei was their master. Of course, this Gu Fei was not the Gu Fei they knew. His soul was Gu Fei, but his body was Li Xuandao's. To be precise, they had surrendered to Li Xuandao, not Gu Fei. What's the matter? Gu Fei glanced at the 3 fellows bowing in front of him and said indifferently. Master, if we don't stop attacking the 9 mountains, I'm afraid we will have to fight to the death, the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan said helplessly. Although low-level Undying Skeletons had not developed spiritual wisdom, they were the foundation of the Undying Skeleton Clan's proud existence, just like the population of the human race. The larger the population base, the more experts would be produced. This was a very simple principle, and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan naturally understood this principle. Experts and experts all grew up from ordinary people. The same was true for the Undying Skeleton Clan. Even the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan had grown up from a low-level creature step by step. No one was born an expert, and no one was born an expert. At that moment, countless low-level creatures were still surging towards the 9 mountains. Then, they were strangled by the dragon aura rising from the ground and shattered at the foot of the mountains. It seems like it's time to use the supreme treasures. Gu Fei also knew that these low-level creatures had completed their mission. If they continued to go up, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Tell them to retreat. Gu Fei waved his hand and said calmly. Thank you, Master. Chapter 600. The undead creatures retreated like the tide, but the 9 mountain savage lands were already wreaking havoc. Endless starlight sprinkled down from the heavens, making it seem as if a nebula was faintly discernible above the 9 mountains, as if there were thousands of stars twinkling. This was the power of the stars. A single star could shatter a part of the world. This was definitely not an exaggeration. The 9 stars in the sky shone with starlight, enveloping the 9 mountains within a radius of a few thousand miles. It was as if a starry sky had descended upon the 9 mountains. Unless the connection between the 9 stars and the 9 mountains could be severed, it would be difficult to break the destructive starlight. No matter how many undead creatures there were, they would all be destroyed by the starlight, their bodies and souls destroyed. 9 earth dragon veins were drawn from the ground, resonating with the 9 stars in the sky, forming the first layer of the worldly killing formation. Order everyone to retreat 5,000 miles. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, looking at the 9 mountains that were flickering with starlight and surging earth dragon chi. This was only the first barrier of the 9 mountains killing formation, but it was already so powerful that it attracted the power of the stars and the earth dragon chi. If he didn't have 2 supreme treasures, Gu Fei wouldn't have come to attack the 9 mountains. Without the supreme treasures, even a true expert would have a hard time breaking the first barrier of the 9 mountains. Yes. Li Jingxia and the others received the order and transmitted their voices to the undead creatures. Countless undying skeletons and demonic corpses quickly retreated, causing the ground to rumble and tremble. There were too many undead creatures gathered outside the 9 mountains. The ground was densely packed with them, with no end in sight. It was like an endless ocean of undead creatures. With so many undead creatures retreating together, the ground was instantly filled with dust. In the sky above, the dark clouds and underworld fog that densely covered the 9 mountains also quickly surged into the distance. Within the underworld fog, eerie and terrifying ghost cries rang out, as if there were countless ferocious spirits howling. The 3 great undead tribes retreated at the same time. Countless weaker tribes that had attached themselves to the 3 great undead tribes also retreated along with their subordinates. After an hour, all the undead creatures had retreated thousands of miles away. However, the undead creatures didn't stop and continued to retreat. The experts among the undead creatures knew that the god race was about to use a heaven-defying ancient treasure. Once that terrifying weapon was used, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In order to avoid being affected, he could only retreat far away. At this time, Gu Fei didn't care too much. He directly channeled the supreme immortal physique he seized. A vast divine power immediately surged from his body. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. The divine energy of the immortal Tao emanated from the peerless immortal physique, directly shaking the heaven and earth. Everyone fled in panic, no one dared to stand near Gu Fei. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like cold stars. Rays of divine light surrounded his body, and he was like a god from the primordial era descending to the world. With a raise of his hand or a kick of his foot, it was as if he could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. A terrifying pressure surged out in all directions with Gu Fei as the center. Everyone's expression changed. The experts of the god race knew that their ancestor was about to unleash his power. The god race patriarch Li Jingxia, hierarch Li Fan, god king Li Sheng, and the others retreated far away. If Gu Fei were to use a supreme treasure, it wouldn't be a joke if they were affected by it. An extreme Tao precious treasure was refined by an extreme Tao expert that had gathered the rarest and peerless divine materials in the world. If one was able to completely exert the might of an extreme Tao saint weapon, then it would simply be like an extreme Tao expert had personally arrived, and it would be able to exert the terrifying might of an extreme Tao expert's full force strike. Buzz! A sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens, reverberating between the heaven and earth. A purple sword shadow materialized above Gu Fei's head. Buzz! Another sword chime resounded. The purple divine sword above Gu Fei's head suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The purple sword radiance traversed hundreds of meters and shot straight at the bull. When this beam of sword light landed in the eyes of everyone, it was like a beam of light shooting out from a laser beam. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as though a divine weapon was pressed against their throats. Sword, come! Gu Fei shouted. The violet gold sword radiance above his head flew into his hand. A 3-foot-long violet gold divine sword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He gathered all the immortal energy in his body and sent it to the divine sword in his hand. Swoosh! A purple divine light immediately shot out from his hand, reaching thousands of meters in length. The extremely sharp sword chi rippled out from the purplish gold sword light that was thousands of meters long like a wave. The ripples of the sword chi were too strong. It was not enough to describe it as making the world lose its color. The temperature plummeted. Although everyone had retreated hundreds of miles away, they still felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What a powerful sword chi! Old Tortoise was shocked when he saw this scene. He was completely stunned. The void was collapsing and the heavens and earth were being torn apart. The unparalleled sword chi emanating from the violet gold divine sword was so powerful that it tore the heavens and the earth apart. The purple golden sword light, which was tens of thousands of meters long, was even more dazzling, and frightening than the 9 beams of light cast down from the 9 great stars in the sky. One man and one sword had become the only thing in the world. Gu Fei was like an extreme expert from ancient times, displaying an extreme pressure, causing everyone to feel an urge to bow down and worship him. The vast divine power made everyone's soul tremble. Break for me. Gu Fei's strength had reached its peak, and he had to vent it out. With a furious roar, he slashed down with his divine sword. Swoosh! The violet gold sword radiance burst with dazzling divine light. The terrifying sword chi was more than 10 times stronger in an instant. The entire world seemed to be split in half by the sword. The violet gold sword radiance destroyed everything in its path. There was no power that could stop it. A spatial fissure that spanned tens of thousands of zhang appeared above the 9 mountains. The Extreme Path Saint weapon displayed the might of the Extreme Path, directly breaking through the 9 light pillars formed by the starlight. It was as if the starry sky was being destroyed, and countless stars were being destroyed. The endless power of the stars cast down by the 9 great stars in the sky was instantly dispersed. Roar! 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 The dragon roar shook the world. The dragon chi above the 9 mountains surged. 9 huge dragon shadows rose into the sky and met the violet gold sword radiance. They wanted to block the sword. The endless dragon chi of the earth formed a huge dragon shadow. It was as if a real dragon had descended. The whole world was shaking. The void was breaking. The 9 mountains were shaking violently. The dragon chi was mighty. However, it was all in vain. The endless dragon chi of the earth rose and turned into 9 huge dragons. They could not resist Gu Fei's sword. Without any suspense, the 9 dragon shadows, which were as huge as mountains, dissipated one after another under the sword light. When the sword struck the 9 dragons, the horrifying sword light directly shattered the 9 dragon shadows. The attack of the Extreme Path divine weapon displayed supreme divine power. The endless power of the stars and the 9 dragon chi of the earth were all destroyed under Gu Fei's attack. This was the most direct way to use absolute power to break the seemingly flawless death trap. It was completely using power to win. One sword to break all laws. Rumble, the 9 mountains shook at the same time. Countless sand and boulders rolled down from the mountains. Cracks appeared on the 9 mountains as if they could collapse at any time. In the distant sky, the old tortoise and the Protoss saw the power displayed by Gu Fei's sword. They were shocked and amazed. The Extreme Path divine weapon was indeed extraordinary. Just this sword alone could probably split the 9 mountains impasse into 2. However, everyone rejoiced for nothing. The dazzling sword radiance broke through the sky shrouded by the power of the stars and destroyed the 9 dragons formed by the dragon chi of the earth. The moment it was about to land on the 9 mountains, a domineering and terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the 9 mountains. Boom! The 9 mountains shook at the same time. Within the 9 mountains, a dazzling divine light burst out. Within the divine light, a black divine blade stretched for thousands of miles. It broke through the void and slashed out from the 9 mountains. Oh no, it's the peerless ominous blade. As soon as Gu Fei saw the domineering and extremely fierce blade radiance, he could not help but be shocked. His previous guess had turned out to be true. The extreme path expert in the past did not set up the 9 mountains impasse to seal the peerless ominous blade. The peerless ominous blade was also a extreme path treasure. Even though it was only half, it emitted a shocking murderous aura. Even the Protoss, the old tortoise, and the others who had retreated hundreds of miles away felt their bodies turn cold and their hearts palpitate. The peerless ominous blade was incomparably fierce and domineering. It turned into a 10,000 miles long blade radiance and directly met the purple gold sword radiance that Gu Fei had slashed down. Boom! The purple gold sword radiance and the peerless ominous blade collided in an instant. A strong light erupted, illuminating the entire world and shaking the entire Naraka realm. The void above the 9 mountains instantly collapsed. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. Everything was directly destroyed by the mighty and terrifying power and turned into nothingness. The remnant power that descended from the sky directly shaved off the 9 mountains by hundreds of feet. The purple gold sword radiance and the peerless ominous blade collapsed in the void at the same time. Gu Fei only felt a strong force colliding with him, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. The purple gold divine sword in his hands was almost shaken off. How can this be? How can there be a power that can resist the extreme path sacred weapon in this world? The Protoss were all shocked. The blade radiance had actually blocked the purple gold divine sword. It was really unbelievable. The peerless ominous blade. Gu Fei flew backward for thousands of feet before he stabilized his body. His expression was extremely ugly. His eyes emitted 2 incomparably fierce divine lights that pierced through the void. He stared at the 9 mountains, at the peerless ominous blade above the lake and said in a deep voice. Chapter 601. The lake within the 9 mountains was definitely the eye of the array. The entire 9 mountains was a grand array that spanned thousands of miles. The person who could set up this grand array indeed had the power to move the mountains and drain the seas, pluck the stars and capture the moon. Such a person could only be an extreme master. Gu Fei had finally tested the true power of the perilous land of the 9 mountains, using half a peerless ominous saber to suppress the array eye. What exactly was this ominous land suppressing? He was secretly shocked. An extreme master of the soul could use such an astonishing method to set up a grand array to suppress something. It definitely had a great background. I hope it's not related to the true demon. Gu Fei felt a faint sense of unease. His only goal was to pluck the half of the peerless saber trapped in the lake within the 9 mountains. Brat, can you do it? The old tortoise, who was watching from afar, transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. I have to do it even if I can't. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. At this time, it was impossible to back down. He might have to use the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, the 9 beams of starlight that were dispersed by Gu Fei's sword appeared again. The 9 great stars in the sky continued to pour down endless power of the stars. And the 9 beams of dragon chi that were destroyed by the sword light of the purple gold divine sword also formed a faint dragon shadow at the summit of the 9 mountains, showing signs of reforming. The grand array was repairing itself. This grand array seemed difficult to break, and it was difficult to truly make the array lose its power. Within the 9 mountains, the great earth dragon chi continued to rise from the ground. It was hazy and gradually covered the scenery within the 9 mountains, shrouded in the gray, chaotic great earth dragon chi. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then, with a swoosh, a dazzling divine light flashed between his eyebrows. Resplendent divine light flickered about. He opened his immortal Tao divine eyes, piercing through the 9 netherworlds, seeing through all obstructions in the void. Despite the obstruction of the dragon chi of the earth, everything inside the 9 mountains was still visible to Gu Fei. He could see everything clearly with his immortal Tao God eyes. At this time, the huge lake in the 9 mountains surged with huge waves. The half of Zhu Shi's ominous saber that was bound by the chains of the 9 stone men was shaking violently. Beams of destructive blade light rushed out from the lake, cutting through the void. Wherever the blade light passed, there was chaos. In the 9 mountains, killing intent rose and fell. Fierce blades wreaked havoc. Using the peerless ominous saber to suppress, even if it was only half of the ominous saber, even if it was a powerful being, he would have a headache. After all, not everyone could resist the power of the peerless ominous saber. Gu Fei suddenly discovered something, and his face was full of disbelief. He saw that the 9 tall stone men towering above the lake didn't seem to be inanimate objects. Gu Fei sensed a powerful soul fluctuation from the 9 stone men. Stone men. Could it be? Gu Fei suddenly remembered that he was plotted against by Dongfang Chen in the virtual sky world. Dongfang Chen used a magic scroll with the spatial transfer technique to move Gu Fei and the others into the stone men array. Could it be that the 9 stone statues towering above the lake actually had souls like the stone men in the stone men array in the virtual sky world? The 9 mountains, a murderous situation second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, was really terrifying. After carefully observing the layout of the 9 mountains with his immortal divine eyes, Gu Fei knew that without using the mountain and river cauldron, it was absolutely impossible to attack the 9 mountains and take away the half of Zhu Shi's ominous saber. He felt a little helpless. Once the divine tool of the extreme path appeared, the whole world would probably be flattened. Swish! A divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Within the divine light was a simple and unadorned large cauldron. As soon as the large cauldron appeared, an ancient aura that seemed to come from the primitive universe suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was time to use the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble. The divine cauldron, wrapped in the divine light, trembled slightly and quickly grew larger. In a few breaths, the large cauldron became as huge as a mountain. Under Gu Fei's control, the mountain and river cauldron soared into the sky and flew above the 9 mountains. The 9 rays of starlight cast down from the 9 great stars in the sky were intercepted by the mountain and river cauldron. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, continuously swallowing the endless power of the stars cast down from the sky into the cauldron. The violently shaking 9 mountains gradually calmed down. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth and stabilize the dragon veins. It possessed unimaginable power. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, it immediately suppressed the 9 mountains. The dragon veins of the earth that were guided over were stabilized. The dragon chi from the mountain and river cauldron was completely suppressed by the great power of the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, although the dragon chi from the 9 mountains had calmed down, it continued to rush out from the mountains and gather towards the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, which was as huge as a mountain, emitted a terrifying aura. It slowly rotated. The 9 light pillars in the sky and the 9 mountains on the ground connected the sky and the earth. 9 beams of dragon chi from the earth appeared on the peaks of the 9 mountains and were swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. In an instant, the sky above the 9 mountains changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. The power of the stars and the dragon chi from the earth were continuously absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. The aura emitted by the entire divine cauldron became even stronger. Rays of divine light surrounded the mountain and river cauldron. Chaotic primordial chi appeared faintly on the body of the cauldron. All the ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life and emitted strong soul power waves. Just when the mountain and river cauldron was about to completely suppress the 9 mountains, a brilliant saber light soared up and directly slashed out from the 9 mountains. The target of the saber light was the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. The sudden saber light was too fast. Boom! It slashed on the mountain and river cauldron fiercely and a terrifying power exploded instantly. The terrifying saber chi spread out and the saber light collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, was shaken and almost blown away by the saber light. Gu Fei was shocked. This half of the peerless saber was still fierce and domineering. The saber light formed by it was extremely sharp and could tear the void apart. Under Gu Fei's control, the mountain and river cauldron slowly pressed downwards. In the sky, the endless power of the stars cast down from the 9 great stars and the 9 streams of dragon energy from the 9 great mountains seemed to have stimulated the mountain and river cauldron to unleash a terrifying power that suppressed the surroundings. The mountain and river cauldron was like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down on the 9 mountains. Clang! 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 Chapter 602. The peerless ominous saber was a supreme treasure. Although it was only half of the saber, it was obviously imprisoned in the 9 mountains by someone and used as the eye of the formation. Using half of the peerless ominous saber as the eye of the formation was really extravagant. With this peerless ominous saber as a divine object, even a mighty figure would have a headache. The sound of iron chains colliding constantly came from the 9 mountains. The peerless ominous saber was struggling. It was a divine object with a spirit. It was not willing to be trapped in the 9 mountains and wanted to break free. However, the more the peerless murderous saber struggled, the more the terrifying power that erupted from it was guided and used by the great formation. The tyrannical saber chi continuously slashed out from the 9 mountains, going against the sky, cutting through the void, and slashing towards the mountain and river cauldron above the 9 mountains. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. It felt threatened. The body of the cauldron emitted a vast amount of primordial chaos chi. The sky suddenly became misty as if a chaotic void had appeared. An endless ancient and boundless aura spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. This aura made everyone's soul tremble. The dazzling saber light that slashed out from the 9 mountains tore through the void and directly slashed into the primordial chaos void. It was as if a chaotic world had been split open. A huge collision sound resounded and the whole world trembled. The peerless ominous saber was incomparably powerful. It cut through everything in its way and fiercely slashed on the mountain and river cauldron. The destructive aura was vast and mighty. Gu Fei's face instantly became pale. The mountain and river cauldron was blocked by the saber chi of the peerless ominous saber and could not descend. The 9 mountains, which were on the verge of collapsing, stabilized once again. Although the saber light of the unparalleled ominous saber did not strike the mountain and river cauldron, the connection between the 9 streams of earth dragon chi and the mountain and river cauldron was severed by the ominous saber. The mountain and river cauldron could not continue to swallow the 9 earth dragon chi that was guided here. The earth dragon chi once again condensed in the 9 mountains, causing the 9 mountains to stand tall. Damn it! Apart from being shocked, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The heaven and earth death trap laid down by an extreme-grade powerhouse seemed to be basically difficult to break. If he didn't break this heaven and earth death trap, he wouldn't be able to take that half of the peerless ominous saber. In the distant sky, the celestial race was nervously watching everything that happened in front of them. The cauldron of mountain and river. To think that the cauldron of mountain and river has also fallen into the hands of ancestor. With the mountain river cauldron in hand, he still can't break through the 9 mountains? The power of the mountain and river cauldron is not limited to this. The experts of the God clan were discussing in low voices. The God clan was the successor of the Supreme Tao ancestors' bloodline. They had inherited the Tao ancestors' legacy and knew many secrets of the Great Desolate Era. When the Supreme Treasures unleash their full power, it's equivalent to a full-powered attack from a supreme powerhouse. If the Patriarch is able to unleash the full power of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold holy sword, he might be able to break through the 9 mountains killing formation, said the God Race Patriarch, Li Jingxia. Ancestor, why did you attack this place? The only divine monarch of the God clan, Li Xiener, suddenly asked. Her beautiful eyes flashed, but her expression was still as cold as ice. One had to admit that the divine snatch of the 9 secrets of immortal path was really heaven-defying. Gu Fei had snatched Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, but no one could tell. Even the God Race Patriarch, Li Jingxia, and the ultimate God Li Fan did not notice anything strange about the Patriarch who controlled the supreme treasures and attacked the 9 mountains. No one could tell that their Patriarch's soul had long been replaced by Gu Fei's martial spirit. Your Patriarch? His soul has long been destroyed. The old tortoise could not help but feel amused as he listened to the God clan experts' conversation. Of course, the old tortoise would never dare to say these words out loud. If the God clan knew that their patriarch had been killed by Gu Fei, wouldn't the God clan experts tear them apart? He Tian did not dare to speak carelessly. He was cautious and rarely spoke. Although he used to be a member of the God clan, he did not know why he had an inexplicable conflict with the God clan. He did not seem to want to have anything to do with the God clan, let alone have any contact with them. What was going on? Even Hei Tian was puzzled. He knew that if he wanted to know the reason, he had to fully awaken his soul's memory to know what had happened between him and the God clan. Our clan's prophecy is coming true. The patriarch is making the final preparations. The God race patriarch, Li Jingxia, said in a deep voice. This world could only be reopened in the hands of the God clan. The God clan had been trapped in the Naraka realm by the ancient Buddha for countless years. Even if they took this world as compensation, it was still far from enough. It could already be imagined that as long as the God clan could leave the Naraka realm, a battle between Buddhism and Taoism would inevitably be set off in the Tinglong continent. The world is going to be reopened. Li Fan sighed. Had the God clan finally reached their end? No one knew that Li Fan suddenly felt nervous and uneasy. The reopening of the world was definitely an earth-shattering event. No one was willing to see this world being reopened in the hands of someone else because it meant that someone else had become the master of this world. The resurrected true demon, the Buddha who had reappeared in the Naraka realm, and the God clan. Only these three great forces had the strength to fight for this world. They were playing a game of chess with the world as their chessboard. Old Tortoise, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. He didn't care if the world was reopened or not. What he wanted to do the most right now was to leave this damned place. At this time, the old tortoise regretted entering the Naraka realm. He felt that he had made a bad move and wasted a lot of time. Sigh. A mistake, a mistake. The old tortoise sighed. He thought that he could easily take over the Naraka realm, but he was too naive. Who was the 1,000-year-old Buddha? How could he so easily let someone take away one of the 6 paths of reincarnation that he had painstakingly refined? However, the old tortoise never thought that the Naraka realm would be so complicated. There were many people more powerful than him. He knew that he was no match for the God clan Lord Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan. Brat, it's all up to you now. Old Tortoise secretly sighed as he looked at the figure in front of him, who seemed to be an extreme-grade powerhouse. He could only pin his hopes on Gu Fei now. At this time, Gu Fei was in big trouble. Within the 9 mountains, peerless saber lights continued to cleave upwards, blocking the mountain-sized cauldron of mountains and rivers high up in the sky. The two great powers collided, cancelled each other out, and obliterated each other. The void was shattered. This was a battle between two supreme treasures. The terrifying pressure made even Li Xuandao's martial spirit, who was hiding in his peerless immortal body, tremble. Not only the 9 mountains, but also the depths of the world of death, and the entire realm of death were shaking. The mighty energy fluctuations from the supreme treasures affected the entire realm of death. At the boundary between the outer region of the world of death and the depths of the world of death, the underworld was roaring. The corpse-like water rushed up to the sky. Even the reincarnation bridge that connected the two sides of the underworld appeared above the underworld, unable to move anymore. Strange movements occurred everywhere in the realm of death. The entire realm of death was shaking, the earth was cracking, and the mountains were collapsing. All the creatures of the dead were terrified. In the sky thousands of miles away from the 9 mountains, a demonic figure stood on a demonic cloud, quietly watching the changing weather in front of him. It was a shocking scene. Humph. That brat wants to break the seal by himself? The demonic figure sneered. It was a cold, black-haired young man with a pair of pitch-black eyes like a bottomless devil's nest. In another direction, there were also 2 figures hidden in the ghostly fog high up in the sky, watching 9 mountains. They were a fair-skinned little monk with a purple gold alms bowl in his hand, surrounded by Buddhist light. The other one was a skinny old monk with dark skin and a layer of flesh sticking tightly to his bones. Can that person break the seal? The old monk looked at the cauldron shrouded in starlight and primordial chaos above the 9 mountains and asked indifferently. The little monk, Fan Xiu, was expressionless. He seemed to have cut off all emotions, becoming a Buddha without sorrow or joy. He looked at everything indifferently and said, if he knew what was inside the 9 mountains, perhaps he wouldn't want to break the seal. That thing. Should we stop it? Asked the nameless monk. No need. The Buddhist Lord seems to have predicted this day. The return of the demon is irreversible. We can only watch from the side, said Fan Xiu. That demon seems to be nearby. The nameless old monk's gaze swept over the place where the demon's shadow was. When the nameless monk looked over, the black-haired young man standing on the demonic cloud seemed to sense it. A faint smile appeared on his cold face. The black-haired young man didn't escape. He continued to watch the 9 mountains in front of him. Fan Xiu and the nameless monk didn't seem to have any intention of making a move either. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 9 mountains. Everything else could be put aside for the time being. At this time, the battle between the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ominous saber had reached its climax. The mountain and river cauldron continuously swallowed the endless starlight shining down from the sky, attracting spiritual chi from all directions. It was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains floating above the 9 mountains. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently, releasing a terrifying destructive energy. The surroundings collapsed, and the peerless saber light descended from the sky again. The peerless ominous saber was only half a blade, while the mountain and river cauldron was a complete supreme path treasure. An incomplete supreme path treasure couldn't compete with a complete supreme path treasure. The peerless ominous saber was gradually suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 603. The mountain and river cauldron floated above the 9 mountains, exuding endless divine might that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Chaotic primordial chi surged, as if turning the void into chaos. The endless starlight that sprinkled down from the heavens was all swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. Without Gu Fei's command, the mountain and river cauldron automatically displayed the divine might of the extreme path. This was the power of the extreme path treasures. The extreme path treasures were supreme divine weapons that had given birth to a soul. They were more spiritual than spiritual divine weapons. Sometimes, they didn't even need the master to activate them and they could kill their enemies on their own. Of course, only in the hands of an extreme path master could the extreme path sacred weapon display its full power. It could destroy everything and was unstoppable. Rumble, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The terrifying power that descended from the mountain and river cauldron caused the 9 mountains to shake and the ground to undulate like waves. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the 9 mountains, as if they could collapse at any time. The 9 streams of earth dragon chi that had been guided over were completely suppressed. Within the 9 mountains, in the middle of the Great Lake, huge waves reached the heavens. The waves rushed high into the sky, and the 9 chains danced in a frenzy. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The half of the peerless saber that was entangled by the 9 chains faintly turned into the shape of a 100-feet-long dragon. It was like a real dragon that had been restrained and was struggling fiercely. Hum. 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 The peerless saber repeatedly made a sound like a dragon's roar. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all living beings could feel the fierce and domineering saber chi. The half of the peerless saber seemed to have gone mad. It emitted a dazzling saber light that tore through the void. It went against the sky and slashed at the mountain and river cauldron. The chains in the hands of the 9 stone men that were suppressed in the Great Lake could withstand the saber chi of the peerless saber and firmly bound the half of the peerless saber. It was obvious that the 9 chains were extraordinary divine objects. Even a peerless saber would not be able to break them. It was likely that the 9 chains were also extremely precious treasures. Gu Fei stood outside the 9 mountains, holding the purple gold divine sword in his hand. He looked at the scene before him calmly. He was not in a hurry to act. He wanted to use the mountain river cauldron to break through the restriction around the 9 mountains first. At this time, all the undead creatures had already retreated to God knows where. Only a few powerful undead creatures were watching from the sky thousands of miles away. Hundreds of God clan members, the old turtle, Hei Tian, and the others stood in the sky hundreds of miles away. They didn't dare to get too close to avoid being affected. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, which was as large as a mountain, displayed its extreme divine might. It swallowed and spat out endless starlight as it slowly pressed down from the sky. It was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains were descending from the sky, and the void below shattered. The 9 mountains kept cracking, and the dragon power that was guided by the 9 mountains kept leaking out, but was forcibly sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down from the sky. The mountain river cauldron was the nemesis of the dragon chi of the earth. It could suppress mountains and rivers and stabilize the dragon veins. The peerless saber radiance could no longer stop the mountain and river cauldron. Under the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, even the peerless saber radiance would crumble. As the mountain and river cauldron continued to descend, the 9 mountains began to collapse. Countless rocks and dust peeled off from the mountain peaks. The dragon chi of the earth went against the sky and was sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron. The world was shaking, and the mountains were collapsing. The 9 mountains were being wiped out by the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, and the dragon chi of the earth was being sucked out of the 9 mountains. Finally, boom! In the earth-shattering noise, the 9 mountains completely collapsed. The earth shook, and dust rose high into the sky. Within a range of thousands of miles, the dust surged and covered everything. It swept out in all directions, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The moment the 9 mountains completely collapsed, 9 huge dragon shadows shot into the sky and charged towards the descending mountain river cauldron. They entered the mountain river cauldron. That is. Gu Fei was very surprised. The mountain and river cauldron had forcefully sucked out the 9 dragon chi of the earth from under the 9 mountains and devoured them. However, there were not really 9 dragon veins under the 9 mountains. The dragon chi of the 9 dragon chi was actually drawn here by the extreme master who had set up this heaven and earth killing trap. However, the 9 streams of earth dragon chi that were guided here had been nourished under the 9 mountains for countless years, and they had really formed 9 small dragon veins. Even in the real macro world, there would not be a second heaven and earth killing trap formed by the ancestral vein of the earth. That was because there was only one ancestral vein of the earth, and it was the source of all the dragon veins. The shocking killing trap of the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl was actually not really formed by the heaven and earth. Someone had split the ancestral vein of the earth into 9 and formed 9 dragons. That's the chi of the 9 dragons. In the distant sky, the old tortoise couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The chi of the 9 dragons seemed to be very similar to the 9 dragons in the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. They seemed to originate from the same vein. Was this heaven and earth killing trap related to the peerless killing trap of the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl? Could it be that these 2 traps were set up by the same person? For a moment, the old tortoise thought of a lot of things. Back then, he was trapped in the virtual sky world by a ruthless person. The method of that virtual sky world seemed to be somewhat similar to this 9 mountains killing trap. Moreover, in the virtual sky world killing trap, a peerless murderous saber was also used as the divine object to suppress the formation. The old tortoise couldn't help but think of the ruthless person who trapped him in the virtual sky world killing trap. If this was a killing trap laid by that person, it wouldn't be that easy to break. The old tortoise faintly felt that something was wrong. As if to confirm the old tortoise's uneasiness, after the 9 mountains collapsed and the 9 dragon chi of the earth were drawn by the mountain and river cauldron, the 9 mountains killing trap immediately changed. Rumble, in the east, a gray mist emerged. The earth-shattering earth chi enveloped the east of the Great Lake and blocked the mighty energy fluctuations when the 9 mountains collapsed. The land in the south suddenly sank, and monstrous fire rushed out from the earth. The whole south was immediately plunged into a sea of fire. The raging flames burned the sky and distorted the void. The fire illuminated the whole world. Gu Fei only felt a wave of heat sweeping over. Even though his martial soul had fused with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, he still felt a burst of blazing heat. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was not an ordinary fire. Even the peerless immortal body felt uncomfortable. This kind of fire might have the terrifying power to melt divine iron and refined gold. In the west, gusts of astral wind blew without warning. The void was torn by the invisible astral wind, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Overflowing black water surged from the north, sweeping in all directions. Layers upon layers of great waves rushed high into the sky, shaking the entire world, able to shatter everything. Earth, water, fire, and wind? Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene. The dragon vein of the 9 mountains was broken, but the earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. What exactly was being sealed in this place? Earth, water, fire, wind. For vast and boundless powers surged around the lake. It was as if this part of the world had once again turned into chaos. The terrifying power was vast and mighty in the world. Moreover, it went against the sky and actually blocked the mountain and river cauldron that was descending from the sky. One had to admit that the person who set up this trap was indeed heaven-defying. Even the divine weapon of the extreme path could not break this trap. The peerless ominous saber, earth, water, fire, and wind, all the forces gathered together to fight against the mountain and river cauldron. Even with the mountain and river cauldron's divine power, it could not suppress these forces. Boom! 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 The extremely powerful destructive forces kept colliding, canceling out, and obliterating each other. They shattered the void of the world and caused the entire world to shake. The earth chi surged and a huge dragon shadow appeared in the thick, gray earth chi. It rushed up to the sky and fiercely pounced on the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. The earth chi condensed into the shape of the great earth dragon. It was as if a real dragon had descended into the world. The huge dragon shadow emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Boom! The great earth dragon collided with the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. At this time, a bird's cry resounded in the sky from the south, and a firebird rushed out of the divine flames. This is the Southern Ming firebird? In the distant sky, the old tortoise's expression changed when it saw this scene. The great earth dragon and the Southern Ming fire sparrow were divine beasts born from the heavens and the earth. The person who laid down this ultimate formation was truly generous. This was not a real divine beast that had descended into this world. It seemed to be only a remnant soul, but it was still a shocking move. A vermilion bird? Gu Fei did not recognize the Southern Ming firebird, but he mistook the divine bird that was condensed from the divine flames and rushed toward the mountain and river cauldron with the vermilion bird. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the whistling gales in the west, and the image of a white tiger that was as large as a mountain appeared in the gales. Then, a strange beast rushed out of the black water in the north. It roared at the sky and set off endless black water. It went against the sky and rushed toward the mountain and river cauldron. Monstrous waves enveloped the entire world. The great earth dragon, the Southern Ming firebird, the west wind white tiger, the northern dark black tortoise. This is crazy. The old tortoise muttered to himself. He was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. This was the legendary divine beast that was born from the 4 great powers of the world, earth, water, fire, and wind. This kind of divine beast had terrifying strength comparable to a mighty figure once it was born. Chapter 604. The 9 mountains crumbled, but the natural death trap did not collapse because of it. Instead, it unleashed the greatest power of the natural death trap. After the mountain and river cauldron shattered the 9 mountains, the 4 most primitive powers of earth, fire, wind, and water surged out from the east, south, west, and north of the lake. Earth, fire, wind, and water had always been regarded as one of the most primordial powers of the world. The collapse of the world into chaos was the result of the intertwining of these 4 powers of the world. When these 4 powers intertwined, they could turn into chaos, and they could also give rise to the power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At this moment, the lake in the center of the 9 mountains was completely enveloped by earth, fire, wind, and water. The chi of the earth rose from the east and formed the body of the great earth dragon. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy as it continuously collided with the mountain and river cauldron. The dull sound of the collision shook the world. In the south, the fire burned the sky. The Nanming fire sparrow danced in the sea of fire, setting off a monstrous fire that blocked the terrifying power from the mountain and river cauldron. In the west wind white tiger, which was as large as a mountain, displayed its unparalleled ferocity. It roared again and again, and a terrifying wind that could blow the souls of immortals away continuously blew towards the mountain and river cauldron. It wanted to blow away the chaotic primordial chi surrounding the cauldron. The northern dark black tortoise drove the monstrous black water to set off layers of huge waves that rushed towards the mountain and river cauldron. The entire world shook violently under the huge waves. The black waves that came one after another seemed to want to shatter the void. The rumbling sound was extremely shocking, as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping. Although the four divine beasts were only remnants of their souls, they were still extremely ferocious. Although they did not have flesh and blood, they were still powerful enough to shake the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, the peerless murderous saber that was trapped by the 9 stone men in the lake continued to release peerless saber radiance that tore through the void and clashed with the mountain and river cauldron. These 5 powers, which were so powerful that even the heavens and earth paled in comparison, were actually able to stop the mountain and river cauldron, which had displayed its extreme power. This surprised everyone. Why hasn't the ancestor made a move yet? Even the cauldron of mountain and river can't break through this place? An ominous ground second only to the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. This is too terrifying. No wonder this land of danger once devoured a god king of my race. I'm afraid even an ultimate god would die in there. A few hundred miles away, a group of celestial beings who were watching were discussing in low voices. The terrifying pressure from the mountain and river cauldron made these celestial beings' hearts palpitate and their souls tremble. Even Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan felt immense pressure and didn't dare to step forward to help. Even an immortal god would find it difficult to resist the extreme Dao divine aura emitted by a supreme Dao treasure. Only Gu Fei, with Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique, dared to stand so close to it. Even so, Gu Fei felt as if an immemorial mountain was pressing down on him. This can't go on. Gu Fei thought to himself, looks like I can't hold back anymore. If I don't go all out, I won't be able to break this heaven and earth death trap no matter what. Damn it, that monster and little monk Fan Xiao are watching from the shadows. Ever since Gu Fei's immortal Dao divine eye appeared between his brows, it never closed. The celestial Dao divine eye had the power to see through all illusions and the 9 underworlds. He scanned the surroundings and discovered the black-haired young man who was hiding in the sky thousands of miles away, as well as the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were hiding in the dark clouds. The reason why Gu Fei didn't dare to make a move and allowed the cauldron to unleash its power to resist the heaven and earth death trap was because there were powerful enemies watching from the sidelines. No one knew if these fellows who were eyeing him covetously would suddenly launch a sneak attack while he was trying his best to break the heaven and earth killing formation. Experts of this level would either not attack, or once they did, it would definitely be an attack that could move mountains and drain seas. Gu Fei had to be careful. Remember that he used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the Spirit Snatch, to steal Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. His Yuan spirit entered Li Xuandao's Naiwan palace and took control of Li Xuandao's immortal physique. This wasn't a soul-splitting technique, it was the complete Yuan spirit entering the immortal physique. Therefore, if he wasn't careful and was struck with a fatal blow, he would die as well. His physical body would become a soulless walking corpse. Gu Fei pondered for a while as his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, he flew up and landed on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. An endless amount of starlight poured down from the sky. Gu Fei bathed in the starlight. With the violet sword in his hand, he stood on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. His long hair and robe fluttered in the wind. Just like the arrival of a heavenly being, he displayed the demeanor of a powerhouse looking down on the world. Ancient devil, Buddha, how about we work together to break this heaven and earth death trap? Gu Fei stood on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. His immortal Dao divine eyes scanned the sky 1,000 miles away, at the black-haired young man who was standing on top of the demonic clouds. Then, Gu Fei used his immortal Dao divine eyes to see through the void. Then, he looked at where Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were hiding. under the immortal Tao divine eyes, nothing could hide. Though Gu Fei's voice wasn't loud, it spread across the sky and the earth. The celestial race, the old turtle, and the Hei Tian were all shocked. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's words, they wouldn't have sensed that someone was spying on them. Everyone quickly used their immortal Tao divine eyes and scanned their surroundings. "Ha! You finally agreed to work with me?" The black-haired young man laughed and took a step forward. The void between heaven and earth seemed to shrink instantly under his feet. With just one step, the black-haired young man came near. A Buddhist chant resounded, and a peaceful aura suddenly emerged in the dark world. There was a golden Buddhist light flickering, and two figures surrounded by golden light strolled in the void, walking out from the dark clouds and the fog of the underworld. The one in front was the little monk, Fan Xiu, who was holding the purple gold alms bowl. Behind Fan Xiu was the nameless old monk, who had his palms together and was looking down. The peaceful Buddhist light lingered. Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk were shrouded in the Buddhist light. Their faces were peaceful, and there seemed to be heavenly flowers falling around them. With every step they took, golden lotuses appeared under their feet. That ruthless and black-hearted little bald donkey. When the old turtle saw Fan Xiu, he was instantly enraged. He almost couldn't help but rush over to settle the score with Fan Xiu. However, the old turtle didn't let his anger get the better of him. When he saw the light well behind Fan Xiu's head and the Buddha's Dharma form faintly appearing on his body, he knew that he was definitely no match for this little bald donkey. This little bald donkey's movements were like Buddha's. This guy can't be possessed by Buddha, right? The old turtle saw the various abnormalities on Fan Xiu's body and was extremely shocked. Chapter 605. The real big shots would use the world as a chessboard. Gu Fei, the black-haired young man, and the little monk Fan Xiu all wanted to obtain the Naraka Tao left by the Buddha. Whoever could control the origin bead of this world would be able to control this world. The little monk Fan Xiu actually agreed to cooperate with the origin bead. No one could agree to this request. Although the Naraka Tao was a world of death, it was refined by the ancient Buddha after all. It was almost a perfect world. Anyone would be envious of such a world, and even great existences would fight to the death for it. Because if one could control this world, then it would be equivalent to being in an invincible position when fighting others. Controlling a world was like carrying an inexhaustible source of power. They could guide the power of the heaven and earth in this world for their own use, so that the cultivator's power would never be exhausted. Moreover, when fighting with others, the cultivator could take the opponent into his inner world and use the power of the heaven and earth to suppress or destroy the opponent. Gu Fei and the black-haired young man would never agree to the little monk Fan Xiu's request. "Damn you, little monk. Do you really think that you are a Buddha?" The black-haired young man's body surged with demonic aura. Rays of demonic light circled around his body. A terrifying demonic nature was emitted, causing people's minds to tremble. The demonic nature of a true demon could demonize everything in the world. However, everyone present was a top expert. They were at least at the immortal realm, so they were not afraid of the demonic power of the black-haired young man. However, if time passed, even the immortals would be affected by the demonic nature of the black-haired young man. Their inner demons would be triggered and they would be demonized. The immortals of the Shin clan knew that it was dangerous and quickly retreated. Only the Divine King realm experts were not affected by the demonic nature and did not retreat. There were hundreds of Shin clan experts, but only a dozen of them were above the Divine King realm. If this kind of power was released from the Hell Tao, the entire Tinglong continent would change. There were no immortals in the Tinglong continent, but there were a group of immortals trapped in the Hell Tao. "Demon, you are too arrogant." The nameless old monk who was standing behind little monk Fan Xiu stepped forward and placed his palms together. Buddhist light shrouded his body and a faint and illusory image of Buddha could be faintly seen on his skinny body. Auspicious Buddhist power spread between heaven and earth, dispersing the terrifying demonic nature. The power of the devil and the power of the Buddha were clashing. These were two extreme powers. It could be said that the devil and the Buddha were natural enemies. "Humph. I've tolerated you two bald donkeys for a long time. It must be very satisfying to hunt me down. The black-haired youth's killing intent soared into the sky, and the entire world trembled under his demonic might. The anger of a true demon was no small matter. Everyone's expression changed. If you too want to fight, get lost. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain river cauldron and channeled his immortal Tao divine force to push the mountain river cauldron down. Rumble, the world was shaking, and the chaotic primordial chi surged. The countless ancient beasts on the body of the mountain river cauldron seemed to be coming to life. They emitted bursts of powerful soul power, and the tragic aura was earth-shattering. The great earth dragon formed from the thick earth chi, the southern Ming fire sparrow formed from the southern Ming leaf fire, the northern dark black tortoise formed from the northern dark water, and the west wind white tiger all roared and summoned endless earth, fire, water, and wind. They pounced on the mountain river cauldron, and their roars shook the sky as if real divine beasts had descended. The four extremely powerful forces gathered together and exploded with unprecedented powerful waves. They shattered the heaven and earth, forming a destructive storm that blocked the mountain river cauldron high in the sky. Buzz! The peerless ominous saber shook repeatedly and turned into the shape of a dragon. It struggled fiercely between the 9 stone statues, trying to break out of the seal. It shot out dazzling saber radiance that tore the heaven and earth apart, constantly slashing at the 9 stone statues. However, the peerless saber radiance from the broken half of the peerless ominous saber couldn't really slash at the 9 stone statues. They were all moved by the unpredictable power of the array, and finally, they went against the sky and slashed at the mountain river cauldron in the sky. The power of the peerless ominous saber was used. The peerless ominous saber was like an imprisoned slave. No matter how it struggled, it was just doing manual labor for the array. At this time, Gu Fei was not afraid of the black-haired youth and the little monk Fan Xiao at all, even though he knew that his secret had been seen through by these guys. At this time, he held the purple gold divine sword in his hand and stood on the mountain river cauldron, displaying supreme divine power. Even if it was an extremely strong cultivator in front of him, he would still dare to fight. After the black-haired youth heard Gu Fei's words, he was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Little guy, why don't you and I join forces and kill these 2 bald donkeys?" "Humph." Gu Fei sneered. He didn't say anything. He was very clear about this guy's intentions. He couldn't kill the little monk Fan Xiao, so he wanted to drag him down with him. "I'm not going to work for you," Gu Fei thought. Putting aside the question of whether he could kill the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk, even if he could, Gu Fei would definitely not do it. Now that the 3 parties were equal in strength, they had scruples about each other and didn't dare to act rashly. If one of them was killed, the remaining 2 would definitely start fighting immediately. "You want me to help you kill your enemy? Then help me break this array first." Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said coldly. "What's so difficult about that?" The black-haired youth agreed readily. The black-haired young man agreed so readily, and in this way, it caused Gu Fei to be slightly surprised. Why is this ferocious devil willing to help me? There was no reason. Could it be that there was something in this array that the demon was interested in? Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and felt that something was wrong. Could the person who set up this array be used to suppress those terrifying demons that were hard to destroy? "Young benefactor, you will regret breaking this heaven and earth death trap." At this time, the little monk Fan Xiao spoke again. His gentle words seemed to have some kind of strange power. In Gu Fei's ears, it was like the evening drum and morning bell. His whole body was refreshed and his heart gave birth to a feeling of calmness. Good heavens! Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. The innate ability of the Buddhist sect was truly inconceivable. His words could actually turn his killing intent into a peaceful one, allowing others to relax. "Little bald donkey, get lost," the black-haired youth said fiercely. Then, he directly rushed towards Gu Fei and came to the sky above the array. "You resist the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. I will go and destroy the 9 stone men." The black-haired youth was surrounded by black chi. As he spoke, he directly rushed down. A demonic diagram emerged from his body, and the four extremely powerful forces of earth, water, fire, and wind that were rising in defiance of the heavens were repelled by the vast demonic energy released by the demonic diagram, unable to get close to him. Roar! 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 The four great beast souls of the heaven and earth roared, and in unison, a monstrous energy fluctuation surged towards the black-haired youth. The earth chi, Nanmingli fire, northern dark blackwater, and western divine wind all surged towards the black-haired youth together. Rumble, the four powers surged violently, as if the void had turned into a piece of chaos. Endless power of destruction was vast and mighty. The void between heaven and earth could not withstand such a powerful force and directly collapsed. However, the demon diagram outside the figure's body had an unfathomable power. It passed through the collapsed void and directly rushed into the array below. What kind of magic treasure is that? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The demon had actually rushed into the array unharmed. The killing saber light soared into the sky, slashing out from the 9 stone golems, slashing towards the figure shrouded by the demonic diagram. The saber chi shook the heavens and earth, shattering everything in its path as if it was indestructible. The demonic diagram emitted a series of mysterious demonic patterns, and all the deadly saber lights that came slashing down were all blocked by it. The peerless saber chi was actually unable to split open that demonic diagram. Boom! The sky shook violently. The mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, descended. However, very quickly, the four powers of earth, water, wind, and fire, under the urging of the beast souls, rushed up from below and blocked the mountain and river cauldron in the void. The mountain and river cauldron attracted the powers of earth, water, wind, and fire. In fact, the power of the mountain and river cauldron was still not fully unleashed. Gu Fei still had a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were standing in the distant sky did not seem to have any intention of making a move. They watched everything quietly without any sadness or joy on their faces. It was all peaceful. The little monk Fan Xiao and the others seemed to know what the array was suppressing, but they let Gu Fei and the demon do whatever they wanted. Who knew what they were planning? Gu Fei was initially worried that the little monk Fan Xiao would make a move to stop them, but when he saw that the little monk showed no signs of making a move, he was much more relieved. If he joined forces with the demon and combined the power of celestial and demon, he might be able to break out of this heaven and earth death trap without using his last resort. He hurriedly used the immortal Tao God's eye and scanned the area below. His gaze pierced through the obstruction of earth, water, wind, and fire, but he found that he could only see a blurry scene. His divine eye was disrupted. Huge waves rose on the surface of the lake, and the lake water rushed up to the sky. 9 giant stone men stood in the middle of the lake like 9 divine mountains. No matter how much the lake water surged, it could not move the 9 stone men. Gu Fei vaguely saw a demon figure standing above the lake. Then, a bloody light suddenly spread from the demon figure, and the entire world was dyed the color of blood. It was as if a sea of blood had suddenly appeared above the lake, covering the sky and everything. Chapter 606. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The sudden appearance of the bloody ocean-like evil energy above the grand formation was able to injure one's divine sense. Gu Fei's immortal divine eye was also affected, causing a stream of blood to ooze out from between his eyebrows. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. The true demon soul had reached an unimaginable level. Even Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was injured, making it difficult for him to use the immortal divine eye for a while. That's the true demon blood. In the distant sky, the old tortoise also noticed the scene happening in the grand formation and couldn't help but exclaim. The true demon was an innate demon born from the evil energy of the heaven and earth. Its blood possessed a powerful demonic nature and power. One drop could pollute and demonize a part of the heaven and earth, turning that place into a demonic domain. It was the most vicious and terrifying thing. Rumble, it was as if a blood-colored sea was surging. Layers upon layers of blood waves swept up high into the sky. An evil demonic aura spread out from the sea of blood. The true demon blood? Gu Fei was startled. The blood of a true demon was not a trivial matter. Even a peerless immortal physique would be invaded by the demonic nature if it came into contact with one's body. A drop of the true demon blood can transform a bloody ocean and demonize all things. It's the most powerful. The old tortoise murmured to himself. He was an ancient character, so he naturally knew what kind of power the true demon blood contained. The lake and the 9 stone statues in the middle of the 9 mountains killing formation were enveloped by the eruption of blood-colored demonic energy. Even the frightening blade light unleashed by the peerless ominous saber could not break through the layers of blood waves. The black-haired young man refined the entire dark underworld blood sea and only managed to condense 13 drops of true demon blood. 1 drop of true demon blood could transform a bloody ocean. Layers upon layers of waves swept down, causing the entire earth to shake violently. Then, the earth suddenly caved in. An incomparably huge formation emerged from the ground, emitting endless divine light and dispelling the endless bloody chi that swept down from the sky. Formation? Is this heaven and earth killing formation going to be broken? What's under the formation? After the formation diagram appeared, more than a dozen god monarchs and above standing in the distant sky began to discuss in low voices. The ancient matrix was the foundation that formed this killing pattern of heaven and earth. Without this matrix to condense the power of heaven and earth and give birth to the divine power of the Great Path, this place would not have the 9 mountains killing pattern, much less the 9 mountains. This array. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron as he stared in shock at the ancient array that had risen from the ground. How is that possible? Gu Fei couldn't believe it. The dozen or so god-king level and above experts of the god race were also indescribably shocked. The heavens and earth trembled as the void shattered. The diagram of this heaven and earth death formation finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Boundlessly profound and ancient divine imprints radiated a bright divine light, and every divine imprint contained a Tao charm circulating within it. That was the power of the great Tao. Ancient divine inscriptions condensed the energy of the grand Taos of the heavens and the earth, transforming into rays of divine light that shot into the sky. They actually blocked the heavy waves of blood that swept down from the sky. The 9 stone golems stood on the 9 sides of the diagram. The half of the peerless ominous saber was locked in the center of the diagram by 9 black chains. Below the diagram was a pitch-black hole. Waves of demonic aura surged out from the black hole below the diagram, as if there was a peerless ominous demon hiding in it. Just as I thought. Gu Fei sensed the frightening waves of demonic power coming from below the diagram, but he didn't change his expression. No wonder this ominous demon was willing to join forces with him. It seemed that there was something in this heaven and earth death formation that this ominous demon really wanted. Sigh. A sigh came from the distant sky. Little monk Fan Xiao let out a long sigh. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his calm. His pair of Buddha eyes flickered with rays of Buddha light, piercing through the void and looking at the ancient matrix that had risen from the ground. The ancient matrix covered an area of dozens of miles in the void. The ancient divine imprints that formed the matrix actually circulated 2 waves of power. It's the power of the immortal path and the Buddhist sect. The nameless old monk who stood behind little monk Fan Xiao exclaimed in surprise. There were many ancient Buddha runes mixed in the intertwining divine imprints of the matrix. Legend had it that the Buddha runes were formed when the ancient Buddha Lord comprehended the great Tao. They were the embodiment of the Buddha Tao, a kind of supreme truth between heaven and earth. It could even be said that they were the runes of heaven and earth. Different Taos could form different Tao runes. There were 3,000 great Taos, and the great Tao runes that everyone comprehended were also different. They had their own Tao power and could condense different kinds of great Tao power. The Buddha Tao was also a kind of great Tao. The supreme truth of the Buddha Tao gave rise to the Buddha runes. It was the embodiment of the mysterious supreme truth of the Buddha Tao in the world. This huge diagram that rose from the ground was actually formed by the intertwining of Buddha runes and immortal Tao runes. It contained the supreme Tao power of the Buddha Tao and immortal Tao. It was no wonder that the people of the celestial race were so shocked. Buddhism and Taoism were archenemies and had been fighting for countless years. How could there be an immortal Tao expert and a Buddhist expert working together to lay down a divine and Buddha grand formation to suppress something? The black-haired young man stood on the blood sea. The endless blood sea surged and surged towards the diagram below. Layers of blood waves smashed the void and shook the heaven and earth. The four supreme heaven and earth energy of earth, water, wind, and fire that sealed the four directions were also affected. The four energies were constantly being devoured by the blood waves. This blood sea that was formed by the demonic blood could devour all kinds of spiritual chi. It constantly devoured and corroded the energy of this heaven and earth killing formation. The entire grand formation shook violently. Roar! 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 The four divine beasts roared. The mountain and river cauldron was above them, and the evil blood sea was wreaking havoc below. The energy of earth, water, wind, and fire was rapidly weakened. Gu Fei used the immortal Tao divine art to guide the endless energy of the stars into the mountain and river cauldron. He continued to drive the mountain and river cauldron downwards. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron displayed its extreme divine power. Chaotic primordial chi surged like 100,000 ancient divine mountains. It shattered the heaven-defying energy of earth, water, fire, and wind and began to descend from the sky. The black earth dragon, southern Ming fire sparrow, west wind white tiger, and northern dark black tortoise, these four divine beasts could no longer resist the mountain and river cauldron and fell from the sky. Although the four great divine beasts of the heavens and earth were not real divine beasts and were only left with a remnant soul, their ferocious might still shook the world. They roared repeatedly and fiercely charged towards the descending mountain and river cauldron. However, under the double attack of the mountain and river cauldron and the blood demonic sea, the four divine beasts could no longer withstand it. The demonic power of the blood demonic sea kept devouring the energy of earth, water, fire, and wind. It seemed to have the momentum of blocking the energy of earth, water, fire, and wind that was rushing up from the ground. Bang! 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 The black earth dragon, southern Ming fire sparrow, west wind white tiger, and northern dark black tortoise were shattered by the terrifying destructive power of the mountain and river cauldron. Vaguely, one could see the remnant souls being devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. The four divine beasts became one of the countless beast souls of the ancient beasts in the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! I didn't expect the Buddhist Lord to seal that thing together with that person. They really think highly of me. The black-haired young man suddenly roared angrily as his long hair fluttered wildly. Then, blood-colored lightning began to appear in the blood sea. Countless blood-colored lightning began to intertwine and form blood-colored demonic patterns. A vast and terrifying power full of demonic nature was rapidly condensing. With my blood, I will set up a demonic formation to kill immortals, gods, and Buddhas. The black-haired young man roared. His voice shook the sky and the vault of heaven. The rolling sound waves spread out from the formation, making everyone's ears ring and soul tremble. Rumble, it was as if thousands of demonic thunders were exploding in the blood-colored waves. The endless blood-colored light quickly receded, and a demonic formation formed by blood-colored lightning appeared above the 9 stone men and the sky-defying ancient formation diagram. At this time, the huge lake on the ground had already disappeared. The ground sank, and the demonic aura surged in the pitch-black hole. There was a demonic aura that shot up to the sky. This was a confrontation between the demonic formation and the ancient God and Buddha formation formed by the intertwining power of Buddhism and Taoism. At this time, the power of the entire peerless killing formation was fully displayed. The peerless ominous saber struggled violently in the God and Buddha formation, shooting out rays of destructive saber radiance. The terrifying destructive saber radiance was guided and moved by the God and Buddha formation. All of them slashed upwards, hitting the descending blood-killing demonic formation and causing the blood-colored light to flash wildly. Even the peerless ominous saber couldn't break the terrifying formation diagram that the black-haired young man had laid out using his own demonic blood. Moreover, the demonic diagram was integrated into the demonic formation, causing its power to increase greatly. The black-haired young man stood in the middle of the demonic formation formed by the crisscrossing blood-colored lightning as if he had gone mad. He roared again and again as he controlled the demonic formation to meet the incoming Buddha and Tao formation. The ancient formation formed by the intertwining power of Buddhism and immortal Tao, with the 9 stone men and the peerless ominous saber as the divine treasures, its power was not inferior to the demonic formation of the black-haired young man. Boom! It was as if 2 worlds had collided together. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 2 great formations collided. The power of the evil Tao, Buddhist Tao, and immortal Tao erupted like a volcano. Endless divine light illuminated the entire world. The earth was collapsing, and dust rose high into the sky. The black-haired young man fiercely rushed into the Buddha and Tao formation. At the same time, the 9 stone men in the Buddha and Tao formation moved as if they had gained life. Like 9 peerless masters, they fought against the black-haired young man. No one expected that the 9 stone men would suddenly come to life, as if they were infused with endless vitality. Chapter 607. Rumble. The 2 great formations collided with each other, producing an incomparably shocking sound like rolling thunder. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in the clouds. The terrifying demonic energy, the peaceful Buddhist energy, and the immortal spirit energy were colliding with each other, canceling each other out and destroying each other. Demonic marks, divine marks, and Buddha marks intertwined as 3 different powers of the great Tao surged forth. 3 different types of great Tao rhymes flowed as blood-colored demonic marks, Buddha marks, and divine marks dissipated into the air. The power of the great path was destroying each other. The 3 types of Tao patterns were all manifestations of the power of the great path. When the Tao patterns dissipated, the power of the great path condensed from the Tao patterns also dissipated into the void. Within a radius of 10 miles, countless Tao patterns were intertwined. The power of the great Tao destroyed everything. Under the collision of the 3 Tao energies, the void was like a thin piece of paper being torn to pieces. The void of the world was also extremely fragile in front of the power of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao broke the world. At this time, the 4 most primitive powers of the world, earth, water, wind, and fire, had already dispersed. The power of the demonic formation, divine formation, and Buddhist formation spread out, shaking the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, feeling inexplicably shocked. He felt threatened, so he directly drove the mountain and river cauldron to the sky and retreated. The blood-colored demonic patterns attracted the endless power of the demonic Tao. It was as if there was a sea of blood between the heavens and the earth, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that made all things in the world tremble. The dozen experts above the Divine King level who were watching from afar all changed their expressions. At this time, they had no choice but to retreat. This was a contest of the power of the great Tao. This was the method of the extreme Tao experts. Only the extreme Tao experts could comprehend the great Tao and attract the power of the great Tao to their body. Although the black-haired young man was only a true demon devil's soul and had not truly regenerated his flesh and blood, he could only use the blood of the true demon to lay down a demonic formation to attract the power of the demonic Tao to resist the ancient divine formation. The ancient Buddha formation was definitely created by the ancient Buddhist Lord and another expert who comprehended the immortal Tao. Although this formation had been around for countless years, it still displayed the power of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei steered the cauldron of mountain and river and retreated far away. At this time, Old Turtle and Hei Tian did not retreat with the dozen god kings. Instead, they rushed forward and reunited with Gu Fei. Stinking brat, aren't you afraid that the ominous demon will destroy you too? The Old Turtle rushed to the mountain and river cauldron and transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was still Li Xuandao. In the eyes of the Shin clan, he was the only surviving ancestor of the Shin clan. The Shin clan did not see through him. Humph. We still don't know who will destroy who. Gu Fei sneered and transmitted his voice to the Old Turtle. This true demon had been sealed for countless years, so no one knew how much power it had left. However, Gu Fei was certain that this ominous demon would not be able to return to its previous peak state, at least not in a short period of time. With Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique and 2 sacred weapons, Gu Fei was confident that he could fight against this true demon. Working together with the ominous demon is only using each other, Gu Fei coldly said. Gu Fei had no choice but to work together with the ominous demon. With the power of his side, it would be very difficult to break through the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Hee. You brat, you seem to be enlightened. The old turtle chuckled. Boss, you want to use underhanded methods against the ominous demon? The ruffian skeleton, Erebus, said. He had the air of a ruffian and immediately understood Gu Fei's intention. This is called being vigilant against others, not to mention the ominous demon. Gu Fei expressionlessly said. It would be best if the ominous demon and little bald donkey Fan Xiu both get injured, then we can take care of both of them. The old turtle fiercely said. His eyes couldn't help but glance at the 2 figures shrouded in auspicious Buddhist lights in the distant sky. Little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk had been watching from the sidelines. They didn't stop the black-haired youth from using his supreme evil aura to break the divine and Buddha ancient formation. No one knew what little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk wanted to do. Don't be too greedy. Gu Fei glared at the old turtle and said in a bad mood. It was a bit unrealistic to let the ominous demon and little monk Fan Xiu have a life and death battle. At this time, only Gu Fei, little monk Fan Xiu, and the ominous demon had the strength to spy on the realm pearl, in the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Gu Fei knew that little monk Fan Xiu and the ominous demon had scruples. They would never fight first, even if they had an irreconcilable grudge against each other. Little monk Fan Xiu and the ominous demon would never let Gu Fei take advantage of them. Of course, if it wasn't for Gu Fei's appearance, little monk Fan Xiu and the ominous demon might have a chance to fight to the death for the realm pearl. Roar! The black-haired youth roared again and again. His body merged with the demonic formation, attracting the power of the evil path. He displayed his supreme evil aura and fought with the 9 stone men in the divine and Buddha ancient formation. The 9 stone men stood in the middle of the divine and Buddha ancient formation. Divine light shone on their bodies and Tao rhyme circulated. It was as if 9 almighty beings had been reborn. They struck out with terrifying power, shattering the void and attacking the black-haired youth. The Millennium Buddha Lord and the other extreme immortal Tao powerhouse really had heaven-defying means. The 9 stone men displayed their powerful strength. A punch and a kick shook the demonic formation, causing bloodlight to soar into the sky. If the black-haired demon hadn't borrowed the power of the demonic formation to attract the power of the evil path, his demonic soul would have long been destroyed by the 9 stone men. The 9 stone men each held a chain in their hands, firmly binding the half of the peerless ominous saber. They constantly guided the saber light of the peerless ominous saber to slash at the black-haired demon. The saber light of the peerless ominous saber was domineering and vicious to the extreme. Even the black-haired demon had to retreat. At this time, the evil path power rippled out from the invincible black hole under the divine and Buddha ancient formation, causing the earth to tremble. The divine and Buddha ancient formation unleashed an endless amount of divine force, but it seemed that the power of the ancient formation could not completely suppress the thing in the demonic cave. Rumble! Monstrous evil chi gushed out from the demonic cave as if a peerless evil demon was awakening from its slumber. What the hell is suppressed down there? Gu Fei asked in shock. To be able to set up such a powerful formation to suppress it, the thing in the demonic cave was definitely not a trivial matter. Perhaps there is another true demon suppressed down there. The old tortoise's expression changed several times. If there really was another true demon suppressed here, then it would be troublesome. Could the Millennium Buddha Lord be so abnormal that he actually suppressed 2 true demons in the Naraka Tao? That seemed impossible. Demons born from the heavens and earth were innate true demons, the true demons of the heavens and earth. There were not many such innate true demons. If there were countless innate true demons, the Tinglong continent would have long been the world of demons. What is being suppressed? Chapter 608. This was the clash of Buddhism, Taoism, and Diabolism. There were 3,000 great Taos, and as long as one comprehended the Tao, one would be able to draw the power of the Tao into one's body and possess great magical power that could destroy the world. Endless blood-colored demonic runes interweaved into a terrifying demonic formation that continuously collided with the formation laid out by the power of Buddhism and Taoism. The area within a radius of several dozen miles turned into chaos. The void shattered, and the world collapsed. It was simply a land of destruction. The power of Buddhism, Taoism, and diabolism became the only thing between heaven and earth. The power of the Tao was mighty, and the entire world of death was shaking violently. Countless dead creatures were wailing as if doomsday had arrived. This was not a battle of complete chaos, but merely a trace of the charm of the Tao. However, this power was enough to shock the world, and even a mighty figure would find it difficult to resist. Without achieving the Tao, it would always be empty. Even if one achieved the Tao, one might not necessarily be able to exist forever in the world, and even thousands of tribulations could not erase it. However, cultivators who had not achieved the Tao, regardless of whether they were mighty or unparalleled, were like ants before an extreme path cultivator. The difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. The aura emitted by the three Taos shook everyone's soul and made their hearts palpitate. In front of the power of the Tao, no one could remain unmoved. Even if it was an incomplete power of the Tao. This is too terrifying. In the distant sky, Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect the old tortoise and He Tian. He watched the battle from a close distance, and the scene before him shocked him inexplicably. Just how powerful were the extreme path cultivators? Just thinking about it was horrifying. If an extreme path cultivator personally came, the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl and the 9 mountains killing formation could be easily broken. It was even possible to directly destroy this part of the world. How many extreme path cultivators have truly comprehended the Tao in this world, since ancient times until now? The old tortoise said coldly. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light as he stared at the earth-shattering battle in front of him. It was rare for 3 types of Tao charm to appear in front of him. This was definitely a kind of opportunity. With the old tortoise's knowledge, he naturally knew the preciousness of the Tao charm. One should know that even if there were extreme path cultivators in the world, it was absolutely difficult to witness a battle between extreme path cultivators. If one could comprehend the Tao charm of others, they might be able to comprehend their own Tao. Comprehending the Tao, once one had an epiphany, one would attain the great Tao. In ancient times, the old tortoise was a mighty figure of the demon clan. If he wanted to go further, there was no other way other than enlightenment. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, the Taoist rhymes from the demon formation, deity formation, and Buddha ancient formation were completely different. The aura of the great Tao was mysterious and ethereal. It was difficult to grasp and comprehend. Gu Fei had a body full of power, but he didn't have that kind of realm. Even if the great Tao's Tao runes appeared in front of him, it would be difficult for him to comprehend anything. In front of them, the demonic formation and the ancient formation of the Buddha and God kept colliding. Blood-colored light soared into the sky, the Buddhist energy was vast and mighty, and the divine light formed by the power of immortals and gods even broke through the void and pierced through the sky. It was impossible to accurately capture what was going on inside. It was a blur, and even Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not see what was going on inside. The power of the great path distorted the void and shattered heaven and earth, blocking everyone's line of sight. Whoosh! Rays of divine light flickered from between Gu Fei's brows. A godly eye emerged from between his brows and opened. The godly immortal eye pierced through the 9 underworlds and scanned forward. The godly immortal eye could see through all illusions and pinpoint the origin. Even the power of the great Tao could not stop it. It was simply a heaven-defying technique. Within the godly immortal eye, there were also Taoist rhymes circulating. Gu Fei could vaguely see the black-haired demonic man and the 9 stone golems fighting endlessly. The 2 formations were shaking violently as if they could collapse at any time. The ancient formation that laid down this heaven and earth killing formation is truly terrifying. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. He saw that the black-haired demonic man was at a disadvantage in the battle against the 9 stone golems. At this time, the old tortoise was focused on comprehending the mighty aura of the great Tao ahead, as if he did not hear Gu Fei's words. He Tian, on the other hand, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Gu Fei's godly immortal eye was previously attacked by the black-haired demonic man's divine sense, but now it had completely recovered. It must be said that Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was truly incomparably powerful. It was comparable to the indestructible physique cultivated by supreme warriors. Its self-healing ability was very shocking. Boom! A stone fist surrounded by divine light and faintly discernible godly immortal runes slammed into the black-haired demonic man's body, directly blasting the incomparably powerful black-haired demonic man away. A stone golem that was hundreds of meters tall, holding an iron chain in its hand, chased after the black-haired demonic man with eyes as sharp as divine weapons. Whoosh! One of the stone golems drew a supreme blade light into his hand before slashing it out at the black-haired young man who was sent flying. The blade light tore through the void, seeming as if it was going to cleave the entire world into two. Roar! The black-haired demonic man roared again and again as if he had gone mad. In the midst of his roar, a demonic diagram appeared in front of him. A demonic mountain rushed out from the diagram, directly shattering the peerless blade light that was chasing after him. Then, the mountain pressed down on the stone golem 8 steps away. Rumble, as if the 100,000 demonic mountains were sinking, the entire world was shaking. The ancient divine and Buddhist formations below were also shaking violently as demonic chi enveloped the world. Roar! The stone golem roared and directly punched upwards. On the surface of the stone fist, a dazzling divine light burst out, with countless godly immortal runes circling around it. Boom! The stone golem's fist directly smashed into the demonic mountains, shattering the endless mountain range. It directly rushed over like a supreme being towards the black-haired demonic man. It was too powerful, directly shattering the demonic mountains with its strength and attacking the black-haired demonic man. It reached out with its huge hand and directly grabbed at the black-haired demonic man. Preposterous! The black-haired demonic man roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering wildly. A terrifying demonic power surged out from his body like a mountain torrent. A ball of blood-colored demonic light appeared between his eyebrows. Within the demonic light, there were 9 droplets of demonic blood floating. Each droplet of blood contained boundless power. They were like 9 blood-colored worlds that were fixed between the black-haired demon's eyebrows. Swish! A drop of blood rushed out from the blood-colored demonic light, directly piercing through the giant hand of the stone golem. Then, without losing momentum, it pierced through the body of the stone golem. This. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene with his immortal Tao divine eye. That drop of blood actually had such power. Could it be the true demon's blood? The true demon's blood contained a vast amount of demonic energy. 1 drop was enough to turn a piece of land into a sea of blood. The demonic nature was so strong that it could simply demonize everything that came into contact with the demonic blood. Gu Fei discovered that the stone golem that was pierced by the demonic blood began to crumble. The stone body was rapidly corroded by the demonic blood and disappeared in the void. The stone golem was roaring and roaring as if it really had a life of its own. Rays of immortal Tao divine light condensed from the stone body and countless immortal Tao divine runes appeared on the stone body. The immortal Tao divine charms circulated. The stone golem that was pierced by the demonic blood wanted to draw the immortal Tao force to resist the corrosion of the true demon's blood. However, even the immortal Tao force could not stop the corrosion of the true demon's blood. The true demon's blood could demonize everything. It contained the purest demonic power between heaven and earth and was difficult to expel. However, although the immortal Tao force could not stop the corrosion of the true demon's blood, the speed of the corrosion was obviously reduced. In just an instant, the palm of the stone golem was almost completely corroded. On the chest of the stone golem, there was a large hole with a diameter of several feet. Moreover, the large hole was gradually expanding and the stone body at the edge of the large hole was constantly dissipating. Roar! The stone golem rushed forward crazily and a monstrous energy fluctuation was emitted from the stone body. There was endless divine light blooming. He wanted to give the black-haired demon a fatal blow before he was completely corroded by the true demon's blood. At this time, the other 8 stone golems also rushed towards the black-haired demon from all directions. Apart from holding an iron chain in each of the stone golems' hands, there was also a dazzling saber light flickering. The monstrous murderous aura was surging and the domineering aura was vast and mighty. The stone golems that rushed towards the black-haired demon were like 8 supreme experts holding supreme divine weapons. The powerful power that they emitted caused the void to collapse. The 8 stone golems were walking in the collapsed void. Humph. The black-haired demon was besieged by the 8 stone golems, but he did not seem to be nervous at all. Instead, he let out a sneer. Then, like a blood-colored sun, the blood-colored light fixed on the black-haired demon's glabella and 8 blood pearls that emitted endless blood-colored light rushed out. Each drop of blood blossomed with endless blood-colored light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth in a blood-red color. It was as if 8 blood-colored worlds had appeared between the heaven and earth. A terrifying demonic force spread out, causing the hearts of those who sensed it to tremble violently, their faces contorted in agony. The endless blood-colored light emitted a demonic power that was unprecedentedly powerful. Even Gu Fei and the old turtle felt their hearts palpitating. They felt a burst of annoyance as if they wanted to go on a killing spree. The true demon's blood can demonize all things, yet it can even make my mind waver. This is truly terrifying. The old turtle has been awakened by this demonic power. I don't dare to comprehend the grand Tao's Tao and have no choice but to restrain my mind. Gu Fei was fine. His martial spirit and supreme immortal physique had fused together. When his martial spirit was attacked by the demonic power, his supreme immortal physique automatically reacted and instinctively resisted the invasion of the demonic power. He Tian, on the other hand, was in a much more difficult situation. He directly sat cross-legged on top of the mountain and river cauldron and channeled the supreme mysterious technique of the undying skeleton clan to resist the demonic power with all his might. The soul flame in his skull was fiercely beating.